Good. That's looking very good. That's looking great. So now, if I go live on that, oh, hold on. Go live now. There we go. Go live. Right. We should be streaming on YouTube and on Facebook, I think. Blimey, that's amazing. And Piers is here. Piers?
Hi.
Hello, mate. All right.
How you doing?
Okay. I've emailed the Viscount, so he'll be on his way. And yeah, folks, all right. Yeah, Fear coming up in 5 minutes' time. If Nick Clegg doesn't protest, then we might be streaming on Facebook as well as on YouTube and on wakeupuk.net. God bless them. Hey, oh, blimey. Hello, Tanis. Check that out on Facebook. Amazing. Amazing. I think it's been months since I did a show on Facebook. Piers, mate, have you got any idea what we're talking about tonight?
Fear.
Fear. Fear. Yeah, good. Thank you. We're going to have to talk about a few other things as well. Busy old time. We're going to have an extended show tonight on Facebook and on YouTube. And on Wake Up UK, we're going through for 75 minutes until 10:15 UK time, 6:15 Eastern time. If you're over, in DC or something. On Facebook and YouTube, we're probably going to run through for, I don't know, 2.5, 3 hours, something like that. Share the show, folks. God bless you. Coming up in 2 minutes. Like the thing, subscribe, or whatever it is. I don't know. Blimey, look at that. Facebook comments, as well as YouTube comments and wakeupuk.net. Hey Charlotte, David. People can call in tonight. We got. I'll tell you, it's all going. It's all going. Oh, what's going on Right. Oh, blimey. You know what? Here we go. Oh, that's not it. Oh, no. There we go. Is that it? There's no music. What's going on with that? It's probably me. Why have we got no music? Can you hear any music, Piers?
Nope.
Oh, I've cocked it up already. Can you believe it? Hold on. There we go. Here we go. Oh, there you go. Oh, no.
Where's Rodri?
That's a good question. That's a very good question. I have absolutely no idea. But he should be on the way. Last week he was asleep, wasn't he? Oh, there we go. Something's going on. But I've got no audio. Why have I got no audio? I will have to wing it. So we're doing something slightly different tonight, folks, because we're going out on YouTube as well as on Facebook and on wakeupuk.net. And so it really is a little bit chaotic because I'm playing with new bandwidth and stuff like that and things like that. So anyway, look, there you go. That's me. We'll see if we can pull in old Piers. And never mind the intro music tonight. Apparently that didn't work. And I haven't got any script whatsoever. But we're talking about fear. Piers, are you fearful? And should we be fearful? It's all this coronavirus stuff going on. So now I can't hear Piers either. This is a real cock-up. I might have to restart the show. I might have to restart in a few minutes. Unless I can work out how to get Piers back. Oh, blimey. So according to this, everything's going... Do me a favour, folks. Tell me if you can hear the show. Blimey. Yeah, you can. I can, because I just got a bit of feedback there. And, yeah. Hey, Matt Waterhouse. Hey, gang. Good to see you. Great to see you. It's a complete cock-up. And, but that's Rodders just popped in probably. Rodders, can you hear me? Oh, that's why. They're muted.
On mute
I don't know why they're muted. Right, okay. So
you hear me?
Yeah, Piers, I can hear you, mate. Okay, I was wondering what I'd done. And I don't know what I did, to be honest with you. Right.
I was wondering what the music was about. It sounded like some sort of 1970s porn film. And
it doesn't take long,
I thought,
does it?
bloody hell, this is taking a new direction.
Yeah, Rodders, this show took a new direction when you started co-presenting it, mate. I'm sure about that. Right, okay. So it's good to see you guys here. Tell us, what are we talking about tonight? Piers, would you like to kick us off, mate?
Sure, why not? I mean, well, the world just seems to be getting ever more chaotic and sort of descending into fear pornorama. All the papers seem to be, elaborating on this fear porn. Different strains of corona, more aggressive strains of corona. 80% of the British public contracting it. Higher rates of death than average flu. One does wonder what the agenda is at play here. And there are lots of things that could potentially happen off the back of this outbreak.
You are the ultimate conspiracy theorist. We know that. And Rodder's slightly less so. He's actually, believe it or not, the voice of reason, if you like. I don't know what reason is anymore. But we will be coming on to all of that. But first of all, let's just concentrate on the actual pandemic. I don't think they're calling it a pandemic yet. But, I mean, the NHS, for example, in the UK, the health service, they've called this a level 4 emergency, which apparently is as high as you can get.
The issue...
Go on, Rodders.
The issue, Ollie, is 14,000 or 15,000 people a year die of flu, and they're in the vulnerable risk groups. People over the age of 60, people on chemotherapy, etc. And I think the problem the NHS is going to find is that this virus, no one knows too much about it, but it is highly contagious. And most people, in actual fact, and we're always behind the curve when it comes to the reporting of statistics, which change on a daily basis. But the problem we've got, if you look at on a segmental analysis of our aging population, we have a higher percentage of old people who are going to be more vulnerable. Now, if there's a run on the NHS, and let's take a worst case scenario that 80% of our population gets it, that's 56 million people. How many of those would have to be hospitalised or seek hospital treatment? The NHS cannot cope with it. And if you take the current fatality rate of about 3%, 3.5%, that's 1.5 million people. And in Britain, because we do have an ageing population, we've got a higher percentage of older folks who are going to be vulnerable. I don't see how the NHS can possibly cope, to be frank, just on a statistical basis. And even if you take those numbers and divide them by 3 or 4, we don't have enough hospital beds. We don't have enough doctors. This has been one of the problems, and I hate to bring it back to immigration. We are the nation's infrastructure cannot cope with the density of population that we have, and it does not take much. A snap winter, bad bout of diphtheria. I mean, put coronavirus to one side, and all of a sudden we're stretched right to the limit. And I think
what was that? Piers just farted or something. Okay, how contagious is this thing? A couple of days ago, the official stat was 82,000 people around the world had this thing. 3,000, a bit more, had died.
I think it's a hell of a lot more than that. As the numbers.
Didn't Boris say that the worst case scenario in the UK, for example, was 80%?
Yes.
Contagion.
Yeah.
80%.
Yeah.
Now that's worst case, but that is very frightening. Is that the Prime Minister spreading fear, or are these the kind of statistics that we genuinely might have to expect?
Well, from the pro-Euro point of view, you're killing off all the Brexit voters, aren't you? I mean,
we're going to come on to the conspiracy theories, Piers, and that's a very valid point. And then they go for a second ref. No, a third ref, whatever, fourth, fifth. But we will come on to that. But first of all, I just want to gauge how pragmatic, how fearful, how philosophical we should be about this. How should we be judging this? We need to be concerned about some of our elderly relatives. We can see that, no?
Yeah. Well, the answer is yeah, but the point is, I ask you, Piers, and you, Ollie, do you get flu about once a year or once every 18 months? And I don't mean man flu like a hangover. I'm talking about a severe cold or influenza.
Probably less than that. I mean, I count myself lucky. My immune system seems to be quite robust. I don't really get seriously ill, or haven't been seriously ill for quite a long time. I have had a couple of bugs since the beginning of this winter, but nothing major, nothing severe, things that have lasted a couple of days and then have sort of gone away. So
we're lucky.
But personally, I haven't had flu in 20 years. But very, very rarely do you get it. I mean, man flu, that's something different. But I do get colds.
Have you been vaccinated?
I had a cold, and it took me a hell of a long time to get over it. It took me about 5-6 weeks to get over a cold. Normally, it would take me 3 weeks because I'm a smoker. So this one took me a bit longer. And a lot of people have been saying, I've noticed that it's taken them a lot longer to get over just colds this last winter. I don't know whether that's psychosomatics or what. I don't know. But that's to answer your question, Rod. Carry on.
Well, I was going to say, most people get ill with some common, bug or virus every year. That's the majority of cases. I don't know whether either of you have been vaccinated against, common flu.
No. Have you, Piers?
No, God, I won't take that stuff. I mean, I'm deeply suspicious of all these
of everything.
Yeah, of all these inoculations. To be fair, the flu jab that you can get is only effective towards a very limited bandwidth of strains of flu. So quite often it's the strain that will be prevalent at any given time won't be the one that you've been inoculated against. So it won't actually help you in any way. So
and they mutate. That's the other issue.
That is one of the key worries. It seems to me that the two worries with this coronavirus thing is, one, passing it on to other people whose maybe their immune system is more susceptible because they're older or they're infirm, and the other one is it going to mutate? No.
Well, yes. The more barriers we put up against it, the more likely it is to try and change itself and mutate. I mean, that's survival. You have to change and adapt in order to survive, and viruses are no different. They will find a way, and if you build barriers and block their advancement, they will start chipping away at your defenses, and eventually they will succeed. I mean, I'm not a virologist. I have a friend who knows a hell of a lot more about this than I do, who maybe you should have on your show at some point. He's pretty up with all this sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, it does seem that these superbugs that exist in hospitals and all the rest of it are a result of us putting up barriers and then breaking down our defenses and becoming stronger as a result. And well, the thing is, this particular virus seems to be mutating and seems to be adapting.
Does it? What evidence is there of that?
Well, only from the headlines today that I've read, in the Telegraph and other rags, that are basically saying there are two strains of this coronavirus now, and one is
really.
I
hadn't read that. Oh God, it's truth. I'm looking at it now. Hold on a sec. Oh, blimey. I was trying to sort out this stream, and so I didn't check out the. Let me just quickly read that story, Piers, because that is pretty relevant, The Telegraph, you can see that on the screen now, hopefully. Coronavirus has mutated into more aggressive disease, say scientists. Coronavirus has evolved into two major lineages, and it is possible to be infected with both. A new study shows coronavirus has mutated into two strains, one of which appears to be far more aggressive, scientists have said, in a discovery which could hinder attempts to develop a vaccine. And they're talking already about it taking a solid year to get a vaccine out. Researchers at Peking University's School of Life Sciences and the Institute Pasteur of Shanghai discovered the virus has evolved into two major lineages dubbed L and S types. The older S type appears to be milder and less infectious, while the L type, which emerged later, spreads quickly and currently accounts for around 70% of cases. Genetic analysis of a man in the US who tested positive on January the 21st also showed it is possible to be infected with both types. Carry on, Piers.
Well, no, it just may. I mean, we've had also articles about people becoming reinfected after having been infected, then subsequently recovered, and then they get reinfected. So maybe this is some sort of exposure to different strains of the same thing. I mean, honest to godness, I don't know what to believe anymore. I mean, we know that the three.
We're going to come on to this. We're going to come on to the conspiracy theories. I want to get a few stats out there, though, also, because there have, of course, been comparisons made with flu, with common flu, with regular flu. The kind of flu that puts you in bed, you can't get out of bed. That's what flu is. It's not a cold. And according to a news story on LBC's website, a radio station in London, that David Winder, who's been struck down with something very nasty, and I don't know, he was in Portugal. There's a post on my timeline on Facebook, which is basically him giving his experience of trying to get the NHS to take it seriously. And they just said it can't be coronavirus because it hasn't been reported in Portugal. And they didn't keep records, and they didn't suggest that he self-isolate and all sorts of stuff. And then he was worried that his wife maybe had it and she was still going to work. And all of these quandaries that one has in this kind of situation. But he's been getting nasty stuff going on, really, really nasty stuff, pretty awful flu that he's got, or maybe something worse. But he told me about this story at LBC, which I read, which pointed out that flu strikes 0.1%, 0.01% of people that get flu. Sorry, 0.1% of people that get flu die, succumb to it.
Yeah,
whereas with this, now I thought before I read this, let me just finish this. But I thought that figure was higher. I thought it was nearer. I heard statistics nearer 1% for common flu, for flu. With this thing, they are seeing a mortality rate of not 0.1%, but more like 3.5%. 3.4. 3.4 has been quoted today a lot. So basically, we are looking at something. You can't compare this really with flu. Is my point? No.
Well,
I don't want to put the fear of God into people. I'm just giving you the stats as I'm reading them, and then we can analyse whether or not the media is telling us the truth or not. Please,
Ollie, to give you an idea, I wouldn't read too much into the stats because, again, you're always going to be behind the ball. You know, the stats we read today are out of date by the time we've read them. If
True,
you look at
but they give us an idea of how this thing is picking up or not.
Well, hang on. What I wanted to come on to is between 1918 and 1920, we had across Europe a pandemic of Spanish flu.
Yes.
And the statistics vary from the number of deaths across Europe between 60 million and 90 million, because records weren't, kept in the same way and compiled the way that they are now. But if you think about the First World War, how many lives did that cost? What was it, 16 million? The Second World War, I think, was in the order of 28. If you take Chairman Mao's reign, you got 40 million dead. And under Stalin,
Stalin was 20, wasn't it, or so?
No, well, if you take the starvation programs, you're looking nearer 50. But again, it depends how you compile the stats. But the point is, what we do know is that more people died of Spanish flu than in any of the First or the Second World Wars or any of those political regimes. And when you've got a spread of between 60 and up to perhaps 90 million, where maybe people were misdiagnosed and they were dying of, I don't know, old age or God knows what. But the common view is that 60 million people died of flu. What is flu? Is my big question. It's a sort of general catch-all for anything that gives you a runny nose, a sore throat, and makes you feel generally lousy.
No, it isn't. It's far more. Flu is more serious than that. You cannot get out of bed when you got flu.
No, I understand that. But the point being, I mean, funny enough, I was having a drink yesterday afternoon with a vet, and I trust the medical opinion of a vet because they have to be better trained and they spend longer in university doing their medical exams because a dog can't talk to you. And his view is, look, the mortality rate, in actual fact, can be, depending on how it's reported, on a segmental analysis. If you are in a vulnerable group and it's a virulent strain of flu, yeah, you're at risk. But how many children have died? I think what's been reported, it's a couple of children, and I think both these kids were suffering of leukemia.
And yes, and that's out of a tally of 3,000 plus. And as you say, with severely
Impaired symptoms,
with big problems
people
already.
with leukemia, generally, a lot of them have treatment that suppresses their immune system.
Absolutely.
Having like bone marrow transplants or whatever. So, they're either living in a bubble where they're not exposed to the external world at all, or they are, they are out in the real world, but their immune systems are severely suppressed anyway. So, the likelihood is they have no defenses to be able to defend themselves against.
So, in actual, it comes back to the point that we were chatting about earlier. At what point has the media been bloody irresponsible because they got nothing else to report on than this pandemic that's going to ravage Europe with a 3.5%?
There's plenty of things to report on. They just don't want to.
Absolutely. Do you know what? We'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah, we will get to that. We'll get to all sorts of that. Just to give you an idea, folks, this is an extended show tonight on YouTube and on Facebook. Wake Up UK, we're with you guys for another hour, and maybe an hour and 10 minutes, basically when Jason wants to cut us off. But I'm going to take some comments as well. Let me just take some comments because I want to. Hopefully, it's going to be a slightly more chilled show tonight, despite the fact that I didn't actually have any sleep last night. Yeah, so these guys can largely carry the show, but hopefully, it's going to be a pretty chilled show and what have you. Right? Okay, so I'm going to take some comments from Wake Up UK and prioritise Wake Up UK a little bit this first hour. Paul, and also in the spiel for the show. There are telephone numbers you can call in, but not till the second half of the show because we're going to want to get through a load of stuff and then take calls and have a bit of a chat and see what you want to talk about. Stuff like Tommy, I imagine, and the policing in the UK being way out of hand and priorities totally skew with. We've got the US election going on. There was all sorts of comedy going on last night with Super Tuesday. We'll probably talk a bit about that. We've got some big stuff going on with the trade deal now that they're actually negotiating it and sitting down, the UK and the EU. We'll talk a little bit about that and some of the bully tactics maybe, and a few other things. I don't know, fish, God knows what. Right.
Ollie, I'm glad you mentioned fish because we ought to discuss it.
But let's keep on with the virus first. But I just want to take a few comments and then I'm going to come back to you guys. Paul Atkins says, to keep it into perspective, people are dying from all sorts of viruses all the time. Trending. Sue, Carol, Anna, Caroline, Paul, Carol, Carl are just saying hi and stuff. And there's not many points there. Paul Atkins does say you can't treat a virus no matter how much it mutates. That's a pretty big point. No.
Well, you can treat a virus actually. The one of the biggest problems that we've actually got is that we've overtreated ourselves with antibiotics and various other drugs that we use to treat these things, and that's why they get more virulent. But you know what? These things occur every century. There is going to be some bug which in actual fact threatens a lot of life. If you think of the bubonic plague, which we can now treat, there was a significant outbreak in France, I think it was in the 18th century, of rabies. We had the same in the 16th century alongside the bubonic plague. And can you imagine getting bubonic plague and rabies in the same week? I mean, you're absolutely stuffed.
Okay. Now,
ring a ring of roses, pocket full of posies, a tissue, we all fall down.
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't protect against rabies. There you go. It's a fact of human life. And what people sort of ignore are some of these tropical diseases like Ebola virus, which hasn't hit Europe, but as soon as it breaks out in Democratic Republic of Congo, we sort of go, oh gosh, it's a terrible shame. And
it was contained. It was contained, and it looked bloody nasty for a while. But it was nonetheless contained, eh?
And well, do you know what? It takes 6 months to actually manufacture the vaccine, which is taken from the tobacco plant. Can you believe? And it has a very short shelf life. So you can't maintain stocks of this vaccine in the event of a further outbreak. So you've got 6 months of this, which kills off quite a few folks. And apparently it's a really horrible pusser's death.
Ebola, horrid, really horrid.
Yeah. But
you die from internal bleeding, don't you? It sort of
liquefies your organs.
Vital organs.
I mean, it's not nice at all. But again, I think you're probably more likely to die of type 1 diabetes or being run over by a bus than you are, frankly, if you're not in a high risk group of this flu. Then the way that the numbers seem to be stacking up is that if you are old, you are susceptible to, for example, diphtheria, which is not that uncommon, or scarlet fever, which breaks out every so often.
Any idea of the comparison with this? Because the age group most at risk are the over 80s, or the older you get, basically. And they reckon that the mortality rate from this for over 80s is 15% from this COVID-19 thing.
Yeah, I must admit, I mean, I don't know how much to fear this thing, but I don't really fear it myself. I'm not worried for myself. I am worried for my parents. I mean, I don't want to lose my parents in such a perverse way. I'd rather they died more conventionally. After having annoyed the fuck out of me.
just out of interest, we've all got to die of something. In your view, and now that you brought that up, and by the way, at this stage, I'm just trying to keep myself in the will. What is a conventional death? The reality is you can go to hospital with a cut finger and then you get some superbug, sepsis, etc., which is becoming much more common in hospitals. What is, in your view, a conventional death? I mean, heart attack, stroke, is that conventional?
Well, I mean, we don't know whether or not this is some sort of bioweapon. I mean, whether or not this has been deliberately released as an agenda-driven thing. Is it to do away with cash? Is it to bring in martial law? I don't know. But if it is something that's been deliberately contrived and put out there, then that's perverse. And I don't want my parents dying of something that's been deliberately
contrived.
There would be enormous benefits for the state, whatever state it is, if the eldest in society were to die.
Well, yes. I mean, let's face it. All our parents' generation voted for Brexit. They're thinking they were talking about pulling out retired doctors, in order to help deal with the crisis. They're all probably Brexit voters as well. Let's just kill off all the Brexit voters, and then hang on a minute. Corona's decimated the opportunities for trade. We'll have to have a rethink. We'll have to have a referendum. Because clearly the dynamics.
You're paraphrasing there. That's not your view. But you don't believe that.
But it's certainly
just clarifying that.
There's no question that this could well be agenda ridden. Who's to say we won't have military on the streets at some point? If this thing really does start to develop.
They're already talking about it. Boris has already said that the military's on standby, and the military is working big time in northern Italy. I understand, for example. I personally don't think it's going to blow up that badly. Pensions is another big thing, isn't it? There would be a massive saving in pension costs. It has to be said. I'm taking this away from just the UK and Brexit, and that is an excellent conspiracy theory. If the likes of Henry Kissinger, who told us that we were useless eaters, and I think specifically was looking at elderly people, talking about them. Ironically, he's about 180 years old now, and probably is only propped up by teenage blood or something, God knows what. But there are these mammoth psychos who have incredible links with China, incidentally. I mean, Kissinger basically opened the door to China and to the Western world trading with this horrid regime all those years back with Nixon. It was him that started it, Kissinger. These kind of Bilderberg type characters, there are a myriad of reasons that this could be a useful. Let's get into some of these.
I think the global economy
is
too far gone for them to make it to reap any real benefit from curtailing the need to pay pensions. I mean, I think the Federal Reserve is printing something like, or producing £100 billion worth of funny money almost every day, just to sort of pay off the interest on the debt that they're trying to suspend. I mean, it's something astronomically absurd, and one thing that could be brought into effect, some global reason for a sort of financial meltdown. This corona vehicle could be used as such. I mean, the whole system.
Be more specific. Be more specific. You're talking about a global currency. You're talking about leading us in the direction of a new world order, of a one world government. No, a kind of Agenda 2030 type idea.
Well, no. I mean, I think that their plans have been thwarted to a certain degree. I mean, I believe that they only thought that they had to keep the whole system propped up for a finite amount of time, and that's why they've been decimating the natural world and literally printing money out of thin air like it's going out of fashion, because they know that there's something going to happen. Something's due, some sort of natural event that will cause trouble on Earth. That they've been ultimately preparing for. I mean, the BBC had a series on called Hard Sun, which was this sort of series, drama, about the sun letting off an EMP. And I've read extensively elsewhere about the legitimacy of this impending event. And it seems to be written in many ancient texts from various parts of the world. This idea that there's some sort of cyclical solar event that occurs on a sort of almost a 25,000 year basis, and they know it's coming. They don't know how severe it's going to be, but they've been literally in a sort of contingency mode for the last few decades, and they've been.
Piers, we're getting slightly off track.
Yeah.
I mean, what might have been written on the side of a pyramid? Predicting, doom and gloom. I don't think is the basis for the creation of a flu virus, which could affect anyone. And but
on the other hand, I don't know, because
it's as a form of control. The reason is because people are waking up more rapidly than they can contain. They thought they'd be able to keep the lid on things for longer, keep it for longer, and now people are really beginning to wake up in great swathes, and so they're having trouble maintaining the illusion, of normality. The fact that people are now waking up to the fact that the global economy is severely compromised, and the fact that the environment is severely compromised, and there's nothing they can do to stop people realizing that now. So they have to.
Who exactly? I've always wondered when you refer to they.
Well, the likes of the Bilderbergers. I mean, I do believe that
the deep state. I think what Trump would call the deep state. No.
Yeah, exactly.
So basically, the Democrats these days, but also the old GOP, the grand old party, the Republicans. Which has been largely reformed. Before Trump was even president, he broke the GOP. And now, hold on, let me finish this mini rant. Off the back of the Mueller investigation, which failed, into trying to get something on Trump, Ukraine, Biden connected with that. They didn't obviously cover that. And then the impeachment subsequently, and him being acquitted, Trump, he is now very, very powerful. But he has essentially broken both these two parties. Nonetheless, CIA, FBI, both parties absolutely riven. And the media, my God, look at it. Riven with, if you like, deep state globalists, basically. Globalists. Or I would call them globalist fascists.
I think,
what's your take on that, Rodders? You think we're getting a bit
I think you're getting too conspiratorial.
Why?
I'll explain. I'll explain why.
Go on.
If you look, there have been a number of operations. If you look at the hostage rescue in Tehran, if you recall that, where the American special forces turn up and all the helicopters crashed into each other. Now, you can't blame the CIA or the Bilderbergs for that. It's sheer incompetence.
Yeah, but you could argue, but much bigger examples that, for example, 9/11. Why was NORAD stood down that day? This was the day that changed all of it. No, let me just finish this point, and then you can come back, because the example you gave, I don't think was very good. I'll give you an example of a global changing false flag, Bay of Tonkin, that started Vietnam, admitted that it was a fake by the Secretary of the Defense Minister in the States.
I'm not familiar
years
with that.
later. And so far as 9/11 is concerned, I'm still waiting for somebody to explain to me what happened with Building 7, for the simple reason that I read the 9/11 Commission report, and that building that fell into its footprint wasn't mentioned a single time. And there were loads of... I'm just saying that there are potentially dark forces, the kind of forces that Trump has been talking about since he was on the campaign trail on his soapbox, and who are apparently still in play and very, very possibly trying to destabilize him. Now, the theory about what Piers is really alluding to with this maybe being a man-made virus is that it was conceived, be it, I don't know, there's some professor at Harvard or something that's been arrested in the States, some collusion there with the Chinese. I've no idea whether it does have a direct link. The timing was interesting. Other people are saying that this was somehow manipulated, this virus, in one of those two biological warfare laboratories in Wuhan. Whether or not there's any truth to it, I've no idea. But we do know that these globalists have lost their trajectory because of Brexit and because of the election of Donald Trump. And apparently they want to, I don't know, the argument is that they're trying to get it back, and they're using this virus maybe as a means to help them to do that. Corner tiger stuff.
I can tell you from a purely economic point of view, if you wipe out, we have an aging population across Europe. If you take the birth rate, call it at 2.2, the Muslims are at 4.6 or 7 or what it is. So it means that there's a burden on the younger generation to support elderly people during the unproductive period of their lives. So, basically by knocking off all the geriatrics and, the old timers, will save every economy an absolute mint. But I don't believe that in actual fact, there's some dark force which has created a new genocide, which would go well beyond, the concentration camps, for the purpose of knocking out old people. I just think that's ridiculous.
Well, do you believe that 9/11 was a false flag, Rodders, or do you believe it's the official kind of version of that event? Because I do genuinely believe that was a false flag event, that they pulled those towers down. It was blamed on Muslim terrorists. If you actually research it properly, it does look very, very fishy indeed. And if they are prepared to kill 3,000 innocent people as sort of collateral damage in order to achieve a bigger agenda,
in front of people's eyes.
Well, hang on. They're prepared to do that.
Carry on, Piers.
Then they would be easily prepared to release some sort of weaponized virus. But
Rodder's point is it wouldn't benefit them because it would destroy the economy. But what would you say to that, Piers?
What, the coronavirus has been designed to kill the economy?
No. Rodders is saying that there wouldn't be any benefit, any financial benefit of releasing this thing if it's going to destroy the global economy.
Go on. I believe
that's not what I said. I said in actual fact, there is a huge economic benefit to knocking off people who are no longer productive. There is an enormous benefit.
Useless eaters.
Yeah, all right. Well, listen, I don't think that the benefits will I don't believe the benefits will be sufficient. I believe that the global economy is teetering on the brink and has been for a long time. And they've been propping the whole thing up artificially for years. And they are reaching the point where they can no longer do it. And therefore, they have to come up with some excuse in order to justify the crashing of the global economy. They cannot keep it propped up any longer. The printing of money, fiat currency, just printing money out of thin air cannot go on any longer. We're at a 0 point interest rate position, negative interest rate position. They are literally printing money out of thin air just to pay off the interest on the massive debt volume. They can't manage the whole thing any longer. The stock market is grossly overinflated.
I'd agree with that.
The price of stock is literally in fantasy land. Everything. All these blue chip stocks are massively overvalued. The whole thing has to be adjusted. But there's so much debt in the system now that literally there has to be some sort of write down done. They won't be able to sustain it for much longer. This is the problem they have. They've been lying to us all for ever since the 2008 crash, and they've been propping the whole thing up, literally just printing money out of thin air, and they can't do it any longer.
Piers, it's not the first time. Let's be very clear. If we want to talk about economic history, if we go back to 1972 and the petrodollar boom and the creation of debt that was given to third world countries by the theory was emanated from Milton Friedman, who I had the great pleasure of meeting, funny enough, when I was at university, when I wasn't, getting drunk and shaggy. And the idea is you had a massive increase in liquidity, theoretical, which was absorbed by the American banks, and massive amounts of debt were created, gearing on the balance sheets to lend to South America, Brazil, Argentina, developing countries, on the basis that there'd be a trickle-down effect, and it was a good way of deploying banks' assets, and it would all be great. And what did it lead to? It led to a huge stock market, a global recession. The stock market crash of 1973, Wall Street, and in particular London, because of course the European stock markets were a complete irrelevance at that point. They've always been a bit of a joke, which is what I find so funny about the financial sort of argument re Brexit. And the world recovered. And what you're talking about, quantitative easing, it's not the first time it's happened. You go to the photocopier and you print a bunch of banknotes. And lo and behold, you buy in national debt. And let's face it, when countries moved away in the 1960s from the gold standard, which is what we did and the Americans did, ultimately, you're moving the financial goalposts into pure confidence in currencies and economies, as opposed to being supported by a physical stock of gold that people felt that they could value a currency by.
Let's take a few comments here and see what people have got to say about this. Sarah Boland says Europe is actually decreasing its population. It's Africa and the Far East who are exploding the population of the planet and coming to Europe, absolutely, as we know, on the Greek border right now. Erdogan is saying that he's going to release 3 million Syrians into Europe via Greece. Right now, as we speak, Tim Bulmer says Chinese doctors are treating the coronavirus patients with massive doses of vitamin C. The MSM have omitted this cure. I think there's a lot to be said for just having a balanced diet and all that. Amen Yazd says, how dare people pay for a pension all their lives and actually start claiming that pension. I think he's being sarcastic, bless him. Leigh Hollands, it's good to see you guys around. I tell you, you're so lazy. You never came over to YouTube, did you? Actually, I think Lee, you might have done. But yeah, not many of you. It's good to see your chivvies around on Facebook. I'm reading Facebook comments now. Lee Holland says, cashless society, virus, contamination excuse. Now, that is another huge conspiracy theory, which Sarah Boland earlier on Facebook, I was having a chat with her, and I think Piers was having a chat with her as well about, she mentioned a few points. That was one of them. Is this not yet another example? We're seeing it in the media. They're saying, cash, notes and all that carry coronavirus, which they probably do, actually, unless they're plastic, in which case maybe you can wipe them off. I think the new fibers and all that are plastic, aren't they? You should be able to wipe them off.
They're much easier to launder these days.
They do want. So this is a question to you guys. Piers first, and then Rodders, you can contest. They do they not? They have been driving an agenda for a cashless society, and that is extraordinarily important to us. It's one of the last liberties that we have, is the independence to pay cash, and for some busybody in government not to know exactly what we're spending our money on or where. Because why should they know? Piers.
Yeah, no, absolutely it is an agenda, and it'll probably be brought into effect sooner rather than later, where cash will be abandoned, and it will mean that if you question your government or take a standpoint against their mantra or the general consensus, they can switch you off. They'll be able to stop your means of paying for anything instantly. Which will render your capacity for independence and self-sustenance moot. You won't be able to survive unless you've got a croft somewhere and you're growing your own veg. I mean, so it will give them an extra angle of power that is, considerably greater than the one that they currently have with cash in society. I mean, obviously, there is a lot of money that is made off book, through the cash process. Lots of the corner shops in London or shops in London prefer cash because they can obviously, not declare it to the taxman. So there are incentives to sort of, in that respect, that enable people to earn some money that's not going to be declared to the taxman. And I say to them, good luck, because bloody taxman takes too much from us already. But it's this other rather more sinister. It's this other rather more sinister aspect that is to do with control. And if we don't have cash, then we have no autonomy at all. You speak out and then.
Well, if we're chipped, when we get to the stage, and you could argue that we already are, because your credit cards are chipped, but it's a different kind, an RFID chip. If they basically have us all, and some people are queuing around the block because they're being given a cash incentive to have a chip in some places in Europe. Some companies are promoting it. And if we were to be chipped, then potentially they could turn off the money supply, couldn't they? So it's not just about being cashless, it's going one step further. And it's not just being subservient to banks, i.e. Servile, what's the word? Slaves! That's it, slaves to banks. It's not just that, it goes further, doesn't it? You are slave to a regime that if you're out of line, they won't just give you a Facebook ban, they'll turn off your money supply. And you can't do anything.
Okay, there's a rather more fundamental point, which I think we ought to discuss. There are two schools of thought. If you're in London, there's more CCTV in the UK, not quite as much as Monaco, but I think we're the most heavily monitored. Our mobile phones, if you look at modern investigative techniques, from the old bill, you can triangulate your movements, your Oyster card, and you won't have one where you are in Spain, but your Oyster card in London actually is a tracking device.
I do have one for when I'm in London, but carry on.
Oh, okay. Well, look, the point is that as a philosophical point of view, do we believe in basic human rights and freedoms and not to be?
It's okay, Rodders.
Hang on.
Let me just correct you there, because I think that's not quite the balanced approach, is it? Because it's okay to have credit cards potentially. I was going to say, but to have the choice of paying with cash is the issue.
Hang on. Most of these regulations have been brought in to prevent crime. That's the headline banner. And one person in the pub will say, "Oh, the hell with that. I've got my basic rights and I will not be controlled. My basic human freedoms are being usurped." Now, another person in the same boozer will say, "Well, if you're innocent, why do you mind this surveillance and the ability to track criminals down?" Which side of the...
Rodders, that's under the pretext that you trust the powers of the government. You see, I mean, this only works if you can underline this whole thing with the assurance that the people that are in government are working on your behalf. They're not.
And democracy. You're absolutely right. The point is that most of my Eastern European friends are absolutely terrified of people in uniforms and authority. Because when you've been brought up in a regime that was so authoritarian and controlling. I mean, I was in Kiev in 1989 when perestroika had just been announced. And it was dear old Gorbachev, who is a great hero of mine for having achieved what he did. And I actually queued up with a bunch of mates in Kiev for a food shop just to see what it was like to queue, for 1.5 hours to get a loaf of bread, which we actually handed to someone else because obviously, we didn't need the loaf of bread. But do you know what? If you cross the road at any place other than the zebra crossing, it was an arrestable offence. If you look at the Stalin method of government, it was all about control. And I agree with you in terms of we've allowed our democracy to get so out of hand with politicians who haven't got a clue what they're doing, where they introduce regulation after regulation that reduces the rights of humanity. And it makes me absolutely mad. My camp is allow me to make my decisions. If I break the law, then catch up with me, but don't control me like a helicopter parent. You know what I mean by the helicopter?
Well, I mean, I think that this globalization agenda, this new world order, this Bilderberg philosophy is that because the human population is growing exponentially almost. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that the population hit 7 billion, and now we're at, I think, 7.8. I mean, it's literally grown nearly 1 billion in less than 10 years. I mean, it's out of control. The population is growing so rapidly with the current infrastructure and methodologies that for growing food and the way the supermarkets and the big corporations sell this stuff to us, packaged in all this crap, this plastic and all the rest of it. I mean, it's unsustainable. And so the only way they can save us is to save us from ourselves, and that's what they ultimately believe. So,
it comes back to this sort of and we keep talking about Bilderberg. I think we need to move away from that. For example, if you look at how the British supermarket chains, Tesco's, Waitrose, what's the other one, Morrison's, they've been decimated by the Germans with the introduction of Aldi and Lidl, who are introducing, in actual fact, recyclable packaging and packaging which is perishable, made out of natural products. So I don't believe that for a moment. And I think it's erroneous to keep referring to Bilderberg and they as being some kind of massive extension of Blofeld or Austin Powers, enemy, Dr. Evil. I don't know. We've covered
the deep state, whether people believe in it or not. I think the POTUS seems to, because he keeps banging on about it. I mean, we're still waiting for some arrests. We do know that there are things going on, like, for example, now, off the back of Mueller and the impeachment being, and now it's Trump's turn, really, now. And we are seeing...
But hang on.
Hold on, let me finish, Rodders. Let me finish, because you're saying that there isn't something going on, and I'm giving evidence that there is. And he is now, with AG Barr, the Attorney General Barr, William Barr, they are beginning to investigate some of the things going on. The Senate now, which Trump seems to have a pretty good control of, at least the Republican contingent of it, which is just fractionally the majority of it, is now beginning to investigate Biden's alleged cronyism and corruption in cahoots with his son in Ukraine, which was never brought up in that impeachment. But go on, Piers, go on.
Well, no, Hillary is, there's a lawsuit against Hillary Clinton now.
She has to testify now about that mail server. So there are things that are beginning to come out. But so it's not just the POTUS talking necessarily. Look, I want to take some comments here, because I'm getting...
Ollie, before you do, I would just like to respond. Say, look,
they should be.
Go on. All these things are happening, and I agree with your analysis. POTUS is actually draining the swamp. The most important thing is we've allowed to exist a professional class of politician who feel entitled to manage our lives. And these are people who've never actually, on the whole, built a business or done anything really productive. And that professional class, they feel emboldened and entitled and empowered whilst we do nothing.
Career bloody politicians.
Yeah, exactly. How do these people who've never run businesses or have any true experience in life got into these positions?
We allow them to.
Cronyism.
We allow them to. We're too bloody lazy to say, no, we need a better class of politicians.
I disagree. I don't think you can attain high office in this world unless you're part of the club. I mean...
That's what Colin said. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
Diane Abbott.
Okay. Hold on. Before we get into Marxist idiots like Diane Abbott, let me take some comments. Let me please service these wonderful people that have bothered to tune in. And so, for example, over on, and I will come onto YouTube in a bit, but Wake Up UK, Anna says that she went to the hospital today. I coughed once, and geez, the looks you get. Leslie Green, we are all trapped into slavery by the birth certificate and the fake Federal Reserve currency, fiat currency, which is unlawful. We must collapse the Federal Reserve and lock up the Rothschilds for the sake of humanity. Okay, look, don't be triggered, guys, because I want to get through some more comments, please. Paul Atkins says antibiotics is for bacterial, not viruses. All they can do is give you paracetamol for high temperature. As I understand it, that's the case. Leslie Green says the robber barons are working on the next stage of the plan to get rid of paper money. We will all be chipped, and the stupid will sign up for it. When you step out of line, they will switch off your chip. Hey presto, no food, no anything. I want to take some comments from Facebook as well. Stephen Tannis Pullen says, like I said, they are thinning us out. And rude word. Sarah Boland, they want a population cull. Our population is now 8 billion, double what it was 50 years ago. David Laddie says, is the economy not already destroyed? And yeah, David, I mean, I know that you've been watching daily Brexit for years, and I've been. It seems to me, I've been saying this for years. They're just spinning the plates. They've got more and more plates, like in a circus or something, and they're spinning these damn things. And how they keep them spinning, it's just we know it was QE was the last thing, but there is a difference now with the economy. And what was it? It lost 13% last week. I think it's gained something back in the last day or so, but. They have reduced they don't have any cushion now. The interest rates are so damn low. The Fed did reduce interest rates 2 days ago or something as a response to last week
It was
But yeah, that's all they can do. They've got no margin to play with. And so it's so fragile. I would have thought. We'll go. Okay. And Arthur Burton says 9/11 was a money-making scam, and the breakdown of the walls to Islam. That's something we might come on to a little bit later. We're going to be talking about the injustice meted out to Tommy Robinson by his account, and the fact that we don't really hear what the deal is with the other side because the police seem to have ignored it. We'll be coming on to that, and maybe we'll segue into this topic a little bit. And Amanda Rolson says, have you noticed that these people who have supposedly died from this disease, no names, no ages, one chap on the Princess, that boat, was British, basically a floating Petri dish, was British, so we are told, one of the victims. What happened to the chap that was filming and letting the world know what was happening on the ship? I shared one of his posts on Daily Breaks. Why has he stopped filming? Where is he and his wife? Well, he and his wife were stricken. I don't know whether or not it was one of them that succumbed. I understand that it was somebody else, but I don't know what's happened to them. I don't know whether they've still got a YouTube channel and are putting updates on there. Maybe somebody could let us know in the comments. But I agree with you, Amanda. There has been some secrecy, at least, about who was this British national. I don't think it was that guy and his wife that were posting the videos on YouTube and that made a direct plea to Richard Branson, some of you will remember, to fly them all out and back home to Blighty. I don't think it was, because they are British residents. Whereas apparently the guy that was British that died was a British migrant living somewhere else. I don't call them expats because hopefully they're still patriotic. And last comment from Charlotte Jameson says, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I'm not going to sing it yet. Dear Amanda Thompson. Dear Amanda Thompson, God bless you, darling. Happy birthday to you.
Ollie?
Would
Ollie,
give you the bumps,
it's your birthday
but I'm
today.
too tired. And so, yeah, happy birthday, Amanda.
Not his birthday. It's Amanda Thompson's birthday. Happy
It's
birthday,
Amanda
Amanda.
Thompson's.
Happy birthday, Amanda. Absolutely.
Yeah, so basically, okay, so it seems to me, having spoken to you guys, that actually what we're seeing in the media is not fear-mongering. It's actually pretty balanced in terms of the amount of column inches that are being dedicated to this thing. This thing really is serious, and we just have to be, and we just have to be very philosophical about it, Piers.
Well, it's not the hell out of the Iranian administration. I mean, they're letting, apparently, according to the press, they're letting 50,000 jailbirds out of prison.
Oh, yeah. That's it, the jailbird release.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't, I mean...
23 Iranian ministers have come down with coronavirus, apparently. 23 Iranian ministers. That's what I read in some rag.
Just knock the hell out of Persians or something. I don't.
Well, it's because they all frequent the same brothel, And I've got to say, today, one of the few advantages of being a smoker is I've got quite a hearty smoker's cough. And all I had to do was go into a coughing fit. And it got me straight to the front of the queue at Waitrose. Everyone else buggered off.
Oh, Rodders.
Sorry. I just thought I'd just...
No, thank goodness, man. Thank goodness for a bit of gallows humour. Right, I'm going to take some comments from YouTube as well. And then we Steve B says, in second term, I predict Trump will federalize the Fed. Because at the moment it's about as federal as Federal Express, yeah? It ain't. It's a private company, as we know, set up in 1913 with an act of parliament that was passed the day before Christmas Eve when nobody was there to vote against it. And there is a lot of some interesting theories about some opponents to the setting up of the Federal Reserve sailing on the Titanic the year
Well,
before.
hang on a sec. Which Federal Reserve Bank are you talking about? Because don't forget, you've got several.
Yeah, I think he's talking about Trump. So he's talking about the U.S. Fed.
Well, don't forget, you've got the New York Federal Reserve Bank.
Yeah,
you've got one in California. So you've got several on a regional basis, which are autonomous. So when we talk about Federal Reserve
and
banks,
all private, Rodders, no?
The answer is yeah, but you've got to be very specific about which one you're talking about.
Yeah, but they're all tied in together. I mean, they're all part of some sort of umbrella organization.
They are part of a federation, but they are autonomous.
Yeah, but there's
they have
nothing
to
really federal about them at all. They're not government owned. I mean, the government borrow money from the Federal Reserve. You know, the Federal Reserve is a coterie of private banking institutions that lend money to the American government at interest. That's the way it's set up for over 100 years.
If you want the ultimate conspiracy theory, it's the German gold which is held in Fort Knox by the Americans that the Americans refuse to hand over to Germany despite repeated requests. And there's an annual inspection where some German officials turn up at Fort Knox and they're allowed to see one room filled with ingots, which is their gold, but not the rest of it.
Well, I don't think there's any gold in Fort Knox. I mean, there's another theory that when the Communist People's Revolution occurred in China, when Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong were at loggerheads and the Communist People's Revolution took place. I mean, prior to that, when the Imperial Chinese had been ruling for centuries, the Silk routes had been open between East and West for centuries, and that most of the commerce had been conducted in physical gold, which the Chinese imperialists had amassed, great quantities of this stuff. And when the communists got in power, they didn't want the communists getting hold of their imperial gold, so they sequestered it away in places like Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and that has been sat in these sort of bunkers. And a lot of apparently the American administration were issuing bonds on the back of Chinese gold positions, and a lot of these bonds, paid for a lot of the infrastructure in the United States, but they were kind of deliberately errors on the bonds that would sort of nullify them. And it's apparently, I mean, if the real amount of gold came into circulation, it would probably kill the global debt. And one of the reasons why there's been so much activity in the South China Sea, namely around Indonesia and the Philippines, is because they've been trying to get their hands on these hidden resources that have been, sequestered away since Imperial Chinese that collapsed in the early part of the 20th century.
Funny enough, Scripophily is a bit of a hobby of mine.
What on earth is that? Scripophily? It sounds like a board game.
Scripophily.
Scripophily
is enthusiasm for bond and share certificates. So, for example, one of the most.
I thought you were going to say bondage.
No, that's a separate hobby.
Right.
No, but for example, the original certificates. I mean, a major collector's item is that the original share certificates were signed off by the chairman or the chief executive of the company. So you had an original signature on the actual certificate. One of the ones that I do want in my collection is an original IPO share signed by Hugh Hefner for Playboy Enterprises when they floated. One of the most valuable, by the way, is one of the original Standard Oil share certificates that was signed by John D. Rockefeller.
Okay, look, so, we're going way off topic, and I want to bring it back a wee bit. That's fascinating, but it would have been more so had scripophily been something to do with bondage.
It's a great word.
It is. Now, Charles Ernest Spencer, God bless him, says Turkey is claiming to have killed over 3,000 Syrian soldiers in the last few days.
In Libya.
More killed there than with this virus. And It's a pretty good point. I mean, that's another thing about this, isn't it? This virus, like, I don't know, Meghan Markle or Love Island, sad about the death. But you know what? I mean, all of these things are just distractions, really, Is this virus, Brexit, you could argue, there were so many things that were not discussed, such as, for example, the fact that Europe's cultures have been usurped over the course of the last, this whole Coudenhove-Kalergi type thing. Where is the attention to, for example, what this guy Erdogan is doing in Syria at the moment, waging war against the Kurds?
Oh, hang on. Okay, so in actual fact, we're because what Erdogan has done is he's actually recruited about 1,000 Syrian soldiers to go into Libya to protect the UN approved government against General Haftar in the east of Libya, where civil war is basically broken out. So you're talking about the murder of Kurds, not Syrians.
Yes, that's right. But they are presumably are technically Syrian citizens. No. But yes, they're Kurds. But the fact is, where is the coverage of all that? I imagine that you know that because of your links to military people, Rodders, no? But most of us are not hearing anything, or very, very little.
It's absolutely appalling, in actual fact, what our media don't report upon, and you're absolutely spot on that. And we're all trussed up with the Love Island bird. It's a great shame that she decided to step off the edge and say goodbye to the world. But the column inches that have been given to Caroline Flack versus seismic events in the Middle East, human tragedy that occurs in Libya, which I'm quite close to at the moment for a variety of reasons, and it's simply not covered. Starvation programs.
I want just quickly, because we're going to say goodbye to the folks at Wake Up UK in just a minute, and so before we do, I just want to very, very quickly read something that I wrote a couple of nights ago to introduce something which is also being covered up by the mainstream media, the fake stream media, and I think the story it explains itself. I wrote this 20 hours ago, apparently. I just read the Tommy Robinson. I can say the name now. If I print it on Facebook, I get banned. I get jailed for a month or whatever. Anyway, I just read, maybe they'll listen to this and then they'll kick me off anyway. I just read the Tommy Robinson story in the Daily Mail. Maybe they can use his name without getting banned. I know from personal experience that I cannot. The emphasis, the spin, is on his reaction when detaining the suspect, glossing over the reason why. Remarkably, Daily Mail doesn't even mention that his daughter told police she had been molested and that the police shrugged that off, ignoring a serious allegation and aloof to the curious fact there were 3 family-free, single, middle-aged men in a family resort packed full of kids, without any questions, far less examining the suspect's mobile phones. The cause deserved some print. Tommy Robinson's cause and effect. So did the effect that it caused him to lash out or to try and restrain this guy, according to him. So did the piteous response deserve some print from the police officers whose duty it is supposed to be to serve and protect. Tommy Robinson was the only one, at least by his account, which deserves to be scrutinised in the usual way as well, protecting the vulnerable. Daily Mail ignored that entirely. Daily Mail, I'm quoting them, Tommy Robinson smacked a man in the face and was arrested, charged him with common assault, adding that Tommy Robinson believed the man had committed an offence. That's as far as they went. They used one other word to describe what Tommy Robinson, the altercation, incident. That was the only reference. They didn't mention the alleged child abuse at all, or nor even remotely hint on it. The rest of the article is a hit piece designed to villainise the guy that tried to alert the UK to precisely the problem with mass rape and murder gangs that the likes of Gordon Brown's government were complicit in assisting. All on record.
Well, listen, it was probably a setup, Ollie. You know, he was at Centre Parks with his family.
Why can't the media be honest about this? Why can't they look at both sides of the story?
Because we don't have an honest media. It's very simple, Ollie. We don't have an honest media.
Is a danger to the establishment. You know, he's highlighting things they do not want highlighting. So they will do anything to destroy him. And if it means sending a few guys into Centre Parks with a mission to touch his daughter's bottom, then that's probably what they did. And then they stirred the cauldron.
Piers, just very briefly, we'll carry on with this. I'm going to interrupt just very briefly to say, wake up UK, God bless you. I'll see you next Wednesday.
Oh, damn busters. Damn busters.
No, we're going to carry on. But wake up UK, you got Dave Hong Kong Simpson is coming on. God bless him. And kind regards to Dave. So I'll see you guys next week. And I hope that I serviced your comments as best I could. And kind regards. And big cheers to you, Jason. Now, we're going to carry on and keep this show going on Facebook and YouTube because there is so much to cover. And I was very pleased to, you guys were happy to do this as well tonight and to hopefully have a slightly more chilled second half. And if people want to call in, the numbers are in the spiel for the post. Please, the number's there. Give us a bell and we'll patch you in and hear what you've got to say as well. This Tommy Robinson thing, I'm going to continue a little bit of what I wrote here because it says there's another side to this, which kind of concurs with what you guys said, but have some cheer. And this is why I'm tapping this post. If you run a search for that story in the Daily Mail, which I cannot link there because then the post would get banned by Facebook. Read the top comments. Read the comments. They, together with their corresponding up and down tick, show that Joe Public knows the score about the mainstream media. The public, including me, I might add, have woken up to reality over the last 3 years about, for example, the truth about Tommy Robinson and the fact that he was trying to expose this horrendous epidemic of child gang rape and murder. And indeed, on the other side of that, as I said, but let me just finish this quickly. The comments tell a far more important story than does the paper. And so people are seeing through fake stream. No?
Yeah. Well, do you know what? I think most people now have been so inundated, with Facebook and YouTube, I mean, God knows what, that actually we've lost faith in conventional media. Who do we trust? Who do we actually believe in? And it's funny how, if we come back to Trump, the American people, voted for a man who is straight speaking, not to everyone's liking when he's not grabbing cats. Well, I was going to say, grabbing pussy, but I thought,
Well, it's only a quote. I mean, that's what he said, grab him by the pussy or whatever, apparently.
Grab him by the pussy.
But, I mean, that's it. That's the only thing that he's done wrong, apparently, apart from looking like a walk-in in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory or something.
Yeah,
one of the
but the point is, I think we're so disillusioned with our professional political class and, in actual fact, the media, where we feel betrayed. Because, in actual fact, a number of stories sometimes leak out and we think, well, actually, this should have been reported sooner, like the grooming gangs, Rotherham, Bradford, Huddersfield, etc., etc. It's like, the public should have been aware of that. That's a public interest story. Why hasn't the media done it? Why haven't our politicians dealt with it? So I think there's a healthy distrust, and I think that's what led to the great election victory for Boris. And, we've discussed Boris at length in terms of can he be trusted. Well, he's just announced he will deploy the Royal Navy to patrol our fishing waters. I can't think of a better gesture than that as a big to the EU. Sorry, hang on a sec. I'm not sure you quite got it. There we go. EU, you've got the Royal Navy to deal with to protect our fishing territory. That's a pretty hardcore stance, which Theresa May would never have taken.
It could just be bluster and sound bites and headline grabbing, commentary.
Well, Piers, I tell you what, if he doesn't follow it up, that's his political graveyard. So not to have patrol boats. And don't forget, we've got to give the Royal Navy something to do when they're not on exercise. So instead of take them off exercise and put them in the North Sea and put them in the, our fishing territory. If you say something as drastic as that and you don't do it, can you imagine Margaret Thatcher telling the Argentinians, right, we're sending a task force down to, the Falklands, and then us not turning up on the day? I mean, it's simply not going to happen.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, and he has just his selection of various politicians. I mean, Priti Patel being an example.
I think she's brilliant.
I'm liking her more and more because I mean, look at the way this establishment goon, what's his name, Sir Philip Rutnam or whatever his name is,
Philip the Rotter.
Well, yeah, the way he's sort of had a proper good moan about being bullied by Priti. I mean,
being bullied. I mean, for God's sake, if you've been to school, everyone's been bullied at some point in their lives, and that's what education is about. I don't understand how an adult can feel bullied. You can be assaulted. That's a slightly different type of bullying. But someone said something that was a bit nasty to me, and I feel bullied. It's like, you know what? And you are the senior civil servant. Oh, fuck. Yeah, but I mean, really, it's a nonsense.
It is a complete nonsense. I mean, I think she is fully aware of the problems that this country faces, and is very much on board with trying to solve these problems, and
sees the civil service as a big part of the problem. Piers, no, she wants to reform the civil service apparently, and this is what that's all about. This is a fight. This is like deep state again. Deep state fight.
Well, I mean, this is the thing about Boris. I always thought that he was sort of deep state, but kind of like being forced to sort of act for the better because of the compromised position that he's in. I mean,
backed himself into a corner. You could argue.
How do you mean he's compromised? In what way is he compromised?
Well, because I think the Americans have a lot of evidence about things like our Secret Service, meddling with. Coming up with false dossiers, helping to create false dossiers of evidence against, Russian collusion evidence against Trump, to try and stop him from getting elected in 2016. I think Trump has all the evidence of this in the foreign intelligence documents, and he's using it as leverage against us, in the sense that he's sort of threatening Boris and saying, if you don't play ball and strike a good deal with us and see Brexit happen, as the British people want, because let's face it, Trump is not pro-European.
And what's wrong with that?
Then I
would do exactly. I would do exactly the same. That's called deal making. And
well, it is. But I think Trump has a hell of a lot of potentially very embarrassing stuff that he could release about British political machinations and Boris has got his hands tied a bit, but having said that, I don't know, I mean, yeah, maybe he does have his hands tied and he's having to employ the likes of Priti and Dominic Cummings and all these people.
I think Dominic Cummings is an absolute saint and a genius. He doesn't put up with any nonsense, and the advice that he's given Number 10, and he will not be deterred by these senior mandarins in the civil service, and it's these senior mandarins who are being weeded out from the top down, which is
and that's what needs to happen. Why they're all whining and crying, because they've all been put in there by the likes of Tony Blair. The whole system has been totally corrupted, because all these people in positions of seniority, are all singing from the same hymn sheet. I mean, you talk about agenda ridden. I mean, senior mandarins within our own government are horrendously agenda ridden and pro Europe and pro the EU and all the rest of it.
But yet, Piers, let's not forget that what the mantra of the civil service is merely to execute the wishes of the ministers that they serve under, who have been democratically elected. But as we know from any episode of Yes Minister or Yes Prime Minister, Sir Humphrey Appleby, I think was his name, they actually do have their own agenda, and they seem to think that they run the country. And when my father was a government minister in the House of Lords, he felt very much led, or he felt that they were trying to lead him. My father was quite belligerent, which was the civil service. Well, you wonder where I get it from. They lead ministers by the nose in the politest terms, and as soon as you put them under thumb, that's when typically you get a government reshuffle if you don't have a strong prime minister. Margaret Thatcher, by the way, I mean, she kept the civil service absolutely under her control. She did.
But the civil service wasn't politicised then. It was politicised, as was the judiciary, as well, Rodders. Hold on, Piers. Sent you into clink by Tony Blair, who introduced the Supreme Court.
Funny enough, do you know what? Actually, Ollie, the rot set in under John Major. That's when things started to change.
Yeah, no, he was a right.
Is a globalist. John Major is a Bilderberg globalist. Thatcher wasn't. She said no to European legislation, and was what led to her downfall. They knew that Thatcher wasn't going to play ball with the whole idea of a federal Europe, and Major was one of these plants, and he was brought in, and she was deposed, and. But Thatcher herself, her private secretary, Peter Morrison, was a pederast and a prudent pederast, and she clearly knew about it and did nothing. What the hell's going on?
Well, she spent 11 Christmases with Jimmy Savile. 11 Christmases. She spent with Jimmy bloody Savile. He was spending Christmas at Chequers.
Telling me that her intelligence detail didn't know what Savile was up to.
So she was an odd one, wasn't she? Because in many ways, she was a brilliant PM. And in other ways, she was a rotten PM because she wasn't looking after the kids.
Well, did I tell you guys that I've actually got a medal for meritorious conduct that I had when I was 12, and the medal was pinned on my chest by Major General Sir Philip Ward, but the person who gave the speech on St George's Day in church was Jimmy Savile, who sprinkled us with holy water. I mean.
Water sports? I wouldn't surprise me. He was a necrophiliac and all the rest of it, wasn't he? Look,
Jim will fix it. And I thought the guy...
Did he fix it for you?
I was 12, along with two other lads who were given medals. And, don't forget, we're in a church with...
Jim will fix it badges?
Well, no, he gave the most fantastic speech honouring us. And
he was ordered. He was given it was with the Pope as well. What was he given? The Maltese Cross or something? Or was that a film?
The thing is, he was so passable. He explained why it was essential for him to have a Rolls Royce Corniche. So when he picked up children with difficulties, and you can't make it up now.
He wanted to give them a treat.
Do you know what? That's exactly what he said. Yeah. He said, I make them feel special. And I thought, look, and in hindsight, I can remember almost word for word what because I was so impressed by him. I thought, it's Jimmy Savile. It's Jim will fix it. And here I am wearing my medal. And, And he's giving a speech in our honour.
Look, hold that thought, and we'll carry on from there. We're going to go around the houses now, and hopefully some people are going to call in. But it is half time, and I need a pee. And you know what? Also, I thought we've been quite serious, and we'll continue to be so, because guess what? Things are, the whatnot is hitting the fan and all that. So we probably will continue to be. But I did think that we would just have a couple of minutes of a bit of fun. I'll take a pee. I'm going to get a bottle of wine as well, frankly. And if you guys want to, whatnot. But anyway, I just thought it would be quite nice, in honour of Rodders. This is when Facebook cuts us off for copyright. They might pause the audio, but it'll come back.
You must, and by the way, Ollie, it's very disrespectful to talk over the Dam Busters March.
Oh yes, you're right, sir. You're right. 2 minutes.
This is the best version.
In the first.
That was for you, Rodders. Well, it's for everybody.
Right. Yeah.
God, Ollie, you managed to pee quite quickly there. I mean, Ollie,
oh, sorry. That was going on to Land of Hope and Glory. Carry on, Piers. Yeah, no, not bad.
Oh, another great one.
We'll play that at the end, mate.
I mean, the amount of times I've gone to stay in Spain, and Ollie's wife and I are standing at the door waiting for him, and we've been waiting for sort of 5 or 10 minutes, ready to go, ready to get out there, ready to eat whatever Spanish delicacies we're going to have for lunch or whatever. And he's doing whatever he's doing. He's procrastinating. He's I don't know. He's just He cannot get himself organised in any kind of. It's just so frustrating. I mean, and his wife ends up going, "Oh, Ollie."
She's not here tonight. She's off. She's got this new gig, yeah, which means that every Wednesday, for the foreseeable future, she's going to be down the road in a different town, not in Valencia, not in this flat, which means that I can do this show for longer without annoying her. And that is fantastic. It's freedom. Yeah. I've got to be careful of the neighbours.
The wife's not there, banging on the door going, "It's time for you to end your nonsense now."
Yeah, basically. That's right. I'll tell you, she's a very tolerant woman. And also, she's not a Brexiteer like me. So she is, she's very tolerant, believe you me. Yeah.
Well, I always get critiqued by my wife, and I'm not surprised. I mean, she's had visits in three different jails during the course of our marriage.
Yeah, that's right. So, 3 different jails.
Yeah.
Rod, you are a one, because for somebody who's done so much porridge and who taught me what a Peckham bracelet was and all that, and done all that, you're actually very straight, really, in your views, aren't you? Because you seem to think that the world is run by people that are doing their best, whereas Piers thinks it's run by aliens, and I don't go that far, but I think it's run by psychotics.
Well, do you know what I would say? Yeah, that there's. I go for the incompetence theory.
He's very straight.
I go for the incompetence theory, but the incompetence is born of self-importance by people who actually have managed to persuade themselves that they know what they're doing, and it's a complete screw-up.
You don't think that they basically think of us lot as a bunch of plebs, and that
yes, of course they do. Of course they do. Yes, absolutely, without question. That's not the same.
Well, that's malfeasance. That's not incompetence.
Well, do you know what? But the decisions they make and the way that they're executed is incompetent. But malfeasance is, in actual fact, producing these policies in the first place. And it's like
the whole thing has been a stitch up from start to finish from the last 3 years. I mean, they've done. Surely you can see conspiracy in what's happened in the last 3 years. The way Parliament just ground to a halt. Because
Burko. Well, I mean, what kind of a speaker is that? Sorry, carry on, Piers. Sorry.
Well, no, exactly. All these people are
Ken bloody Clark, Bilderberger, steering committee.
We had the fact that we ended up having a general election was a bloody miracle.
Piers, might I
proved to the nation.
Hold on, Rodders. Let him get this out.
What kind of majority genuinely wanted their nation back under our own control? I mean, if anything, I still stand by the fact that I thought the 2016 referendum was rigged in favour of Remain, but so many people voted to leave that they couldn't narrow the margin, and the Leave campaign still won. But I think if the true results were known, it would be more of a reflection of what happened in the general election. I mean, I know that the two voting systems are different, proportional representation and then, you have the constituent voting in the general election. But I actually think that if the true figures were known in relation to the referendum, then the margin for Leave would have been much bigger.
Piers, might I refer you? And I would have been a royalist in the day. Most of my family were. Might I refer you back to the English Civil War and the speech, in actual fact, the only decent speech he ever made, of Oliver Cromwell when he dissolved Parliament, and the years that built up to the dissolution of Parliament, where he called them all scoundrels, dishonest, self-interested. And it's a fantastic speech. And if you've never seen the film with Richard Harris,
I've met Richard. I went up to him outside the Sloane Pony in Parsons Green, He was wearing some sort of weird smock, and he had
He was a character, wasn't he?
a
Richard
yeah,
Parrish was the guy that played the Emperor
was all-
in Gladiator, the original one.
Yes,
the
he
original
did.
one.
Absolutely.
Yes,
One of
he had
his
a sort
last,
of
one of his last
over-
roles. Sorry, go on,
He-
Piers. Sorry.
Strange chap, but I did have a few words with him. He was at drama school with my aunt. He was at Central School of Speech and Drama with my aunt many moons ago, and I just went up and quizzed him about it. But yeah.
Does that mean that your cousins are his kids?
Go on. What?
Piers, does that mean
a cousin of mine was in that great film, The Wild Geese, with Richard Harris and Roger Moore?
Yeah.
He was Ken Griffith.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Who played the Pufter medic, Whitey,
the Welsh guy.
Yeah, and he also did, went up a hill and came down a mountain or something.
Oh, with Hugh Grant? Yeah, that's right.
Hugh, the absolute master of self-abuse. Ollie, I'm trying not to swear.
You are. That was a very good euphemism. The master of self-abuse, i.e., a total wanker. No, you know what? We are.
What I wanted to say.
We are kind of Billy Bonus territory here. Yeah, we can relax a bit. It's getting late. And I just want to say though, Steve B in the comments, he said, "Did you sing Happy Birthday twice, Ollie? When I washed my hands after taking a pee?" And I did wash my hands, but you're not. According to what's his name, Foggy Moggy. Rees Mogg, you can sing the national anthem, which is, if you sing that, that's the same as singing Happy Birthday twice, according to Foggy Moggy. Yeah. Maybe he's not so foggy these days. I don't know. He did vote for that WAB Mark III, Theresa May's WAB Mark III. So did Boris, of course. Anyway, let's hope. Okay, I've got a question for you guys. Maybe we'll have a bit more fun in a minute, but are we going to see Brexit true Brexit, i.e. leave the ECJ and the customs union and the single market? Are we going to see all of that delivered, or are we going to get Brino?
No, I think Boris is on a roll. He's got a fantastic, tough as hell advisor in the form of Dominic Cummings. And this is his glory moment, and he's not going to screw it up. And you've seen the guns and the knives come out against Priti Patel, who is a tough Indian. She's, second generation. Her parents were first generation Indians who came over having fled from Uganda. And, self-made, they've done extremely well.
Yeah. And she's a bright woman. And I've got to say, I've always had a bit of a crush on Priti Patel. She is pretty. But she's put on a few pounds these days. But she's a very pretty woman. But okay, what do you think about that, Piers? He is saying all the right things, Boris. The only mistake I would say that the only mistake I could level at him is Huawei, really.
Yeah, I think he was between a rock and a hard place with Huawei because the Chinese had already invested so much.
Bloody dodgy. Five Eyes is at risk.
It was a kind of a situation where if he didn't allow them some aspect of the the 5G network, then they were going to renege on lots of other deals that would currently mean that we would have a compromised financial relationship with China. So I think I think even Trump has realised that Boris well and truly had his hands tied on that deal and
really and that's an interesting perspective. I haven't really heard.
Even Trump now is let's face it, as Rodders was pointing out earlier on, we are being spied upon left, right, and centre anyway. The Chinese can probably tap into anything that the Americans can tap into already. So, to be quite honest with you, it probably doesn't make a whole heap of difference whether or not they are playing a part in it, because all our data is available to everyone anyway, they're all tapping into each other's data streams and everybody's taking advantage of the the incredible amount of metadata that there is on the internet now. I mean, their ability to forecast off the back of us posting on social media is extraordinary. It gives them a complete insight into the general consensus, in terms of the general state of mind, and they can react to that, and that's something that's open not just to the Chinese government and the Politburo, but everybody. So realistically speaking, I think he had his hands tied with that one. I do revert back to what I said earlier on about I do think that the British government, before Boris got into power, were working to try and stop Trump from getting into office, because Trump, I think, is not part of this.
Visagate, no?
Yeah, I mean, I did. Yeah, the foreign intelligence documents and all the rest of it. I do think that
which is Trump now beginning to be looked at off the back again of Mueller and the impeachment being behind Trump. They're beginning to look at that. AG,
they are.
Barr is beginning to look at that. Carry on, Piers.
By Trump, if Boris plays ball and gives Trump what he wants, which is a nice big fat deal. So I think we'll have to. I do think that the Americans have got a lot of damning evidence about previous misdemeanors by the British government, and before Boris got into office, and he's now sort of waving it in Boris's face and saying, you're going to have to play ball, otherwise it could get nasty for you. Yes. And Boris is sort of okay.
So you're saying actually what the Democrats were saying about Trump, that he was they were saying Russians, all that nonsense, without a shred of evidence, apart from the fact that he was reasonable towards Putin when he met him in person and he did that press conference and what have you, and they laughed about the whole Russian allegations between them, which and CNN and all that were, I mean, they were melting before our very eyes in that press conference. But it's a bit like that, isn't it? So you're saying that Boris is beholden to Trump in the way that the Democrats were saying that Trump was beholden to Putin with no evidence. But you actually, because of Visagate, and he was the foreign secretary at that time when Theresa May was the prime minister, that could be true.
I think it is. I think Trump has a lot of cards up his sleeve, and that he's using them very strategically. He has a lot of damning evidence, which will mean that Boris does have his hands tied to a certain degree. But I think Boris has realised now, this is why he's advocating, carrying out the will of the people. I mean, as you said yourself, he voted for Theresa May's terrible deal several times. The ashen look in his face when the referendum result was announced. When he left, I remember him leaving his front door looking like death warmed up. He couldn't grasp that the British people had actually voted.
Followed his campaign. They followed.
I mean, but now I think he's realised, as Rodders has pointed out, that this is his moment. He's now realised that he has to make this work because the Americans are putting pressure on him. And the British people are putting pressure on him. The overriding element within the establishment don't want this to happen, but it is going to happen.
Piers, one thing that should be added, and in actual fact, it's been quite a lot in the press as of late, is the value of our royal family. The show that Her Majesty put on for Trump and his family it was fantastic. And in terms of keeping Trump on side, this is part of the value.
Yeah, she did a great job. Princess Anne didn't. Meghan and what's he called? Harry, they didn't. She did. The Queen.
The Windsors on Channel 4.
The Windsors. That's brilliant.
But joking aside, what anti-monarchists don't appreciate is the value that the royal family add to the country.
The question is, what do you put in its place? What, President Khan? Silly bloody Khan. I tell you, he'd run, wouldn't he? Something like that. Some Fabian.
Who?
Look, I want to read a couple of comments because we got some interesting comments that have come in. Before we get too far from Dusty Miller, Windy Miller. He says, "Hey, Windy, it's good to see you, man. Brexit is never going to happen. All side deals have been done and signed." Now, remember that. I want you to answer that, both of you, please, and discuss that a little bit. And then he also says about Priti Patel that she was called out on fraud. How can you trust someone who's been scamming? I don't know. What was she caught in, an expenses scandal or what? I don't know. I don't know what that fraud allegation is, Windy. But if you give me a link or whatever, I'll look at it. But what would you say to that, gentlemen? Brexit has been worked behind closed doors, and we're going to get Brino. Just coming back to that, can we trust Boris? Because I've been questioning his authority. I've been thrown out of groups like the Bruges Group for questioning Boris's truth about it, but just because I wasn't sure. And
look, at the end
was
of the
worried
day,
about that. And Pretty. What do you want to say, please?
Let's be very clear. You have to throw yourself behind a leader, and until you get the final result, you can never be sure. You can never be sure when you're going to die.
All of our leaders have been crap in my lifetime, apart from Thatcher over Maastricht.
Let me point out to you that Boris was an absolutely fantastic mayor of London.
Yes,
who
he
organised
was.
the Olympics
Yes, he was.
And
Different job.
brought trade in from China
yes.
at a time that David Cameron was refused entry.
Cameron was useless.
China.
Useless.
But Boris, in actual fact, showed his mettle and his colour.
He has done. He is doing at the moment.
And he's a classicist, and he knows that if he changes the course of British history, that is his legacy.
Yes.
And he's made it very clear that that's what he wants.
He might also be worried about getting a bullet in the back of his head. And Piers does make a very interesting point, which I have to say I am inclined toward as well, about Trump's influence behind the scenes. Rodders?
Well, but coming back to Windy's point, it's very easy to say all the deals have been done. How the fuck do you know? How the fuck do we know? It's nonsense. Europe is in a complete state of disarray. You've got tension between Italy. I mean, Italy is in much worse shape than we've read about in the press from an economic point of view. Spain is not doing much better, as I'm sure you're aware. Given
it's
that
bankrupt, has been for years.
You've got Greece, which is completely fucked, which is has 3.5 million Syrians and Turks lining up on the Syrians lining up on the border. To be
entire Greek islands completely ruined. The residents on those islands.
Leo Varadkar having to resign in the face of Sinn Féin. So for anyone to say, "Oh, all these deals have been signed,"
and France, look at France and Germany.
Well, do you know
it's all over. It's all over Europe.
The idea that there's any form of unity. So sorry, Windy, I don't like these conspiracy theories and the sort of the pub lawyer throwing out these fantastic opinions. How the fuck do you know? You don't. It's very simple.
I'm inclined to agree with Rodri.
None of us know for sure.
No, of course not.
I do think that Trump has some leverage over Boris, but I do think Boris is duty bound to get us out in the best way possible, and I think that it is
duty bound or pressure bound. I don't. Is it? I hope it is duty.
Hardball now, and the EU will cave. It's the only rational thing for them to do. If they don't, then they're cutting their nose off to spite their face. They're shooting
Piers,
they are dead in the bloody water if they don't deal.
We have the state.
They have. We have. Basically, they need us for trade more than we need them. I always get confused about the trade.
We've got the Commonwealth. We've got a third of the world's population that we have allegiance and ties to. Now that
I'll play the Dam Busters again in a minute. Sorry, I'll play Land of Hope and Glory. Pink Matt. Carry on.
The point being, we had that ridiculous French bird saying, we'll make life as difficult as possible for the UK. It's like, you've got fucking riots in Paris on a daily basis where cars are being upended in the Champs-Élysées.
All over France. It's not just Paris. I saw a video of Marseille the other day, and it's like it looks like the third world country now, Marseille. I mean, it's so
went skiing
sad.
In the Three Valleys last year, and there were loads of gilets jaunes out in the Alps, you know, stopping my coach from getting up to Courchevel. I mean, like, you know, they are everywhere. I mean, at the end of the day, they are a cornered tiger that is lashing out. They are surrounded. They don't have any real power or leverage, but they are acting as if they do, and they don't. They really don't. And if they have any sense whatsoever, they will strike a deal that works for everybody.
You know, they won't have a choice. The German unions, and don't forget, I used to employ 3,000 krauts spread across 4 different unions. I spent a year in Nuremberg prison, 374 days in solitary confinement, you know, and the unions had a real go at me. And the point being is, even
you shouldn't have called them krauts.
All right. Well, what else am I going to call?
No. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's part of the reason you got put in clink. You do speak your mind. I admire it, sir. I admire it. I think people should speak their mind.
They did try and set fire to me, funny enough. In my executive sort of headquarters, the second biggest building in Nuremberg, where it was on the top floor, and I looked out of the window. I think I told you this before. I looked out of the top window. One of the secretaries came in and said, "Herr Rodri, there may be a problem occurring." And I noticed several hundred people in their work uniforms, and several of my vehicles, because we had 650 trucks and vans and stuff like that. You know, they'd cordoned off the car park, and they were having sort of workers' doodah. I was sat there with 2 lawyers working out how to make 400 of them redundant, which obviously they got, you know, the heads up on. And the advice was lock the door, which I did, and thank God it was a strong, you know, it was like a fortress door. But they started pouring bloody flammable spirit underneath, and one of these stupid lawyers said, "Let's open a window." And it was like, are you out of your mind? What you don't want is flammable liquid combined with air. It just adds to the, you know, the
backdraft. It's sort of, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the cardinal sin that you know, you don't smash windows in a building to try and, you know, help people escape.
No.
Because just feed the fire. You know, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a whole film called Backdraft, which is exactly what you're talking about.
But particularly when you've got flammable spirit in a room, the last thing you do is mix it with air. You try and cut. Anyway, one of the lawyers was wearing a light beige suit, and he was convinced that we were going to die. And he lost control of every single orifice pretty much simultaneously prior to phoning his wife. I felt so sorry for the lad.
That must have been like Michael Bloomberg last night when he realised that the only territory he'd won was a place that hardly any Americans, let alone anybody else, had heard of, American Samoa. And I thought it was something you'd buy down the deli. I thought it was a sandwich or something.
Well,
what's so hilarious about the American
$500 million he spent. It must have been coming out of a few orifices. I don't know. He's got a few billions left.
Joe bloody Biden, who can barely remember his own fucking name. I mean, it's ridiculous. The bloke everybody Jack because he can't remember anybody's bloody name. He got his wife.
He's good comedy though. Biden's good comedy. I kind of hope he's running against Trump. Cause he's going to be ripped to shreds at the debates.
Do you know what? The point is, it's now a 2-horse race. you've got Bernie Sanders, who is unacceptable to the backbone of America. You've now got this idiot Biden, and if he runs with Hillary, unacceptable to the backbone of America against Trump, which guarantees him. I mean, if you're going to place a bet, guys, at William Hill, and I'm ashamed to say that my wife has an account with William Hill. I'm not a betting man myself, unless I know what the outcome's going to be, because I fixed.
What's their account for? Betting on the GGs or something?
Well, do you know what? We tried to make a bet on I think Hillary Clinton dying. And
no, that was Epstein. That was Epstein. You got the wrong one.
No. And funny enough, it was
Arkansas.
Whether she would survive. I was in the car with my wife at the time, and we had William Hill on. And they said, "Look,
allegedly,
we can't accept a bet based on death. What we can do is if you alter the terms of the bet,
so she won't be available at the end of a telephone number.
She won't be breathing. It was something like that, and it was funny to hear a betting company explain the restrictions of the types of bet, because now
and how you get around them.
Do you know exactly? You can bet on a seagull catching a piece of toast or something. You can do almost anything, but you cannot bet on the Deadpool.
Can you imagine the money you'd have got if you'd betted on Nicholas? No, what's her name? That liberal Democrat woman, last leader, or is she the current leader? Probably not, because she's kicked out.
Oh, the one who lost her seat.
Yeah. What's that name of that moron?
Joe
Swinson. Swansong. Joe Swansong. Just imagine putting a bet on that. But yeah. Okay. Out of interest though, because just a bit on the US politics bit, I want to pull in some more comments in just a sec. But regarding the US thing, because I would have said Biden was out. He was out. A couple of weeks ago, a month ago, I'd have said that, because he just looked like such an idiot, and that Marxist bloke Sanders. I mean, at least he has an ideology, as opposed to just I don't know what Biden really stands for. Well, I do. He stands for dodgy deals in Ukraine, allegedly. We'll find out now, hopefully. That's going to be investigated. But Bloomberg, no way. The American public are not going to buy into fascism. I mean, that guy is trying to buy an election. Well, I know he's doing. Rodders, we talked about this last week. I know he's doing it legally, but the fact is, it stands that the guy is the ultimate fascist. He's trying to buy the Oval Office.
Hang on
so that leaves you. That did leave the Democrats with Sanders, but he was the only, because of all these common purpose students or whatever.
Hang on a sec. If we talk about buying the American public, we don't have to go much further back than Joseph Kennedy, who was a bootlegger. Yeah. He was the first head of the SEC.
Yeah.
He was responsible for stock manipulation, insider trading, etc., etc. He shocked all his mates, was an absolute wanker of the master of self-abuse of the First Order.
Fortunately, his son, and both of them were rather different, but that unfortunately didn't work.
No, they weren't. I'm sorry, they weren't. No? They followed in their father's footsteps.
Did they? He wanted to put the dollar back on the gold standard, and he also
that's one of the theories.
Well, no, he said it. He said it 2 weeks before he was topped.
I mean, Rodri, who do you think killed JFK?
Hold on, before we go there. So, what is your prediction, out of interest, and why, of who is going to win this Democrat nomination? Who are we going to be entertained by opposite Trump in the debates?
Biden. It'll be Biden.
It will now, won't it?
The Democrats know that Sanders is an absolute non-runner.
They won't allow. They did everything in their power to stop Sanders from getting elected or being the nominee in the last presidential election. They won't allow him this time to run. It'll be Biden versus Trump, and we'll have two dithering idiots, going against each other. I mean, Biden will make Trump look like a fucking genius. It'll be
Trump.
Be
Trump isn't a dithering idiot, though, is he?
He's not a dithering. I'm a huge fan of Trump. If you consider what he's actually achieved, and
I'm not really. I mean, I'm just talking about the way he comes across in public. I mean, I don't think he's stupid either. I think he has the people behind
Biden?
him are very, and they have an agenda, and he is a bit of a perverse sort of puppet show that they put out in front of people, to keep them.
If you want a president who came across as an absolute blithering idiot, and who wasn't actually, but he wasn't terribly strong, was Jimmy Carter, the peanut farmer.
Yeah. I remember.
He came across as weak. And that ridiculous accent he had, and the slow, mumbling speech.
Well, it was Iran that topped his presidency, wasn't it? It was basically some American soldiers getting killed.
Well, it came back to that operation I described earlier, where all the helicopters crashed into each other. This was American Special Forces. Right. This was American Special Forces coming in to rescue the Tehran hostages, and. Their equivalent of the SAS are so shit, they couldn't even land half a dozen helicopters without them all bumping into each other. And if you actually look at American Special Forces, and I'll probably get beaten up by an American in a pub at some point, Unit 6. Unit 6 are their equivalent of the SAS along with Delta Force that was inspired by 22
Is that the SEALs? Navy SEALs?
Unit 6 SEALs. But they also have Delta Force.
They're the guys that allegedly got Osama bin Laden.
No, Obama. I wish they did.
And then tipped him into the sea rather than burying one. I tell you, what a joke! And then they all get topped. Then all those SEALs get killed. They were all killed that did that operation. Seriously dodgy.
On the operation, they flew in the highest tech helicopter you can imagine. And before it all kicked off...
Well, was he on his dialysis machine at the time?
Hang on.
They picked that up as well. Threw that into the sea with him. I don't know.
Hear it out. As they're coming into land to commence the assault, they've managed... These brilliant bloody American Special Forces, they've managed to crash the helicopter in the middle of the fucking compound.
I tell you what, I read a book by an American maxillofacial surgeon, and he went out to Afghanistan and Pakistan and did a whole load of work rebuilding women's faces that have been, had acid thrown in their faces and things, So he did reconstructive surgery, and he was on a mission to go and meet Osama bin Laden, and apparently, according to him, in this very voluminous book. He went and he managed to get an audience with him, and he had dinner with him and got to know him and was sort of bore witness to the raid on the compound when it went down. And everything in the book up until these particular chapters felt completely legitimate. All the stuff about his surgery and his philanthropic kind of surgical kind of campaigns to help these poor women. But then all this sort of stuff with bin Laden suddenly seemed to sort of drift off into some sort of fantasy world. And I mean, to be quite honest with you, I don't think bin Laden was taken out in Abbottabad. I think he's probably been dead and buried for years, and that he's been kept alive, as a sort of Dr. Evil character.
Are you talking about
by the American administration because they needed a Dr. Evil?
Well,
you could be talking about all sorts of people there. You could be talking about Kissinger,
incompetence, and I know he's a guy I've known for 35 years called Kevin Gilday, who was Unit 6 SEALs, and he'd just come out of service. I was a much younger man, obviously, and we were at a party in Knightsbridge, and he said, "Go on, have a go at me." So he put his hands up, and he said, "Go on, really just." I won't really fight back, but try and get past my defence. So he's got his knuckles up, and I kicked him in the bollocks, and the guy fucking collapsed and fainted. And I then thought, oh shit, what the hell have I done? You know, this as soon as the guy gets up on his feet, I'm toast, because he's quite a heavy set fella, and he's also extremely handy at taekwondo, which he instructs now. And I thought, I'm absolutely dead. So I locked myself in a bathroom. I could hear him banging on the door. And I said, Kevin, don't come in. I'm armed with a toothbrush, which I'm sharpening up as we speak. Basically, it was Rodders, don't worry, mate. You got the better of me. But the arrogance of some of these American soldiers is absolutely extraordinary. But anyway, that was one of the scariest moments I had at a London-based party, having kicked a Special Forces American in the nuts and who passed out subsequently.
Right, should we take some comments? Let's take some comments. Yeah, I'm going to take some comments from YouTube because I've been neglecting these guys. Steve B says, 45, first US president to step foot in North Korea. That alone, 200% greater than Barry Obama. Who was the 45th? Who was the 45th? Who would that have been? Okay, well, no. Oh, here we go. No name, Nos Logan. Good evening, no name. New name to me, no name. Did you know that CIA pilot Barry Seal, not Barry Obama, sorry, Barry Seal, flew Fidel Castro into Cuba, into the mountains prior to the Cuban Communist Revolution? CIA created Cuba, North Korea, and Iran.
And also Chile.
You should call in. You should call in.
And also Chile.
Anyway.
As you know, my mother is Chilean, and I have
you foreigner.
a dual passport. What happens is when President Allende, it was a purported democratic election, and this is when Augusto Pino, Allende was elected. One of the biggest corporations.
Was he before Pinochet?
Sorry?
Was he before Pinochet?
Yeah. He was General Pinochet was a general at the time.
Right.
Allende was elected, and there was a lot of communist Russian money backing his election. And the biggest company in Chile at the time was a conglomerate, which Piers, you'll be familiar with, ITT.
Yeah.
And basically, they were the frontispiece to distribute the money for weapons, because all the farms were under threat. My mother's family, she had 72 first cousins, so quite big.
That's coincidentally the same number of virgins you get when you go to when you go to heaven. Is it 72 virgins that you get?
Is it? I don't know. I heard it was 40. Then it was 70. That's inflation, isn't it? Right.
That's the RPI. But do you know what? I think the big joke for the Muslims, which is at their expense, is there's a bloody good reason that they're virgins. Because no other man had touched.
Carol Weston says George W. Bush, not George Herbert Walker, was the thickest American president. He was a moron. I think he was put upon as well, I have to say. I mean, that 9/11 thing. Just come back to that 9/11 thing for a sec. That was a Cheney. It was Cheney. We know that it was Cheney that stood down NORAD. And the Meacher, MP Michael Meacher at the time, who around the time of Robin Cook died in another convenient death, he said, it is inconceivable. I paraphrase, but this is a pretty accurate quote. It is inconceivable that the greatest superpower on this planet would have stood down NORAD for hours after the first plane went into a building, which is exactly what transpired on that day by Dick Cheney's diktat. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to read a few more comments. We can come back to that if you like. Steve says, remember Bloomberg, Mike Bloomberg, Builder Bollocks, whatever, Builder Burke, bought recent Democrats. Good point, Steve. In swing states that gave the House majority in 2018, goes to Bloomberg bought the fake impeachment. That is true. He did. And that, what's her name, that bartender woman, AOC, whatever that, Cortez or something, she's one of them. And that woman who married her brother, Muslim lady or something, apparently married her brother and is being investigated for that now by this Trump administration, by the way. That's news just in the last week or so. She's another one. Bloomberg put these Marxists in there basically to get rid of Trump. And yes, you're right. You're absolutely right, Steve. That led to the impeachment. And if you remember, if you looked through what was going on with the run-up to that impeachment, even Nancy Pelosi, mad crone as she is, didn't want that impeachment. She feared it. She feared it. But there was so much pressure from these libtard extraordinaires that Bloomberg paid for and basically essentially parachuted in with his fascist money that it swung the House. It swung the House into a position and it swung the Democrat Party into a position where the likes of Pelosi, who probably is suffering from Alzheimer's and God knows what else, alcoholism, I don't know, allegedly, Nancy, you might, for all I know, be, pole dancing tonight. I don't know, but probably not, because let's face it, you're mad. And she knew it. She knew it. That impeachment was only ever going to end up in ignominy for the Dems, and actually has played into Trump's hands. And you know what? This comedy is hilarious for all the wrong reasons.
Do you know what? The name Nancy Pelosi actually sounds like a made-up name for a prostitute. Or
effectively, she is. You could argue a prostitute to big banking.
I reckon her favorite dish is sausage
to the Clintons.
Yeah, but
sorry, Piers. Her favorite what?
Pelosi's favorite food is sausage puttanesca.
Yeah. What's puttanesca?
It's an Italian pasta sauce that was made famous. It was supposed to be a sauce that the whores ate. Puttana is in Italian is whore, and so
puttana, of course. Yeah, you got it.
Of course. There was the first episode of Desperate Housewives where the new girl moves into the cul-de-sac or whatever, and her neighbor, who's some foxy blonde estate agent, comes round and doorsteps her and says, "Oh, welcome to the neighborhood. I've baked you some sausage puttanesca." So she's basically calling her a cock, or as a sort of introductory, welcome to the neighborhood. So yeah, I don't know how many people actually got.
I've got to say, the food sausage puttanesca sounds like a Sicilian revenge, depending on how you accentuate it. I'll give you a sausage puttanesca, you bastardo.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically saying you're a cockhole. Yeah, actually, puttanesca is rather good. I make it at home sometimes. It's anchovy with lots of garlic, tomato, and some olives, and a tiny little dusting of chili, and it's very good actually. You should try it.
Yeah,
very quick to make.
Next time you're over.
Yeah,
round here.
We're due a rendezvous.
Yeah, we are overdue a rendezvous and a good drink, because I'm stopping drinking, I think, on March the 10th.
Oh, good for you, Ronald.
Well, as you know, I've been in and out of, bloody detox sort of 3 times. I've struggled with alcohol for a long time. And I had the most marvellous session at this new centre in Pimlico. And some of the questions they ask do you think you're mentally stable? It's like, well, do you know what? If you're asking someone who's mentally unstable, it's a rather futile question. It's what the fuck is the point? It's like, of course, I'm Napoleon. I mean, for God's sake.
But tell me something in all seriousness. I mean, if you give it up for a few days, do you get the most god awful kind of what is it when you go through cold turkey if you're withdrawing?
Oh, you can't do it with alcohol. And do you know what? I think I showed you my certificates that I got from Her Majesty's Prison Thameside. Alcohol, something, harm reduction, anger management. The things that I lay out as the thing you can recover from cocaine or heroin cold turkey without any physical side effects whatsoever. Alcohol is one that will kill you, because what happens is that the liver turns on the rest of the body.
You're on the wagon.
Like, I will be, and it's gonna follow a detox. And I'm very open about this because, as you know, I do quite a lot of work with veterans who suffer from alcoholism, same as me. And and I'd like to explain to them what the process is, and this is the clinic you should go to, etc., etc. The point being is that if you go cold turkey off alcohol, you severely run the risk of brain damage, stroke, heart failure, and organ collapse. Because what happens is that the liver is so used to processing toxin, when you say no more, it goes, all right, I'm going to choose something else. And what it typically does is it goes for the vitamin B complex, which is essential for brain activity. And that's what a lot of people don't understand about the hazards of it.
Is it a case of just reducing the quantity over time, or is there some sort of drug that you could take that sort of will alleviate the side effects of withdrawal?
There are several that you have to take. You'll get intravenous vitamin complexes, which are essential. You get a drug called Librium, which takes the edge off. There's another drug, I can't pronounce it. It's twice as long as the word marmalade. And what it does is it replaces the toxin that effectively it keeps the liver busy without damaging it. And you do that for 12 to 14 days. And then there is the wonder drug called Campril, and you can't take it for more than about 6 weeks. And what that does is it keeps the, what do they call them, the endorphins kind of caged up. So you don't have the desire to drink. And that is the process. And then you need the sort of the follow-up stuff. So yeah, that's my plan. So if we're going to get pissed, we're going to have to do it fairly shortly. And getting on the
couple of weeks.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a couple of weeks to get absolutely hammered. And our Richard Harris, Richard Burton, etc. What were the names?
Go on, Piers.
Up Joan Crawford's "See You Next Tuesday." What was that? That was it was what was his name? Oh God, they did a double act. Jesus Christ! He was in Arthur. What's his name?
Dudley Moore.
Oh, for crying out loud, Pete and Doug.
Peter Cook and Dudley Moore. I mean, they used
and Peter Cook.
Yeah, that's right.
What did he? Oh, yeah, that's right. Joan Crawford. Yeah, that's right. The lobster sketch.
What found up Joan Crawford's "See You Next Tuesday."
I tell you what, I've got to say, Peter Cook was a wasted talent. He's one of the funniest comedians.
The judge sketch was the best piece of comedy, the best piece of satire ever produced.
Well, yeah, I wish, Ollie, I knew you when I was actually representing myself during my trial. You would have laughed your socks off.
Did you do a Peter Cook style self-defense?
Well,
Peter Cook is my hero, my comedy hero of all time. But just before we continue, just something that's flashed over my thingy. But this was from way earlier, but I didn't know. Mike Bloomberg is suspending. That's not the same as terminating, but suspending his campaign. Endorses Biden to save face. Trump says it won't work. Mini Mike Bloomberg, Trump says, just quit the race for president. That's not what the headline said, but I could have told him long ago that he didn't have what it takes, and he would have saved himself $1 billion, or at least $500 million. But yeah, probably closer. The real cost. Now he will pour money into Sleepy Joe's campaign, hoping to save face. It won't work. But that's interesting. If Sanders does somehow pull up the slack of about 100 delegates or what have you, and makes it to the super PAC or whatever it is, I imagine, I suspect that Bloomberg, then that word suspension will come into its own, and he'll be trying to, I don't know. Anyway, sorry, go on, please. Peter Cook, far more interesting than Mike bloody.
Well, I tell you what, don't forget that I was accused. This is over the Gina Miller case.
Was it not very silly to defend yourself?
Well, do you know what? I thought that the entire charge was so ridiculous, I would actually give myself a shot at being, Rumpole of the Bailey. And what's the worst that could happen? I'd get a fine, and that's it.
Did you take your eye out and polish it on your trousers?
Well, I tell you what, and I did have a Mackenzie friend from an esteemed set of chambers just to advise me on process. And he said, "Are you sure you don't want me to represent you?" I said, "No, Peter. I can do this myself." And I think I showed you the notes when you both came over for a drink. My closing argument, and I foolishly allowed myself to be cross-examined by the Crown Prosecution Service, and the accusation was, you surely are a racist. And I said, that's absurd. That's absolutely absurd.
This was Alison Sanders' tenure, wasn't it?
It was. And I'm amazed I got away with this. I said, can you remember the film Planet of the Apes? And he said, yes. I said, imagine I'd insulted one of the orangutans. And imagine that orangutan was in the form of Nicholas Sturgeon. Would you still be calling me a racist? And thank God, bloody hell, Emma Arbuthnot didn't sort of pick up on that. I thought I was being frightfully clever, but I was exhausted at that stage of the day. It was towards the end of the afternoon. And he said, well, I don't quite know how to respond to that. I think that's for the deliberation of the court. But you can imagine. I mean, the whole thing was nonsense.
Yeah, it was. You just to clarify for anybody that isn't aware, you basically said that you hoped that Gina Miller was run over by somebody because
no, it was milder than that. I said £5,000 the first person to accidentally run over this bloody troublesome first generation immigrant.
Right.
Who hopefully will go back to her stinking jungle.
Yeah, didn't you also say something about
you did 12 weeks. He did 12 weeks for that. 12 weeks for that. In a private page or private
it was.
Facebook group.
I'd been infiltrated by this pseudo journalist called Matthew Steeple, who had pretended to be a bird from New York wearing a bikini. That was the shot, the photo shot. I had no idea he was a pseudo journalist. And he wound up Gina Miller over a 3-month period to take me to court. And I was prosecuted on sending a communication that had the character of menace. Now, if you're feeling menaced...
Which Piers, to any of us that were brought up on Pete and Dud was, or even the two Ronnies, was basically pretty just run-of-the-mill, really. And bearing in mind that Probably about 17.4 million people in the UK agreed.
Oh, the same way. Yeah.
But you were made an example of, and so you decided to defend yourself, and didn't realise, and I don't think any of us did back then, really, just how politicised the judiciary had become.
Do you know what? You're absolutely spot on. But one of my greatest moments is that following my closing argument, the barrister who was a QC acting for the Crown Prosecution Service, he referred to me as my learned friend, which is an expression which is reserved only amongst the legal community. And at which point my chest puffed out.
You sure he wasn't being sarcastic? He wasn't doing a reverse Peter Cook.
He said, I appreciate what my learned friend has just said, because he was thinking on his feet to counter a point that I'd made to the judge. And I thought, gosh, I'm doing frightfully well here. And
I would have loved to have seen your performance in court.
Do you know, it was bloody funny. And when Emma Arbuthnot, who's a district judge, who just happens to be the chief magistrate of England and Wales, she said, "I must congratulate your lordship."
She's the one that put Amy away, based Amy.
Yeah,
she's the one
absolutely.
that put Amy away. Go on.
I mean, she's an absolute cow, Emma Arbuthnot. And when she said, "I must congratulate you on the quality of your defence, which has been handled with great competence," and I thought, "Brillo, we're in." She said, "However, the court finds you guilty." And I thought, "Oh God,
Yeah,
what does this mean?" However,
it's like what comes after the but.
And she said, "The court is considering a custodial sentence. We'll reserve the matter for the hearing tomorrow." I thought, oh God. I just turned over to look at my wife, basically say, "Look, I'm sorry, love. Not again, but it's entirely possible. It'll be a file in a cake, and a visit to a UK prison, which will be novel for you because you've never been to one before." And that was it. But actually, I did have a highly enjoyable time in jail, as best as you can make it. I mean, jail is not great at the best of times, but you meet some fascinating people. You hear about thetheir crimes.
Yeah, you made a godson, didn't you?
Well, I got a fantastic education now to break into the back of cash machines. Not that I intend to make that my career future. I think probably slightly dangerous. But yeah, you make some friendships, and I maintain them on the outside as the guys have been released. It's like, "Rodders, let's meet for a drink." And I'm thinking, yeah, all right, let's go and do that. So anyway, life is never short of colour.
Yours isn't.
Roger, you really got to write a bloody book, mate. That's what you do.
He's got several. I'll tell you, you've got to tell us about your porn, mate. Tell us about. Sorry, Piers, go on.
So just get through the worst of the downside of coming off the booze, and then fucking write a book, mate. Because honestly, the stories you've regaled us with, off air and on, have just been phenomenal.
You want to hear what he says off air. You want to hear what he says off air.
Quite, seriously, there's books worth of material there. I mean, you've got to write your memoirs or something. I mean, I'm sure you're competent enough to put pen to paper or just competent. Your laptop, for crying out loud. I mean, it might get, that would be a good way of distracting you from the pains of withdrawal. Fucking do it, man. Fucking get it down, man.
I am looking at, and I think I sent you a copy of the synopsis for Reasonable People. I think that I emailed that to you.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
And when God, I mean, these were crazy times. A friend of mine who does have to remain nameless on stream, owned a
Yeah.
rather large house in actually it was Kensington, not Mayfair.
So this
And
is
he
a
had-
fabulous story.
and he ended up having these squatters. It was an empty building, and he phoned me up and said, "Rodders, you're a partner of the Mayfair Gun Club. You got the Hereford connection, which is TT Special Air Service, the Parachute Regiment, etc. Can you get rid of them for us?" And I thought, yeah, absolutely, we'll do it for a laugh. So it was about 1 o'clock in the morning. The boys turn up and they're in black boiler suits, and they're suitably equipped to get rid of these squatters, and the squatters with pierced noses and God knows what. And they had no idea what was coming at them. Anyway, they were rejected, and we were threatened with, "Oh, we'll go to the police. We'll do this. We'll do that." It's like, go fuck off. And anyway, my friend, by way of recompense, said, "How can I pay for this?" And I said, "Look, can we take over your building at a commercial rate?" And I thought, and he said, "Yeah, of course you can. I mean, if you pay the commercial rent, of course, brilliant." Anyway, 2 weeks into the piece, I walk into the property where we've set up an office, and I noticed these rather lush, attractive women walking up and down the stairs. And I didn't realise that one of my colleagues had opened an upmarket escort service on the top floor. And in the basement, it was an unlicensed late night drinking club. I thought, what the hell are we doing? Hang on a sec. This is not what I kind of caught myself in for. And lo and behold, no names mentioned at this point on stream. I'll tell you privately when you come round for a piss up. We had
No,
politicians.
tell us now.
Like,
This is Billy Boner, sir. Go on.
well, do you know what? I've got to be slightly careful from a legal.
Just don't mention the name. Let's pretend it's Tony Blair or Sherry, if you like. Meghan Markle. Just use those words. Just to fill it in.
All right. To put it this way, there were several MPs who enjoyed the services, and of course they loved the association with the Special Air Service, because it was so upmarket. And the birds that we had on the top floor were absolutely I mean, they were top of the range, and it was an intoxicating mix of Special Air Service with gun club, firearms, top range birds. You can come have a drink with us at 2:30 in the morning. Don't worry about it. And it was highly profitable. And I've got to say, my colleague made a fantastic business. And the chum who owned the property had absolutely no idea what we were doing in there. And don't forget, we had a license for machine guns. So, we ran evasive driving courses to teach people how to ram cars. I mean, the whole thing, we were absolutely off our tits. But again, enormous fun, and that's what set me up for prison. So when I got behind bars, I thought, okay, I'm not going to be intimidated by anyone. But the key thing is you treat people with mutual respect, humanity, and that will see you through pretty much any problem that you have in life. Where you're thrown together in a difficult situation, treat people decently, and generally they will reciprocate. If they don't, knock them out as quickly as you can, and just keep on going. There you go. Sends the message to everyone else. I never had a problem in Germany, and boy, there were some pretty hardcore guys there. And I think I told you previously, there was a paedophile that was killed in the shower block. And, when you're having a shower and you've got sort of blood spots on the ceiling where all the general mess had been mopped up. But the prison guards are pretty lazy, so they get the prisoners to do it. And of course, you got blood on the ceiling. And of course, as I'm shampooing my hair, I'm thinking, what the hell's that? Oh, that's the pedo's sort of, the last part of his brain that ended up on the on the terrace. Oh, probably shouldn't have said that, but anyway.
ask you something, Rodri.
Hold on a
ask
sec.
them,
Hold on, Piers. Before you do, what did you just say, Rodders, that was going to get us all into trouble? Because my headphones went dead just when you said something along the lines of, this will probably get us all into trouble, which pricked my ears. And then my headphones went dead. And I've been drinking a bit of wine. So what did you say, just in case we need to say an allegedly?
Nothing.
Okay, good. Good.
He didn't
Good.
say
All right.
about getting anybody into trouble.
You didn't say anything about getting, I don't know.
No. You must have imagined that, Ollie. I mean, like, It was just regaling us with tales.
Nothing to do with Diane Abbott and John Burko and their illegitimate love child via Theresa May's
I like you, Rodri, as
father.
a friend now, and
Likewise, Piers.
When you were banned on Facebook for a week or so, not that long ago, I had a few people kind of attack your character on Facebook, and you weren't there to sort of step in and defend yourself. They mentioned that there was some sort of fraud charge brought against you, and I'd like you to address that if that's the case.
Sure. No, I'm absolutely thrilled. What happened is I owned 100% of two German companies. One being an old engineering company called Hans Brochier in Nuremberg. The second company is Europe's fifth biggest producer of chlorine.
Right.
And basically, what I'd done, I'd bought the engineering company off the German government, and they lent me 11 million euros to enable me to buy the chemical company. And the engineering company was not doing financially well. I mean, it had cancer in it, and it was a bit of a dead dog. My chemical company was earning me 2 million euros a month, which is what paid for the private jet and the polo team and all the other accoutrements of life.
It's all right for some. Go on.
And that's how I ended up with 3,000 German employees. And again, Piers, you come from a financial background. There was no bank debt involved. There were no other shareholders. So I wasn't a steward for other shareholders. I'm a proprietor with 100%. When I had to put the engineering company into administration, and having made a bunch of the workers redundant because the company was losing 16 million a year, to give you an idea, the union gave the local prosecutor the impression that I'd somehow misappropriated funds from the engineering company. Right. That's why I was arrested. And what happens in Germany, and let's be very clear, in Germany, you can be held without charge or trial for up to 2 years, by the way, whilst they put you in it's what they call investigative confinement. So you're not on remand. They didn't charge me for 7 months. And when they realized, when I came to trial, that I'd done absolutely nothing wrong, I was offered a deal by the judges, because you don't have a jury in Germany. You got 3 trial judges in the High Court, the Uber, whatever it's called, and 2 lay assessors. They said, if you plead guilty to a minor offence, we'll let you go. Otherwise, we could imprison you for 8 years. Piers, what do you think I did? What was the decision I took as a Brit?
Fair enough. I mean, it was a saving face exercise then at the end of the day.
Well, do you know what? And I told them to go see your ag feed, which is my acronym for stick it in your ass and go fuck yourself. And
it's a Billy bonus now, yeah. It's late night.
Yeah.
But you could be watching an archive version, in which case I apologise. This is Viscount and David.
If you watch it at breakfast, they did find me guilty. They found me guilty, Piers, of the following, and I have yet to find a lawyer who can explain it, because in actual fact the analysis is it was a face-saving exercise, and I went straight to appeal. They found me guilty of jeopardising 24,600 euros of share capital of a company I own 100% of. And I'm very happy to send you the German verdict. And the funny thing about the German verdict, in the German version, which is stamped and sealed, is they gave my date of birth, the Honourable Rodri Phillips, who was born on the 16th of September, 1066. I'll send it to you. And when I mentioned this to my lawyer, the guy who headed my legal team, I said, should we ask for an amendment to be made? And he said, now that it's been sealed and placed in the sort of archive, which is what courts do, they're not going to change it. We can point it out as an error, as an addendum. But I thought, well, gosh, I'm the oldest defendant ever to have been in number one court, which is where they tried the Nazis, by the way. And it's a forbidding court. When you walk into that court, you think there's a lot of history here. And there's a huge crucifix behind the presiding judge. And it is forbidding. And I laughed with my lawyer. I said, Christ, if this goes wrong, is that going to be the punishment? The crucifix behind the bench. And he said, was? And anyway, he then got the joke. I mean, the Germans don't have much of a sense of humour. When I was offered the deal,
a bit like Alison Saunders. Saunders.
Well,
Keir Starmer, same thing.
In
fact, you know what? That's it. Sanders is a tranny, and she became Keir Starmer.
I tell you, I think moving slightly on, I think Keir Starmer is a very dangerous man.
They
are basically the same thing, aren't they?
Thank you for your, for being so candid and talking about that. I mean, because I mean, I don't like to have slurs against.
In the comments, everybody's saying you should write that book, sir. Piers, sorry.
Yeah. I don't. I mean, I judge people on my own personal opinion of their character, and and I can say unequivocally that I think you're a decent chap, and I just wanted to give you the opportunity to sort of put your own point of view across, because I don't like to be in a position
in your own inimitable way, swearing voraciously. Like a right old...
Piers, much appreciated. And by the way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you the statement of affairs from my lawyer with the original German verdict, which is in German, and also a translation, just so that you've got them on file. So if anyone ever wants to take my name in vain, you have the principal documents, which are stamped and sealed, and you can say, they're in my possession, you are wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me, just from having listened to what you've told us, that because you've been outspoken during your life and you've questioned the status quo, they have attacked you and have used sort of face-saving exercises in order to keep their position, and you've borne the brunt of that. And in the same way, if you like, as somebody like Tommy Robinson, who has stood up on principle for something that he believes in and has been absolutely ripped apart. His whole character has been completely assassinated. Everybody thinks, majority of people I know think he's a complete right-wing, kind of Nazi, racist, fascist pig, I mean, which doesn't seem to be the case at all.
That is the fake stream agenda and what they've done and been largely successful in doing. But that point I was making earlier about the comments underneath yesterday's Tommy Robinson story, where they didn't mention the fact that his daughter had been
molested.
Well, according to him at least. But the fact is that that's a serious allegation that the police should, serve and protect. They should look into, and they didn't even look into it.
Do you think?
But the comments under that piece were more telling to me than the story. And Piers, I have to say, you say that about your friends thinking that of Tommy Robinson. hand on heart, I felt the same way a few years ago, 5 years ago or so, I suppose. I thought the same way because I was similarly conditioned. And only when I started bothering to watch some of Tommy Robinson's speeches and to read some of what he said, did I realize that he was just saying what was
I'll tell you what,
going on. What was going on. And your friends, Piers, your friends that are indoctrinated, that's it. They're indoctrinated. But
yeah, you're right. It's all to do. The reason why I think that the whole thing was set up, and it was literally a kind of a sting. Was his profile's gone up again. He's been on like RT, being interviewed about giving speeches with evidence to back up these accusations he's making and all the rest of it. He was interviewed and came across strongly. And let's face it, a lot of people watch RT these days because they're searching for alternative news outlets to, the compromised mainstream. And it's Kremlin sponsored, but they do have a lot of interesting people on that they interview that the mainstream simply won't. People like Tommy Robinson, and he presented himself very well. And highlighted the fact that he was giving a lecture with evidence, to back up his argument. His profile was up, and they need to constantly reduce his status. And this is why I think it was probably a sting. They thought, right, he's on holiday. Let's send some guys in. Let's provoke him because
that's
we know
what Sarah Boland, who's here watching now, bless her, and says, "Carry on." She says, by the way, I said, "Should we carry on for another hour?" And people are saying yes. And Graham, son of John, shout out to Graham, because I've not seen your name before in the comments anywhere. So God bless you. Thank you for tuning in, sir. And a few folks are saying, bloody well, carry on. But yes, Piers, yes, absolutely.
Well, if you think about it logically, if he's a high-profile character that is causing the establishment a lot of problems, he's speaking. He's not frightened of speaking out. That his profile goes up, his presence starts to regain. They need to knock him down a few pegs again.
Piers, can you? I need another P. It's been a while, and we are. But I hope, gentlemen, that we're going to continue for a while. And so I want you to hold exactly that thought, Piers, because I want to continue with this, and I want to discuss a little bit of what's going on with policing and why we're not. It's just disgusting what's going on, one way or another. Maybe we can talk a bit about the Gordon Brown government as well. Look, I really want to go into that, and I know other people in the comments are keen to because I'm seeing it. So, but I need a P. So. Can we have Land of Hope? Land of Hope can we resume, gentlemen, in 2 minutes? And if anybody wants to call in, you lazy bastards, you call in. The number's there. You've got no excuse not to call in. And yes, is that all right? Rodders, Piers?
Yeah. But we can carry on for a bit. Yeah, what's the time?
It's 11:53 in Blighty.
I'm not sure I can do a whole new hour. We can do half an hour. I need to get some shuttle. I've got to get up in the morning.
That means an hour. It's like a Spanish goodbye. Do you know what I mean? Okay, I'm going to take a pee. I'll leave the volume a bit lower than last time because I know you two like to have a natter over it. Right.
What is going on? What is going on with the police and this whole cover-up? I mean, I can't believe it's just with this fear of political correctness, I mean.
Well, do you know what? Actually, I'll discuss it with you when I see you in person.
Yeah.
But I'm engaged with an initiative in actual fact to address the same in London, which wouldn't surprise you. If you think the grooming gangs in Huddersfield, Rotherham, Bradford, etc. It's like, hang on a sec. If you look at the greatest density of population, in particular with migrants, who in actual fact are the ones who are the grooming gangs. If you look predominantly, the convictions are from Pakistan. It's a cultural phenomenon. There it is. Yet, how many grooming gangs have been convicted in London and publicised? Almost zero.
And that doesn't make any sense, does it? Why would that be the case?
Exactly. Greatest concentration of Britain's capital city.
Yeah.
And funny enough, a friend of mine, his daughter has been through a horrendous time from the age of 12 at the hands of improving society. Oh, this is brilliant. This is so
concentrate on what we're trying to say.
This is so rousing. But this is the whole point about being British. And anyway, my chum said, we made a police complaint, and they didn't really want to take it any further. They gave it all the lip service, all that sort of, witness, interview, blah blah blah, make a statement.
But there does seem to be more to it, doesn't there? I cannot believe that there's been this general stand down, from Gordon Brown down to Keir Starmer, as the director of public prosecutions, and
you're not appreciating the music. You're not appreciating the music. Where's the conducting?
There seems to be something more to it. I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but I mean, we personally know somebody who has told me that she was, when she was being abused by these Manchester rape gangs, she was loaned out to Masonic lodges. And was involved.
Who was?
Well, I don't want to say.
No, you can't.
Sorry, this is somebody you know personally.
Yes, it's somebody I know personally who I've spent many hours talking to, who strikes me as someone who has a good mind on her shoulders, and isn't crazy or imagining anything. She does herself, I think I've mentioned this on air before, have problems with total recall. She does believe that there are certain elements of suppressed memory that are in play. But having finished a very long session of conversation with her over a period of a couple of days, I said to her, she mentioned that she has memories of being lent out by these rape gangs to a lodge, and was involved in some kind of ceremonial abusive ceremony. And I said to her, after having spoken to her for many hours, and gained her trust, and where I genuinely felt that she was giving me a testimony that wasn't in any way, shape, or form false. These were her true, as far as she was concerned, recollections. And I said to her at the end of it, well, Kate, if you truly believe what you've told me is true, obviously the ramifications of that are immense, and I did say that to her, and said, do you genuinely believe, you haven't lied to me at all? And she said, no, I haven't. And I genuinely believed her. I don't see that she had any motivation or there was no reason to lie to me. Why would she do that? Maybe these are some sort of embedded false memories. I don't know. I mean, it's complicated, especially when you're.
I tell you what, Piers, I've got some contacts in the force in London, and it's funny how they operate. In the sense that most of the guys are good, traditional, common sense detectives, who will act on information. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, we do have a politicized. We have a politicized and a professional attitude within much of the force.
Common purpose again.
Yeah, do you know what? You're absolutely spot on. And when I brought it up, it's like, well, how can we get an investigation going into this particular case? And by the way, can we have a general discussion? And again, in private, why these things haven't been investigated? And it's the politicization. Funny enough, one of the people who's greatly respected at the top of the force is Cressida Dick, and they call her, and of course she's, she bats for the other side. She's a lesbian,
and a Remainer. So she bats for the other side in more ways than one. Carry on.
But she does. She's known as Two Brains, Cressida, because she has actually a very good policing brain, and she's academically gifted. And funnily enough, for what is a male-dominated force, she does carry the respect of the men that she leads, through the command chain. And when I said, look, it's impossible that London has not had more grooming gangs. Why is it only up north?
Yes.
Rotherham and Bradford and bloody Huddersfield and God knows where.
Maybe because in London they're reserved for Westminster.
Well,
but yeah, I mean, you said yourself you used
makes
to go
you
to
wonder.
With high class prostitutes where the MPs used to like to take advantage of. I mean, we know that there is this sort of propensity within this sort of class of people to sort of live this sort of hedonistic lifestyle, probably on
most
company,
people don't know
probably
it,
on
Piers.
public money as well. We're paying for this bloody stuff. So
on expenses,
I mean, exactly.
Yeah, Keith Vaz syndrome.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you what. No, there is an absolute classic case in point.
Hold on. Hold that thought. I'm going to read some comments. Let's take some comments, yeah? Hold that thought. Keith Vaz, always good entertainment. Sarah Boland says, most Masons are just ordinary blokes who raise money for charity. Well said. Yes, absolutely. Piers is talking about 33rd degree. Is it 33rd degree? Is that right, Piers?
Well, I do believe the majority of Masons are innocent individuals who just get involved in order to take advantage of business contacts and to basically further their careers. But I do believe that there are sort of esoteric levels that as you climb up the ranks and become master and then beyond. And you climb into the upper echelons of the secret society, that there are esoteric learnings and things that go on, sort of rituals that involve some quite sort of dark shit. Yeah, I do.
I don't agree with that. I mean,
I know you don't, but why? I mean,
why not? Why not? Why does he not agree with that?
I truly believe that this girl that was talking to me was being sincere. And
are you in a lodge,
and there was no reason to lie. And she's not even sure. She can't really recall it all, and she's trying to regain. She's trying to get full recall. She's even considering going back to some of these places in order to try and stimulate her memory. I mean, at the moment, there's very little in the way of evidence for her to go on in order to build any kind of legitimate case. But the
let me ask, Rodders, are you a member of a lodge?
The answer is no. I've been invited.
Did they turn you down? Were you too much of a rebel?
Good point.
Okay, hold that thought. I want to read some more comments. Let's see what folks are saying. Mark Singer says, Islington is the last oasis, now surrounded by 7 mosques. 7 mosques in Islington. Jeez. How many of them are Saudi funded, I wonder? Yeah. Just as Amanda Rolfson, they shove them all up north. I think she's talking about the pedo gangs. Sarah Boland, I'm not a huge Tommy fan, but I don't trust the police reaction, especially over his child being groped by a pervert. And loads of comments about Tommy tonight, more than about any other topic probably. Amanda Rolfson, infectious. I can't. The dogs will bark, lots of laugh. We're an hour in front. Amanda, bless you. I don't know if Eric's with you, her old man. I met these two on what was supposed to be Brexit Day until it got pushed back by Theresa May. What was that? The 29th of March last year.
29th of March last year. Yeah.
And Eric's Dutch, and he came over to support our our comradeship, our solidarity in Parliament Square. And it was, for me, that was very emotional that some bloody foreigner.
I've got a question for you.
But then he's a foreigner too. Is this Rodders bloke? And he's a Viscount, for crying out loud. And Piers, by the way, is a foreigner too, because he's Italian and Canadian. And me, I'm married to a Spaniard. And so when these people, and this is something that I wanted to further to what you said earlier, Piers, about, some of your friends with different views to you, and I applaud you for sharing a selection of friends that you don't necessarily agree with. I applaud that. But when you said about them talking about people like Tommy Robinson being, xenophobic, racist, or right-wing, fascist, all the kind of stereotypical whatnots, I was thinking, well, you know what? I mean, we kind of, the three of us, for example, tend to, I think, agree pretty much with what he's been talking about, and yet we're none of us stayed in the. None of us could be accused of being, if you like, little Englanders. I mean, I hate that term. I don't think there's any such thing. I think it's absolute rubbish, But you see what I'm saying?
But I have a far more esoteric kind of viewpoint, partly because of personal experience. I mean, I can go into it a little bit if you want me to, in order to sort of try and galvanize why I think the way I do.
Yeah, go on.
I mean, I whistle blew at a very big, powerful investment bank that I was working in the city in 2005. And I was put on, I was sent home on full pay while they I went to compliance and they did an investigation, or at least they said they were going to do an investigation. Now, I won't bore you with all the details, but it was basically
they were doing dodgy dealing. You were working in compliance. You saw it, and you were made redundant because of what you saw. No.
By the by, when I was at home, This is going to sound very strange, but it was palpably real. I started to experience this sort of entity. It was almost like something had been sent to put the fear of God into me.
You're talking about a poltergeist.
Well, it was a bit like a poltergeist initially. It would move things around. It would steal things I was looking for. When I'd given up looking for them, it would put them right in front of me. It started to make me question my own sanity. But I'll give you a case example. When it was at its worst, I had a motorbike at the time, and I was getting so fearful of this thing because it would come into my bedroom and attack me at night. I used to go and stay with friends in order to sort of avoid having to be on my own, and I took my motorcycle to get it serviced one morning before going to work, and I went into the dealership, and the guy who owned the dealership had a big dog, and the dog lumbered up to me, was friendly. I stroked the dog. It was very passive, no problem at all. And then I left the bike there, went to work, and in the afternoon at work, I made a decision that I wanted to go and stay with a friend that night because I didn't want to be on my own. So I phoned this friend of mine, Tara, and I said, Tara, can I come and stay with you tonight? No funny business, but can I share your bed? And we know each other very well. And
she always fancied you, Piers. She always fancied you, mate. Let's face it. I know all of this. I lived through all of this with Piers. I completely believe in what Piers is saying here. Carry on.
I thought I'd go back to the dealership and pick up my motorcycle so I could ride it down to her place in Fulham. And I went into this thing that had sort of attached itself to me seemed to wanted to avoid me being in safe scenarios. Anyway, I walked into the dealership, and the same scenario, the owner with his dog. And as soon as I walked into the dealership, the dog took one look at me and went completely berserk. I mean, berserk. I mean, this dog was fucking terrified, and it saw something next to me that just frightened it like you've never seen an animal behave. I mean, it was rearing up, like savagely barking and backing away, and drool literally foaming at the mouth. It was savage. I mean, and it had been totally passive in the morning and friendly, and the owner just couldn't believe it. He was absolutely gobsmacked, and he had to drag this beast off and drag it into the back of the shop and lock the door. And you could hear the dog savagely barking from behind the door. And he said, you know, I'm so sorry. I have absolutely no idea what's got into this animal. He's never done this before. He's never behaved like this. And I kind of knew what it was, you know, and then I did go and stay with Tara. And I'll give you one other example. I ended up having a date with a doctor who I was introduced to through a mutual friend, and we went and got drunk in the pub, and we were both, you know, a bit sex starved. So I ended up back at her place, and she had a little black cat. And the first night I stayed at hers, the black cat there, and I, you know, it got up on the couch and got in my lap, and I stroked it, and everything was fine. And I stayed the night, and nothing came into her home. I mean, when it usually came into my bedroom, I had an old Nokia phone, and when this came into the room, the atmosphere would change. It'd get very dense and thick. I'd get a sort of prickling over my head, a halo of prickles, a ringing in my ear, and my mobile phone would start to burn next to my bedside table. Anyway,
hold on, brothers. Hold that thought.
Stayed the first night with this doctor, and nothing happened. Then I stayed the second night, and again nothing happened. The third night I stayed, and she was in the habit of locking the cat in the kitchen. There was no cat flap. Nothing could get in, nothing could get out. The cat was secured in the kitchen overnight. The third night I was there, this thing came into her house. I was in the bedroom. I felt its presence. My mobile, which had been discarded on her bedroom floor, started to burn really brightly. And in the morning, she woke up and she was like, "What the fuck was going on with your phone?" You know, I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to upset her. And I said, "I don't know, some sort of interference or something." Anyway, she went down into the kitchen and opened the doors of the kitchen, and the cat was crawling up the walls. It was utterly terrified. And this woman is a GP, bearing in mind. She was so upset by the reaction that cat had given her in the morning that she came back upstairs and said, "Look, I'm going to have to take my cat to the vets. There's something severely wrong with it." So she said, "Just stay here. I'm going to take the cat to the vet." So she took the cat to the vet, and the vet checked it out, couldn't find anything wrong with the cat, gave it a sedative because it was so wound up. And then she brought the cat home, and then I decided then I was going to tell her what was happening to me. And of course, then she didn't want to have anything to do with me. Anyway, these are two case examples of where other people have witnessed, or animals have reacted in a very extreme way, in very strange circumstance, and other people have been involved, and so the whole experience was extremely palpable and real, and it went on for an extremely long time, and I haven't even.
How long did it go on for, Piers?
It went on for many years, to be honest with you.
It was a decade.
A
decade.
The only way I actually managed to get rid of it was by stopping fearing it. It seemed to thrive fear that it inspired in me. And,
yes, it thrived on fear. It thrived on fear. Carry on.
I mean, I did. I think if you spoke to my mother about it, or any, my family, they'd probably tell you that I was having a nervous breakdown. But I really, honestly, truly.
I was worried about you.
I mean,
I love Piers. I've known Piers. He's my oldest, bestest buddy.
I went to the doctors. I told them what was happening. They sent me to a neurosurgeon. I had an MRI on my brain. They sent me to a shrink. They even sent me to a special neurological ward run by a professor of neurology in London. And I spent 24 hours on this ward in a private room with an EEG set rigged to my head, with a button in my hand to press if I had any abnormal experiences, so they could mark it on the EEG and see if there was any abnormal brain activity when I was having an experience. But of course, this thing didn't bloody turn up when I was there. I spent 24 hours with this electric set sort of rigged to my bonds, and absolutely fuck all happened. I mean, I even went to the church because I got quite desperate. I mean, at one point, I asked a friend who was into sort of alternative sort of stuff, and he got me in touch with this woman who came round to the flat with dowsing rods, and she said, look, if they turn outwards and nothing really happens, then nothing's really going on. But if they turn inwards and start to spin, then there's some sort of energetic response. And she went into my bedroom, having gone around the flat, and these things started to spin like fucking tops. And I was watching her hands to see if she was like deliberately turning them, and she wasn't. She was holding her hands rock solid, and these things were spinning like.
Retro Gamer 71 has just made the comment.
And
Piers, answer this. Retro Gamer 71 has just said the man Piers, Retro Gamer, it's our Piers. The man needs an exorcism. Call a Catholic evangelist. What would you say?
No, I did all that. I mean, like I went to the church. I went to the church in desperation. I sat through a service.
This was a poltergeist. I
approached the vicar at the end of the service, who was about my age. He took me seriously at face. I went into the church with a friend of his and him late one night in an annex of the church. And we knelt in a on the ground facing each other. They did some heavy praying over me. They anointed me with holy oil. They got me to burn a list of my sins in front of the altar, and none of it worked. If anything, it just seemed to piss this thing off. I mean, this woman with the dowsing rods.
But you're one of the things that's very interesting about this. You've chronicled that very well, and I know, Rodders, you've got a query in there. I know we'll come to that. You have suggested to me in the past that you think that because of your investigation into the bank, which will not be named because
I'd rather you didn't name the bank.
It's much bigger and more powerful than any of us, and it is a household name. That when you uncovered their dodgy activity, you think that they basically set the hounds on you and that they did some kind of a ritual on you.
Well, I don't know whether it was a ritual or what, but it felt like something. I mean, this is just in retrospect.
The timing was curious, no?
Yes, I mean, I got the feeling that that something had been put on me deliberately, because I was threatening the bank and I was, threatening to expose them with
you illegal, had none of this. I know you. I know all of this history. You had none of that before that.
None. I didn't even believe in this stuff before it happened. I mean, I literally didn't believe in it, and it was one of the most frightening things that has ever happened. I mean. I have literally witnessed things flying around the room, moving across the floor of their own volition, the lights, the television, waking up in bed with things on the pillow next to me, on the floor next to my bed, being strangled at night, by an unknown force. I tell you, when I never believed in any of this, but when you actually go through it, it is one of the most terrifying things. It is the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced, and this is why I was desperate and I took so many different courses of action. I mean, that woman with the dowsing rods sat in my room with crystals or something. I don't know what the fuck she was doing, but I went out for a walk, and while I was out, the whole time she was in my flat, I was out for a walk, and my head was on fire with prickles, and I knew this.
So that was kind of like having, what's it called, thingy and needles,
pins and needles. No, it's not. It wasn't like that.
No?
It's like static electricity that sort of like a swarming mass of static.
And it was very electrical. It was very electrical. This effect. It was very electrical. It turned TVs off and on. Is that right?
I mean, she fell ill after coming round to my flat and had to take several days off. I mean, I'm not even making any of this shit up.
No, I know you're not. Who did? Who did?
I thought to myself, I can remember standing outside the bank, a bank that I worked in subsequently after having left the one that I think put this thing on me. And I remember standing outside having a cigarette, thinking, you've got to hold this together. You don't let this thing get the better of you. You're losing your mind, and don't let it do that, because that's obviously its purpose. And so I just forced myself to whenever it attacked me, I would calm myself and ignore it. And over a protracted period of time, and I had to also put in some charm. You probably laugh at this, but I've got some charms in that are protected by flat. I put a salt barrier around the flat. You basically boil salt in water and imbue it with your prayer, and then you spray it around the perimeter of your flat inside. I put it under the carpet. I laid it underneath the carpet, and that worked for a while. But then it started to happen again, and I had to rejig it with a charm. I have a little silver house that is a sort of a kind of talisman.
A little silver house.
That I held in my hand and prayed a mantra over, to protect.
What, like something off a charm bracelet?
It started to wear off not long ago, and I took it out of the drawer next to my bed, and I held it in my hand, and it was throbbing in the palm of my hand. It was like a heartbeat. It was so weird, and I
How recent was that? How recent
this
was that?
This was a few weeks ago, and I re-imbued it with my mantra, and it's
because you've actually been because I've seen.
I still have entities that come into my room. I don't fear them any longer.
That's a very, very key point, and brings us full circle on the theme of tonight's show. By the way, Piers, hold on. I want to read some comments because they're interesting and curious and very relevant to this. And then I want to pull Rodders in because he had a query or something he wanted to say. Retro Gamer 71, the chap that said the man needs an exorcism. He says demonic possession. See a psychotherapist. He's done all that. Harold Chapman says Jimmy Savile's. He's joking here, I think. Jimmy Savile's holy water worked on Rodders. Phantom Prophet. It's the dark arts. Now hold on. Phantom Prophet is a man I would like to call in right now, sir. Somebody call in. We've had no calls at all. Phantom Prophet. It's the dark arts of the Freemasons. They gain control over jinn. Now that is spelt because it's a word I don't know.
Well,
and
jinn is the name for these entities that the Islamic faith give them. Jinn are. If you believe in these entities,
hold on, Piers. We'll come back to that. We'll come back. Let me get through these comments, and then we will come back to this. Jinn. These are there are lots of cases of this. Says Phantom Prophet. Curious Monica has Phantom Prophet. Phantom. I would like you very much to call in, sir. He also says, because I asked him, what or who is jinn, please? Well, Piers, you just explained it a bit. Phantom Prophet came back like demonic spirits. And Piers, hold that thought. I want to hear more. Phantom Prophet also says it's these jinn and that's spelt DJINN, people.
The jinn, it's the Islamic name for sort of malevolent entities, really. I mean, that's essentially what it is.
He says, Phantom Prophet, it's these jinn that the Freemasonic rituals and satanic rituals seek to gain control over. And he also says...
I read my article on Facebook the other day, but I wrote about this. This is going down the rabbit hole, and Rodders is probably going to think I'm completely crazy. But
hold that thought. Let me get through these comments. And then I want to go right back to that rabbit hole. Phantom Prophet also says there's a film called Revelation that depicts how Freemasons have control over this dark army of jinn. And he also says there's a film called Revelation. He's emphasizing. And Retro Gamer 71 says you aren't waking up properly. Your mind is hallucinating, Piers. You need some calming meditative practice to still your mind. Otherwise, your psychic energy will create overthinking. Retro gamer, mate. I'll tell you, I know
No,
this guy very
it's
well.
not overthinking because other people
that's
have
not the
experienced
case.
it.
That's not the
Animals
case.
have reacted to it. You know,
But
people have seen.
but what Retro Gamer says, and I suspect Rodders was going to come in and say something similarly, is what we are conditioned to think. And most of us are not in a position where maybe we've, I don't know, been in a position of some kind of threatening power of people that might understand dark arts to be able to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm convinced.
Hold on, Piers, before you come back into that. Rodders, what's your point on this? Where's he gone? He's gone for a pee. Go on,
No, he
Piers.
hasn't. He's there. I don't know. Have you muted him or something?
How did he mute? I did. He has muted. Hold on, I'm trying to unmute him now. Viscount.
Hello?
Yes, sorry, sir. I've no idea why you were muted for so long. I've no idea.
You cut me off, Ollie.
I didn't touch anything. It was Piers' poltergeist.
Well, I mean, listen, I didn't believe in any of this stuff, but I do now, and I've done a lot of research. And yes, it's not this. My experience is not a unique experience by any stretch of the imagination. And my research has led me to believe that yes, the dark arts are real, and that I do believe certain sectors of society are in a quid pro quo relationship with these entities, whereby they feed them and give them what they desire, namely. They seem to feed energetically off humanity through our fear and our suffering. And if you abuse a child as a sort of ceremonial ritual,
well, you go to prison and you get the shit kicked out of you.
Yeah. That too. But if you do it in private, where nobody can find out, then these entities will then give you favour and keep you in your exalted position. I mean, my research.
Let's talk about it.
The Catholic Church, for example, abuses children deliberately in order to, feed these entities. That there was a very interesting film called Spotlight that came out about abuse in the Catholic Church in Boston, and there's this reporter that goes and doorsteps an old Catholic priest who's retired, and she doorsteps him and asks him openly, "Why did you carry out this abuse?" And he said, I drew no satisfaction or from what I did. What was done to me, I ended up carrying out myself. And then he's about to elucidate when he gets pulled back inside by, I don't know, his sister or somebody. Yeah. But it seemed to imply that what they were doing was born out of necessity rather than some perverse paedophilic, gratification. His comment was he drew no pleasure.
What I'd like to come back to is the thought that we were holding, which is Keith Vaz, i.e., you're in a position of power.
Keith Vaz, for goodness sake, sir, we've moved beyond that. We've gone into the spiritual, but you're right. Keith Vaz is good entertainment.
I mean, I've read Dennis Wheatley as a young lad, But the point being is, if you're talking about positions of power and being protected, here we have a very clear case of a bloke who has his thing with cocaine and male prostitutes, and lo and behold, let me take a step back. I remember meeting Jack Profumo, if you remember from the Profumo school.
Yeah.
And after he was exposed and he lied to the House of Commons. Keeler. Yeah, exactly.
Christine Keeler.
Christine Keeler and Mandy Rice Davis, who in actual fact, what?
Is somebody trying to call in?
Ooh. Oh, blimey. Yes, we've got a call. Good Lord. Well done, Piers. Well done. Hold on a sec. We've got a call on Daily Chaos. Good Lord. Good evening. Good morning. Hello. Can you hear us? Call in. User 1. That's what it says. Hello? Oh no. Our only call.
Well, I've got a big green button on my screen. Do you want me to press it?
Yes, press it. It might
How
help.
do you how do you get the green button and not me?
I haven't got a green button.
I need to change your. There's the various screen.
Call in user. You need to work out your microphone, I think, because you're talking.
Okay, well,
that means
right.
that call in user one
Is like.
and I'm so pleased that you called in, and I want to encourage this. But
you've got lots of comments, Ollie.
yes, wonderful comments on both YouTube and Facebook, and this has perked everybody up, and we're probably going to be here till dawn.
What is the time now? I need to go to bed.
Yeah, probably. It's 12:30, Piers. It's 12:30.
Oh, I'll stay up for another half hour. But I mean, like,
I told you. I told you.
I know. I sound like my rantings sound like the musings of a deluded maniac. But
no, they don't.
Fair,
when
you actually experience something like this firsthand, when you're looking at it from a rational point of view, it really is very frightening. And subsequently, I can watch any horror film now on television, and it doesn't even do anything to me because I've lived it. And, and because you know that they're real and they are truly horrific.
I tell you what, Piers.
Call in user one has just called off. If you can hear us, I think call in user one. That's how you showed up here. So you know who called because it's only one of you all night. Test your microphone. Test your microphone because we couldn't hear you. So test your microphone to make sure that, do a Google test call or whatever. Please call in. It would be really nice. And I suspect that you're one of these folks who's got some insight into this or would contest it. And it would be fascinating to hear what you got to say. Piers, please.
It does seem that we're constantly bombarded with films where black magic plays an element. It's heavily featured in things like Game of Thrones. The Snow White and the Huntsman. All those films. Where witchcraft is being, or Harry Potter for crying out loud. There's probably I always believe that they tend to.
What about Hollywood? Hollywood is named after the wood that is used to make a magician's wand.
Well, there you go. Yeah, exactly. That could be just sort of Hollywood is magic and all the rest of it. But
maybe.
But yeah, no. I do believe that we're constantly told truths, but they're painted as fictions, and therefore we never really truly recognise the weight of what we're being told or what we're being shown, and therefore we tend to disregard it and write it off and get on with our daily lives. But they can circumvent the kind of laws of free will by telling us what what's really going on, but painting it as fiction. That's a clever tactic of a hole, if you like. And but I do believe, that the upper echelons of society, have involved themselves with this. And I do believe that. For example, let's just go off on a wild goose chase here and suggest something crazy.
I was going to suggest let's move away from the occult. All
right. One last thing. What if the establishment are heavily involved with this stuff? That they have to carry out a certain level of abuse in order to keep certain entities at bay, prevent them from possessing people and things. Because let's face it.
Now hold on a sec. Explain. No, Piers. That you can't. That you made that sound like a glib remark. Rodders, I'm sorry. We're going to have to carry down this rabbit hole just a little bit longer. Please explain. Please explain what you just said.
Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. The Catholic Church does have an army of exorcists. They do genuinely believe in possession. So therefore, they do believe entities exist that can inhabit people's bodies and cause them immense suffering and pain. What if institutions like the Catholic Church are gateway institutions where they are deliberately carrying out a certain amount of abuse in order to try and prevent these entities from taking over people's bodies and drawing their source of energy direct from source. I mean, what if this has been a secret going on for centuries, this quid pro quo relationship that's turned into a catch-22?
I think it has.
And let me finish. That what if Gordon Brown, when he told everybody to stand down in relation to the rape gangs, because it meant that inadvertently these rape gangs were carrying out a lot of the work they would have had to have done themselves.
Why? Explain that.
No.
Hold on, Rodders. Let him explain that, because this is a very curious theory.
If they're carrying out sort of, I mean, these rape gangs are not just guilty of rape; they are guilty of torture.
Evil.
That's something that Tommy Robertson pointed out. He said some of these girls have had their tongues nailed to tables, and they've had all kinds of
they've been murdered as well,
sadistic stuff done to them. I mean, like, which is exactly the kind of thing that you'd imagine goes on in some sort of abusive ceremonial.
Why would that be useful to anybody?
Because a child generates an immense amount of the energy that these entities feed off. They are devoid of guilt. They haven't.
We're talking about satanic ritual here, really.
Yes,
aren't
yeah.
we?
Well, they inadvertently are creating the same energy that would be created in a ritual. So thereby default, they are carrying out the work that other people would have had to have done. Therefore, negating their need to carry out quite so much. It's almost like they've been given a bit of a break, from what they've been carrying out, because these people were inadvertently generating the energy for these entities that they would have had to have created themselves.
Rodders.
It's a very fucking weird, bizarre theory, but if there's any truth,
it's deep. Rodders, why do you shy away from this?
I don't shy away from anything. But as soon as we start drifting into the occult and satanic, and you're getting into areas which are far removed from Keith Vaz.
But sure, but they are ultimately, potentially, what we are about as spirits. I mean, I consider myself, I am, as a spirit that just happens to occupy this shell called Ollie Connolly at the moment.
Well, we're born and ashes to ashes. I mean, do we want to talk about theology, politics, or?
Well, but what Piers is saying, what Piers is suggesting at least, and I think he's pretty much said it, is that one influences the other and is used to manipulate the other. And therefore, I would say, in this show, Daily Chaos, it's very curious.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, okay.
I know this is very, very deep. Very deep.
I think it's more fundamental. It comes down to psyche, and we can try and find resolution in either our unhappiness, our insecurity. And
none of this was born out of unhappiness or insecurity.
No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying, Piers, I'm not talking about you personally. What I'm saying is that the nature of the human condition is that we try and justify or find a means of explaining.
But you're suggesting there that we are primarily a human condition. I personally believe that that's secondary to what we really are.
Well, actually, Ollie, hang on a sec. Speaking as a Roman Catholic, I agree with that. I do believe in a state of sanctity, repose.
There's somebody trying to call in.
Yes. Call in user 2.
I tell you what, Piers, thanks to you, it's probably a devil worshipper.
We've got call in user 2. Just sorry, Rodders, carry on. Before we bring in caller user 2, please finish what you were saying, sir.
John, it's interesting when you have I have a conversation with an atheist, any atheist, and it's like, It's funny how atheists, and funny enough, some Muslims try and bring down the Christian faith. And I'm always happy to stand up and say, look, the reason I believe, and I really do feel it, the Eucharist and everything we do, you're entitled to your own view. And typically the cynical atheist will say, you're just trying to find a reason for existence and some kind of afterlife. And you then go down this road of, okay, well, look, if that's your view, that's your view. Leave me to mine. But in actual fact, Ollie, once one has taken Holy Communion, from my perspective, I feel like a very, very different man. I really do. And the sacrament of confession, for example, that I believe in fervently, I feel like a very different man having confessed to God. And whether people want to believe in that or not, well, that's their business. And frankly, I don't really care.
Do you believe you have a soul, though? Do you believe you have some element of yourself that is everlasting?
The answer is yes, I do. And funnily enough, as you know, Piers, I view myself as a humanist. And some people are fundamentally unkind, self-indulgent, insecure. I happen to view myself as reasonably kind. I've got more faults than most, as you very well know. But the point is, if you put certain people, and I count myself as one of them, into a very difficult situation with people who are suffering, my hands come out. As, funny enough, you'll find the best in people in difficult situations. And an example is my godson, who's still in prison doing an 11-year stretch for attempted murder. We got on like a house on fire. If someone was having a difficult day in prison on,
you're coming back to humanity now.
Yes, I am. And what gives us our humanity? And funny enough, you often see this in animals.
What does give us our humanity? I don't know. Well, I used to listen to this show, which some folks watching might have watched every now and then, called Coast to Coast AM.com.
Oh, yeah.
Coast to Coast with George Norrie before Art Bell. And I remember a guest went on there. I can't remember his name, but he had this lovely theory. Now, maybe this is a bit romantic about me and from me. And calling
you are very romantic, Ollie. What can I say?
Well, I am. Calling user 2. I'm going to pull you in just a sec after this little anecdote. But one of his guests, he had a wonderful theory, which was that we basically were spirits that were floating from realm to realm and spending a bit of time here and there and what have you. And you could argue that Prison Planet or whatever, this particular place that we're at the moment where everybody seems to disagree with largely everybody else and can't agree to disagree. And it's pretty nasty in many, many ways that it shouldn't be. I mean, for crying out loud, why have we got nuclear bombs? I mean, why on earth would we want to kill anybody else? It just doesn't make any sense. From the point of view of just being a decent person, you need to defend yourself, yeah. But anyway, I think probably we can understand where I'm coming from there. And so he said that we would do this realm, but the point of it was to learn and to build our spirit, or to maybe do something wrong, be like Tony Blair and go the other way. But ultimately, over the course of many, many realms and many, many, many experiences in many, many places in this amazing universe of God knows how many galaxies, like there's more galaxies than there are grains of sand on this planet. And each galaxy contains something like 1 million planets.
A million. Yeah.
Just incredible numbers. The kind of numbers that I personally can't fathom. But
Yeah.
I consider, I kind of suspect, my intuition tells me that I'm a young spirit, really, curious, which is probably why I do stuff like this. But
then how do you get caught up?
So
with people like us?
this guy reckoned that at the end of each realm, we get together with all the characters we knew. So there'll be like me with my mum and my dad and my grandparents, people that were very precious to me, people like Rodder's there and Piers there, some of you folks. I hope so. And then we would kind of like decide, well, what are we going to do next? What role do you want to play next? Oh, I might be somebody evil next time because I'm going to learn from that. Or I might be somebody really good. And so I can learn from that. And then we go through each realm, basically, somehow.
You want to play next?
Enlarging our spirit. And I don't know, but it just struck me as an incredible idea. Anyway, call in
Ollie,
user.
I want to come back as my wife's underwear.
Call in user 2. Good evening, sir. Please identify yourself. Hello? Call in user 2. We heard you a second ago. You're not muted now. Call in. Call in. Can you hear us?
I think your ramble basically put him off.
Oh, balls. He's still here. Anyway, okay, but okay, and Rodders, I mean, so this whole Roman Catholic thing, I was brought up Church of England, whatever. Have we not been conditioned into some kind of religion and taking our eye off the ball, which is faith and our, I mean, when people meditate, you hear about this, mindfulness and stuff, which is basically just attention, actually, being attentive. That's all that mindfulness is. And these things are trying to come to some kind of a union with...
I could talk about this for hours. We haven't got the time. I mean, if we want to discuss the reason why we're here and all that sort of stuff, then we can on another occasion. But
maybe we should go to Keith.
I want to talk about Keith Vaz.
I can talk about this for a very long time. But it's late now, and I do believe we're here to learn, and that we may have been here many times before, and then we do get the opportunity to sort of graduate and advance. And that there are various frequencies of reality, and you could, a bit like a radio dial, different realities on different frequencies, and that there are beings like the ones we've been discussing that exist in realms that are just outside our sort of bandwidth, if you like, but they have this capacity to influence our bandwidth and world, and that. We only have our five senses, and they're very limited, and the spectrum that we can see and hear and all the rest of it is very limited. So there's a huge plethora of other stuff out there that that we can ultimately could tap into if we had the capacity.
I just say Jamie Mitchell says maybe Wilcox you on about, not sure though, and he also says he's a fan of Coast to Coast. I said to him, I replied, if I mention Wilcox to Piers, he'll be on till dawn.
I did go and see Wilcox talk a few years back in 2011, and I'd mentioned this before, but I did have the most extraordinary synchronicity when I was at his lecture, and he was talking about sacred geometry and synchronicity and how the universe will. Basically, the idea is that we come back and we're given a life path, and that obviously we have free will. We deviate from that life path. We get drawn in certain directions. We have things,
and that's the test, isn't it? That's the test.
When you find yourself inadvertently on your life path, the universe will throw little synchronous events at you to say, yeah, you're on the right path. You're thinking the right way. You're doing the right stuff. And while he was talking about all of this, I was thinking about Vitruvian Man, that image that Da Vinci created, the man standing in the circle, which is all to do with sacred geometry and this divine ratio in physical things. And then he called a break and said, come back in 10 minutes, go for a pee, do whatever you want. And I went outside for a smoke outside the hotel. And as soon as I walked out into the smoky area, there was a girl with a backless dress with Vitruvian Man tattooed on her back. And I
That's
was just
synchronicity. Sarah Boland. Sarah Boland here says,
I tapped her on the shoulder and said, "Are you here for the WUUK thing?" And she didn't speak English. She was just literally. It was a hotel near the Heathrow Airport, the Sheraton, and she was just no airport, no here for no. So she didn't know what she wasn't there for. She didn't know anything about the WUUK thing. But I just been a lecture about sacred geometry.
What were you doing at a hotel?
I walk out to the smoking area, and there it is, tattooed on someone's back.
Yeah, more to the point, what were you doing at a hotel near Heathrow?
He was a coronavirus quarantine.
Flown over to London specially to give a lecture for the whole weekend. So I booked myself in and spent 2 days listening to him regale us with his theories and his philosophies, and it was extraordinary. I met the guy afterwards and had a brief chat with him. He's a very weird guy, but I think a lot of what he has to say really resonates with me, partly because of personal experience, and I think when you have weird synchronous events like the one that occurred then, that really kind of slap you around the chops, you really start to think that there might be something in it.
Well,
yeah. Amanda Rolfson says, if what Rodder says is true, ask, why is it when I had an operation, I was outside my body watching the surgeons and the assisting nurses. Afterwards, I was able to tell them what they did, where they walked, and what they said. Now, Sarah Boland says, absolute fantasy. It's not too far removed from burning witches, is it? I thought we had moved on since then.
What is fantasy?
Well, I think Piers' experience, according to Sarah, but until you because as Piers said himself, he didn't believe in any of this stuff before it kind of happened. Mark Singer says, as an atheist, I question the reality of a higher being when there is so much evil in the world, but have my doubts when so many pray to God when in danger. I guess.
The saying is that there are no atheists on a turbulent aircraft.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? I mean, we'll all hedge our bets in times of turmoil. No,
you go into a nosedive, and all of a sudden it's like, God help me.
Sarah also says Freemasons call God the grand geometrician of the universe. That's rather nice. Amanda Rolfson, Piers Garnham, have you delivered into the Ouija board? Ollie Connolly, can you please ask him? That's pretty scary stuff. The Ouija board. No, that's going into going into risky business. You don't know what you're going to get. No,
I have.
It's a bit like voting.
I have dabbled with those things, and all I can say is yes. I don't think there's anything beneficial to be gained by messing with that stuff. I think people, I have experienced quite a potent reaction when doing that kind of thing with other people, and all I can say is I think that there are a lot of imposters, usurpers, impersonators that may be on the other side of whatever boundary it is, who are pretending to be who you want them to be. But yeah, in answer to your question, yes, I've had a very strong reaction with the board where the glass has been moving extremely forcefully when the people are literally just touching it with the ends of their fingers, and it's creepy, and I would not recommend it to anybody. I think you're dabbling in something that is ultimately quite dangerous. So I wouldn't recommend it to anybody.
Glasses moving forcefully is normally what occurs to me when I'm in a pub.
I did do a Ouija board when I was a teenager and stoned with a few fellow stoners who were heavy metalers who thought that they were up for it. And as soon as the glass twitched, we all basically ran out of the house and ran home and never talked about it since. In fact, till this night, I think. Harold Chapman says the caller that we've had, who for some reason we couldn't hear him or whatever, caller wants to chat to Rodders about his bond certificate collection. Well,
yeah. Got something you two can, yeah.
Oh, Scripophily. Absolutely.
Yes,
before you go, Piers. Before you go, Piers.
It's worth getting into just so you can use the word Scripophilist.
Before you go, Piers, just two more comments. Retro Gamer 71. I was only commenting the Catholic evangelizing because the missing knowledge of psychic energy comes from understanding the link between right desire, emotions, ethical considerations, and courage. And he also says, to still that poetic comment, God is the chief geometrician of the universe. God has good math.
Yeah, it's all math, it's all geometry, and we are all God. We are all little incremental parts.
What does any of that actually mean? Okay, deep question. Sorry, not a good question for...
Ollie, I've got a question for you. Do you believe in reincarnation?
No, not essentially, but kind of, yes. But in a roundabout way. I don't think it's like we die and we're instantly reborn, because for one thing, that I know the animal. Well, I kind of think that we hover about a bit, and that's why, for example, you have these various spirits that float about, and like Piers had one.
Which still get them. I had one last night. That I was a bit restless and.
I suppose, though. Hold on. I suppose. Ultimately, I do. Just that it's not like you die and you're immediately reborn. I think that it's. But I don't know. Maybe we go via a tree or a cabbage, which is maybe the case. We could come on to Keith Vaz in just a minute.
I'm going to bail on you guys. I'm going to leave you two.
We're going to talk about Keith Vaz.
Yeah.
Oh, Piers, you're going to miss out big time on this one.
Oh, he's an absolute bloody scoundrel. And what's so ironic is that wasn't he?
You're very
kind. On the board of the child sex abuse inquiry or something. I mean, he had something. The
Standards Committee. He was the chairman.
He was like one of
the Parliamentary Standards Committee.
Yeah. I mean, it's like that lord that got caught snorting cocaine off that prostitute's tits. He was like, head of the ethics committee, wasn't he?
Well, actually, you'd want to put him in charge of the Treasury, having done something like that. He would obviously be fit in very well at Goldman Sachs or Salomon Brothers. The Wolf of Wall Street. I mean, snorting cocaine off some bird's whams. It just shows how much testosterone there is bubbling around in that body, and that's what I want.
Where do they get all this testosterone from? And can I have some, please?
We have brought the conversation back down to earth.
Anyway, listen, I'm going to bid you both good night, if that's all right. I'm sorry to bail on you, but I really do have to get up
Piers,
quite early.
Mate, so. You've been on since goodness knows what time. God bless you.
Well, we've done 10, 11, 12. We've done 4 hours.
Yes, we do need to get together for drinks before I come off the booze and do the details.
All right. Well, listen, I'll drop you a text in the next couple of days, and we'll try and get something in the diary.
Piers, superb. I mean, what I'm hoping to do is to try and be a little bit of an example to some of the vets. Some of these guys who've known me for some time. If I can do it, anyone can do it.
Yeah, no, it's. I know that it's nothing to be made light of. It's an extraordinarily difficult challenge, but I respect and admire you for having another go. I really do. I think it'll add lots of quality years onto your life, Rodri, and it's well worth having another crack at. But if you want to you want to have a drink before you go ahead, then that's fine.
You know, I think let's have a farewell to alcohol before, you know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, Ollie, are you there?
He's disappeared. He's gone off for another pee.
Well, I'll keep chatting to you until he gets back. I mean, like, yeah, no, I mean, that'd be nice. I mean, I don't know what your movements are over the next few days, but are you in London over the next couple of weeks?
Yeah.
You are, okay.
Yeah.
And well, we can do a sort of a repeat if you like. I don't mind coming around to the Muse and you don't mind hosting. I mean, or we can hit the local pubs if you like.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sooner do it at the Muse than in a pub, so we can actually just let our hair down and, you know. Yeah,
that's true. That's true. Yeah, no. I hope the wife doesn't mind me popping over.
Absolutely not. No. I mean, absolutely. You know, I mean, you know, let's do it here. It'd be much.
All right, fantastic. That sounds good. Yeah, no, it's funny having been in your front room. I can sort of envisage you sort of tucked away in the corner there in front of your laptop. I think I ate you out of house and home last time I was there. I think I ate an entire bowl of your satsumas or clementines or whatever they were.
That's it. Delphina's fruit.
I did. I just got the major munchies. I think we drunk a little bit too much. I was sort of making vodka and orange in my tummy.
Just mix it up later on.
Yeah, exactly. You know, because I think we were drinking stuff neat, weren't we? Bloody hell. Anyway, no, we'll have a little bit of a repeat of that. That should be fun. Anyway, Ollie, man, I'm gonna say goodnight.
God bless you, Piers. God bless you, mate.
God bless you both. It's been a good chat. I've really enjoyed it. Let's reconvene next Wednesday, and Rodders, I'll be in touch for a drink.
Absolutely superb. Have a good evening.
Take care, Piers. Sleep well, man.
Yeah. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Nighty night.
Nighty night.
Thank God he's gone. Now we can talk.
That's now we can. He's your oldest mate.
Now
the first is thank God he's gone.
Now we can talk behind his back. I love old Piers. I love old Piers.
He's a good lad.
You know, he and me used to have these chats on the phone about, I don't know, 5 years ago, something like that. And they were quite extensive, fairly deep chats, mostly about politics, but also about stuff like the Anunnaki and all sorts of stuff that Piers always brought up because he's such a, one. But I've since read Me Sitchin and all that, and it's very curious stuff, that Anunnaki stuff. And it's set in stone, literally set in stone, 20,000 tablets worth of stone, actually. The spaceports and goodness knows what in ancient Syria, Abyssinia, whatever it was called. And I said to him, because I love producing content, that's kind of my thing. And my mate Piers, had some outrageous content. And I just am fascinated by politics and have been since I was a kid. I can talk about Callaghan's government. I'm 50. I can remember back into my single digits.
I can remember
in
Callaghan.
terms of politics.
Wilson. If you can remember the blackouts, the electricity.
Yes. Oh yes. I could recite tales about my mum walking around with a paraffin lamp and all that. Anyway, and so I said to him one day, I said, Piers, we have these chats every week on the phone, 2 hours on Skype or whatever. We should be doing this on the radio. And then we started doing it. We had this show called Jingly Jangly, which was a satirical swipe on the Savile thing. Yeah, because that was going that was being exposed at the time. All that, and me personally, in terms of my waking up, if you like, there were two things. One of them was 9/11, and the other one was Jimmy Savile. And those two things made me really, really, really question the reality of the world in which we live, politically and socially and all the rest of it. And
Well,
hold on. And so we did this show. We started doing this show, and we did this show on some radio thing with some guy that was a maniac, and then we went off to somewhere else, carrying it on jingly jangly on Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com, which is a fantastic free speech radio station, US based, very American tone. We loved it, and we did 150 shows on there or something. And then I got this guy came on, which maybe one or two of you will know watching if you're still awake, and there's 22 of you apparently are still on YouTube and on Facebook. I don't know how many. I don't know. I can't see the thing, but probably twice that on Facebook. Anyway, Christopher Baxter. He said he came on as a guest. I got him on because it was election night way back then, about 3-4 elections ago now, and because we've had so bloody many. And he came on as a candidate for UKIP, and off the back of this fascinating chat about British politics and what have you, I said to him, you know what we need, because I'm a firm Brexiteer. I believe in sovereignty, basically. Wherever you live, whatever your culture is, I believe in your sovereignty. And self-respect first, leading to mutual respect. And I said to him, you know what we need, Chris? We need a Brexit FM. We need a Brexit radio station. And he said, Ollie, do it. If you do it, I will get you the guests. And that's how Daily Brexit was conceived, back before Facebook started throttling the traffic and all the rest of it. And then after about 2.5 years of that, and a lot of shows, because that was daily for a while, weekdaily for a long time. Then I just, to be honest with you, I felt like I was hitting my head against a brick wall with all that, because it was kind of like the same topic pretty much every night. Fascinating as it was, and I had a different guest every night. But then that turned into this daily chaos thing, and in the meantime, I interviewed old Rodders here and Robin Tilbrook, about Tilbrook's case. And you and I, Rodders, we became mates, and I realised that you were a complete fuck up just like me, and that we could produce some fascinating content. And that is basically where we are now, with old Piers and Rodders here, and me doing this thing. And please share it. Please, or don't. Just send us whiskey. Send us whiskey. Not Rodders, because he's
not me.
He's about to go on the wagon. Wasted for him. Send it to me. And who knows? But Rodders, you want to take this, and now we're post-show. You and I, after the show on these Wednesdays, you and I have a chat, and my wife is telling me to turn off all the lights and to save the electricity off the and to go to bed and all that stuff. But she's not here. She's not here tonight. So you and me, Rodders, on the Wednesday after the show, we have a kind of a post-show chat, which is when we just wind down and have some of the most fascinating, if not the most fascinating and calm conversation, which in my case is something to aspire to, calm conversation about things. And maybe we should just pretend that we've finished the show, even though we haven't. I might play Damn Busters again in a minute.
Okay.
And do that now.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, and I do want to finish up on Keith Vaz. And actually,
okay.
And I tell you why.
Why do you so? I mean, I think we all dislike Keith Vaz, but you may have a bee in your bonnet.
I do. I mean, funny enough, I met Jack Profumo, John Profumo, but he was known as Jack.
Yes.
Just the once. He was a friend of Lord Northbourne who had a summer drinks party in the House of Lords out on the terrace. And when John Profumo was forced to resign for having told a bit of a porky to the House of Commons, have you been having an affair with this woman? And he felt he had to resign. He then dedicated his life, by the way, to raising money for charity, to his credit. And when I met him, I thought he was a very kind gentleman, even though he'd made a huge mistake in his political career. And absolutely dedicated to children's charities, but in a good way, not the Savile way. And people disadvantaged. I mean, he raised a lot of money for those, what are they called? The Variety Club coaches and what have you. I then look at Keith Vaz, and it just gives you an idea of how badly our political class has evolved. Keith Vaz is snorting cocaine off the cock of some Romanian rent boy.
That's right.
Well, I think it's a fact.
There's actually nothing wrong with that in itself. The thing with Keith Vaz was that he was living to a double standard, no?
You know what? This is the whole point. If that's what you set your stall out as,
yes,
I don't have a problem.
Hypocrisy.
Precisely. I don't have any problem with a guy who wants to do what Keith Vaz did. But when you put yourself out as a family man and you talk about ethics, et cetera, and then you blatantly lie to the House, he wasn't kicked out. John Bercow should have ordered an investigation into his conduct, bluntly, and Keith Vaz should have resigned. He should have been ditched by the Labour Party. And this is the problem I have with modern politics. In the old days, if you were caught snogging some sort of, I don't know, bird in a titty bar, and you were caught out by your missus, generally you resigned. And I think to label MPs generally as pedos, I don't think is correct. I think in any group of people, you're going to find wrong-uns, as you do in prison, as you do in church, as you do in the Roman Catholic Church. Most of the Muslims, no, I'm kidding, Muslims. I'm very fond of the Ahmadiyya Muslim faith, which is peaceful.
That? What's that? What faith?
The Ahmadiyya. Funny enough, one of my booze doctors, and he's a leader in his field, is an Ahmadiyya Muslim.
What's
and
that?
The Ahmadiyya, they believe
Ahmadiyya. Sorry, go on.
Well, I was invited to their peace symposium to meet His Holiness, and I can't pronounce his name, but there was a very good. Well, no, it's the equivalent within the Ahmadiyya Muslim, and they make up just under 2% of the Muslim population.
Right.
And their view of Islam, and it was a fascinating speech.
Right.
Well, because they believe in Islam, but Islam cannot be based on territory. It's got nothing to do with land or domination. Oh, what's that? That looks rather good.
I'm showing this because I've been asked.
Old
No
Paul.
namey Noslogan, no name Noslogan, who I so want to call in and have a chat with us and do a show with us, because he has said some amazing things tonight. Asked what vintage this is. So just as a very brief aside, before we go back to the whatnots, Puerto Vieja Rioja. It's a Rioja, this one.
Puerto Vieja.
It's a 27 Crianza, and that was less than £4. It was about $3.80, and I've got to tell you, it's bloody good. And one thing that is superb about Spain is that they are useless with marketing. The French, brilliant. Therefore, all their wine is overpriced and mostly gut rot. Spanish, the wine is better and way cheaper. And this is a good wine. It's a very good wine. Puerta Vieja. And this bottle, I bought 4 of these at the time because it was, the second one was 70% off the price of the first. Anyway, there you go. Yeah, very good. But you know what? Well, you go down odd bins, you're going to pay £8 for something that, no, 9, even 10. It's crazy. The British, we need global warming in the UK to grow this stuff. But then it'll all be taxed to high heaven because of the bloody Marxists, yeah? Anyway, sorry, go on, carry on, please.
Well, just to stay on wine, one of my favourite wines from Spain are the range of soleras, which come from the bottom of the barrel.
Oh, is that a sherry thing? No, that's wine, is it?
No, it's wine, but it has more of a sherry. It's stronger. The alcohol content is higher, and it's a very rich tasting wine, solera. And I also love Spanish brandy, for example.
Oh, well, brandy was a British invention. You know that? It was the Brits, because the cognac, brandy and cognac is the same thing, effectively.
Yeah.
But cognac comes from France and brandy comes from Spain or Portugal. And the Brits insisted on the brandy, which is basically mixing a bit of extra liquor in with the wine to keep it from going off by the time it got
going off. And hence sherry and port. The origin of port was to stop the wine going off.
Yeah. And that was all thanks to the Brits. And anyway, carry on. Well, sorry, this Muslim
the Ahmadiyya, they represent less than 2% of the world's Muslims. Mm-hmm. They are the most peaceful lot. And to give you an idea, in Pakistan, they're hated by the other Sunni and Shia Muslims.
Why? Why is that?
I'll explain. The Shia and the Sunni are very militant on creating a state which is land-based of Islam. Whereas
how did because we know this from Iraq, don't we? It was Sunni, Shia, and what was the other thing? Was it Kurd? No, Kurds. No. Sunni, Shia, and the Ahmadiyya. That was the issue with Iraq, wasn't it? And that's where the Brits buggered up post.
The Americans did, and Tony Blair.
No. Way before that, back about 48. When we basically turned Iraq, we took 3 territories: the Sunni, the Shia, and one other, I can't remember the name. And we basically converged it into one because we wanted to control the oil. And but that wasn't my point. And correct me if I'm wrong there, but I think that's correct, basically. And all of the problems with Iraq have stemmed from that. I'm not sure whether it's a similar deal in Iran. I don't know. Why did these Muslim groups diverge? Presumably they are all they come from, originally Abrahamic religion, and then to this Muslim, this warrior, paedophile, I don't know the truth. But apparently he's a bit of a dodgy character, yeah? That they seem to like. The Prophet Muhammad or whatever. They don't like cartoons being drawn of. And then they have diverged since. Why have they split up since?
Okay, well, just to finish off on the Ahmadiyya.
Sorry.
They believe in a state of Islam, but a state of Islam is not geographic. It's one of harmony with God. And I was delighted to be a guest where, funny enough, I bumped into Norman Lamont and the Chief Commissioner of Police at the biggest mosque in South London for the purpose of their peace symposium. And it was a fascinating event to hear about what the differences are. But basically, I think the problem that we have with the modern Muslim lot is post-1923, which was the creation of the Kingdom of Saudi. We move in, we create King Abdulaziz, because prior to that, Saudi had never had a king. It was a combination of what they call them. Oh God,
tribes. Retro Gamer
Tribes.
71 says it's tribal, and he's right. It was different tribes.
And in 1923, Britain effectively was competing with America to get control of Saudi.
Of the oil.
Of the oil. That was all what it was all about.
Yes.
And basically, Abdulaziz was the strongest tribal leader. The Americans said, look, you can have a democracy. You can
all
be
of
a
these
president.
all of these problems that we face today, or the vast majority of them, are basically karma for our greed for oil, you could argue.
Yes.
I don't like this argument, the sins of the father, but that is the legacy. No?
The answer is yes. And basically, we invited Abdulaziz over, to the UK and said, look, we have the best dressing up parties. I mean, look at the House of Lords with all the robes and, we've got the crown jewels. You can be a king, which is a hereditary position, which you can pass on to your family. But our advice to him was, look, you need to take care of the other tribes, make sure they're all weighed out with money, and make sure that your local religions are sorted out, because you're a Muslim lot. And prior to that, we hadn't had a problem in the West since the Crusades and the expulsion of the Moors from Spain, courtesy of El Cid, Rodrigo, who I was named after, by the way.
What? Viscounts and Davids?
No, Rodri, which converts in Spanish to Rodrigo.
Exactly. Rodriguez.
Not Rodrigo.
Really? I don't know.
And
you're so modern.
Anyway, so what did Abdulaziz do? He got a whole pile of cash, and he provided funding for Islamic schools. Now, these Islamic schools were basically headed by people who were fundamentally pretty uneducated, other than a basic understanding of the Quran.
When was this? When are we talking here?
1923 onwards.
Okay.
So
this is before Islam. Now, this is controversial, Facebook, but my understanding is that Islam has been bastardized.
Yes, it has.
By the CIA, who introduced...
Before then.
Okay, correct me in a sec. I want this correction. Who introduced, as I understand, this whole Wahhabist and Salafist type mentality, which is very, frankly, misogynist and not woke at all, libtards. And want to throw you off buildings, by the way. And stuff like that. But am I wrong? Am I wrong that this kind of, if you like, ultra?
You are. Ollie, you are.
Go on, correct me.
The Wahhabist movement was pre the creation of the Kingdom of Saudi, and it was sort of kind of extreme. But what happened is that Saudi poured, millions and millions into the creation of these Islamic schools. Now, if you can imagine taking a 4-year-old into an Islamic
schools.
Okay.
What you mean Wahhabist? What's the difference between Wahhabist and Salafist?
Do you know what? You've got me there. I know
they're
that
both
Wahhabist,
extreme Islam, if you like. No, a bit like a neocon on a Christian scale, if you like. The kind of
that was they were pretty much minority prior to the creation of the Kingdom of Saudi in 1923.
So what was it? What was the purpose?
Well, the purpose was to keep the Muslims at bay and to try and create peace in Saudi so that the royal family could enjoy the riches.
Peace or control? Control peace
it was
via
yeah,
control.
and we basically
So it's a
said,
bit like
look,
coronavirus.
well, the answer is you're absolutely spot on. The
Well, I don't know. Now you're contradicting yourself because that was
I'm not.
okay. Okay,
And I'll
carry on.
explain.
I'm being cheeky. Carry on. I am playing.
I'll explain. So basically, this King Abdulaziz kept all the other tribal leaders, that they became sheikhs. They were given a share of the spoils. Keep them peaceful.
Yes.
Now, to keep the religious community peaceful, well, a religious leader would go to the king and say, I would like to open an Islamic school. It's like, yes, of course, here's a handout. And basically, what these Islamic schools were doing were taking children from the age of 4, 5, 6 years of age. They were not educated in geography, mathematics, history, any of the humanities. Your qualification to graduate from the school was to recite the Quran word perfect. So you had no comparative education to interpret the Quran. And I've read the Quran a couple of times. First time, fun enough, was in Nuremberg Nick, because I just wanted to know more about it. And I don't find anything controversial in the Quran in itself. Chapter 17 is the most beautiful dedication to the Virgin Mary. There's nothing wrong with that. They recognize Jesus Christ not as the Son of God, but as another prophet. Okay, that's their view, which is absolutely fine. There's nothing fundamentally violent in the Quran. It depends on the interpretation. And the problem is, when you've got an illiterate group of people, and on the whole, people in the Middle East are illiterate, and they're just versed by the imam who develops his own interpretation. And don't forget, you can interpret lots of things in the New Testament. If you really wanted to make the New Testament nasty, I could do that for you.
Really? Go on. Yeah. Go on. The Old Testament, yeah, but the New? Go on.
Well,
Revelation's pretty scary.
Revelations, some of the letters to the Corinthians, depending on the interpretation you wish to draw, you can actually make it quite warlike. You're fighting for Christianity. There's the parable, of people. Oh, come on! I'm just trying to remember the relevant words. You've got the path which has gravel on it, and then you've got sort of nettles either side. Mm-hmm. And it's like, don't waste your time with these nettles because they will always be your enemy, etc., etc.
That sounds like conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like not being having an abstract, having a lateral thinking mind.
Well, it depends on your interpretation and putting things in context. Now, that's, in my view, that's not what Christ was saying, but you can take things off course, and that's exactly what these Islamic schools did, because you've got an increasingly illiterate, more illiterate teachers who have no comparative education. When you study history, you've got something to compare your thought process with a religious text. But no, it's taken literally, and then they go, actually, Islam, we have to dominate. Islam is all about this, that, conquest, which is where they separate from the Ahmadiyya. And the Ahmadiyya Muslims, to my mind, are the purest Muslims, because their view on life is that Islam is a state of mind. It's a state of peace with God. Islam is about a unity with God. Whereas you go to the other lot, the Sunni and the Shia, and it's all about taking over someone else's country and creating a physical state like ISIS. That's what that lot are about. And it's based on ill-education, illiteracy, and there is no discipline within the Muslim culture, in the sense, if you have the Church of England, we have Her Majesty, who's the head of the Church of England. We have the bishops. but there is a commonality.
Well, that
of
Welby
thought.
bloke, he doesn't like any of us.
Well, fuck him. I mean, the point being is that you have a dogma which is pretty consistent. Whether you're Seventh-day Adventist, Evangelical Church of Utah, or whatever, most of these things, that there is a consistency of dogma. Amongst the Muslim communities, there is no necessary consistency of dogma. And therefore, you get some lunatic imam, and let's take who's the guy with the two hooks, who's now in Colorado.
I know who you mean. The bloke, Finsbury Park Mosque.
Yeah, and he was an imam, and he had an unbridled position to interpret.
Why the hell is a bloke like that living in the UK? He's got nothing. He's got nothing in common with British culture, has he?
Well, no.
Why? No. I'm okay. I'm changing a bit.
Okay.
Why on earth do we tolerate an idiot, an arsehole, frankly, somebody who just does well? Yeah, he has created people that go around and machete people, stab people, hate their adopted culture. The Brits. I gotta say, as a migrant, somebody who lives abroad, I don't vote in Spain. They're perfectly capable of buggering it all up for themselves. If I had kids, me and my missus, and by the way, one of the main reasons I don't is because I looked at this world and I thought, I don't know that I want to subject them to where we're going. That was a long time ago. Why on earth do we tolerate these people who do not share common values? Values of, and I would say that I'm not, and I was brought up Church of England, I wouldn't say that I'm not a religious person at all. I think religion's got a lot to answer for, although it's got some wonderful, wonderful, beautiful things as well. I would say that the 10 Commandments, by and large, are pretty much spot on. Just like treat your neighbour as you would want to be treated yourself. That's pretty much it. And don't, go around killing people and stuff like that. And then we got this kind of bloke who comes in and takes our benefits and all the rest of it, is basically using us to spread hate. Why? How dense do we have to be as a British culture to put up with this? I think I know the answer, but it's just so frustrating.
There was a comment you made earlier.
Political correctness is the answer, isn't it?
Well,
Tony Blair again. And political correctness was something that was born of the Nazis. It was actually conceived, I think, in the University of Chicago or something, some bloke in the 20s. And the Nazis grasped onto this and created the Hitler Youth. And we've got it again. We've got it again in a different way, in a different...
Okay.
Go on. Rant over.
You said something earlier, that what is it they don't understand about their adopted culture? The point
they don't care about their adopted culture, do they? They don't have any respect for it. I don't believe that they really, truly, in their souls, have any respect for themselves, because if you don't respect other people, I don't really believe that you respect yourself.
Well, look...
And certainly the other way round is obvious. If you don't respect yourself, there's no way you can respect other cultures. So all these people that the English flag is abhorrent or whatever. My culture is horrid, and we're all we've got to if you don't respect yourself, there's no way you can respect other people. It seems to me
Ollie,
one is an advancement of the other.
Okay, Rantala, really.
Yeah.
You said something earlier, which in actual fact is contradictory. How is it that they can't get on with their adopted culture here? The point is that they have not adopted our culture, first and foremost.
and they haven't been asked to because of political correctness.
And you're absolutely right in that it is, unless one is capable of loving oneself, one cannot love someone else.
Yes.
In reality. So if you can't respect yourself, you can't respect anyone else. And the point being, this is economic tourism. You know, why do they come from the shitholes that they do, and then they want to turn our country into a shithole? It's like, well, actually, if you're making a better life for yourself, and if we take,
and I refer back to something I mentioned earlier. I saw this video of Marseille, just this guy walking through the streets, and it looks like 1970s Beirut. I mean, it looks an absolute state. This is the Côte d'Azur. This is one of the, when I was brought up, it was like, this is one of the most beautiful places on earth. One of the most cultured and gorgeous and civilized places. And it's been turned into a dump. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't look after refugees. I'm not saying that. But we should not be looking after, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the pictures in Turkey, and they're all young men. Where are the women and the children wanting to come in? They're all young men who should be rebuilding their own country. And that brings us back to war profiteering and stuff like that, which is the real problem. Anyway, sorry, I'm going on another rant.
Okay.
But
yeah, Ollie,
Europe is being just used as a it's just being traded for a very few people, a tiny few people, ironically white fat men, to make a shed load of money and live on an island like Necker. and with all their, you know, tax benefits and whatever, and their Panama paper scandals, and the rest of us have to put up with the chaos that they've created. No,
right, Ollie, you've covered a lot of topics there. First of all, if you look at our foreign aid budget, why are we giving money to Pakistan? Why are we giving money to India? Why are we giving money to China?
They've got space programs. Why are we giving money to countries that have space programs?
And hang on a sec, they've also got nuclear weapons.
Yes.
Pakistan, India, China. Now, I do not believe
we don't give China aid, do we?
Yes, we do.
Good Lord.
We do. And it's
Hawaii is effectively giving China aid.
I'll come to that in a moment.
And secrets.
Well,
okay, we covered that earlier. No, you made some very good points.
Let me move swiftly on. I don't think that we have any obligation to house refugees and accept them here in the UK. If we want to deal with a refugee situation, we ought to deal with it at source of problem. You know, we have a 54 country membership of the Commonwealth. We have a foreign office. We have an army. So where a refugee crisis emerges, we should be using our diplomatic strength to say, all right, either forced regime change, as in if you're Idi Amin and you're murdering people, as they did, they were killing Asians in Uganda. We will come and sort it out on your doorstep. I feel no compunction whatsoever to accept refugees here in the UK. The responsible response and method of action is to deal with the refugees in the country. If it's Bangladesh, there's a problem. If it's, Myanmar,
you know what? I would say, as a humanitarian, that we should somehow share the distribution of fair, genuine refugees. But what we have in the UK, and certainly in France, And my word, in Greece and those Greek islands, you imagine living on one of those Greek islands, those beautiful, idyllic Greek islands, brought up that way, and suddenly they are flooded, and there are essentially concentration camps with migrants on those islands now, and with standoffs between the locals and the police who are protecting these people who are, so far as the locals are concerned, are invading. And when I understand that maybe we should share the burden of genuine refugees, but I question how much of it is genuine. And when I read documents such as the UN Migration Compact that Theresa May signed, and when I look at things like the Barcelona Agreement, and when I hear speeches by Jean-Claude Juncker, who praises and cites Coudenhove Kalergi as one of his political mentors, I really, really, really question what is going on. And you don't even need to listen to any of the quotes or any of these kind of politicians. You see it on the streets. You see it if you walk down the Seine in France, in Paris. If you walk, well, good luck.
Ollie,
good luck if it's after dark. Paris ain't romantic anymore. And it's the same in London. Stabbing. I'm not saying that's all, some of that is due to internal problems and deprivation and disparity of wealth and things like that as well. But I'm not blaming it all on migration, if you like. But the fact is that what's really, really happened is that a few fat bastards like Tony Blair and Dick Cheney have got very rich. Let me finish this rant. Have got very, very rich off the back of destroying countries like Libya and Syria and Iraq. And guess what? They need a home, and this problem is created. And your plebs, you can deal with that because we've got gated communities. Yeah. I mean, that's basically that is the story in terms of migration. That is the story of the last 20 years. No,
Ollie. The longer you go on, the less I remember the salient points to cover the points that you raise. Now, let's come back, and I'm trying to get my memory back to the first point.
I can't remember what it was either.
Well, do you know what? That's the whole point. I mean, either it's a monologue or, we're covering point by point.
No. Now, it's basically...
Ollie, please stop. No. Whoa. You made the point about the equal distribution of refugees, as you said, was fair.
Yes.
Now,
that has been conflated with the result of war profiteering. That's my point.
Let me just answer the first point before we go on to other issues. If we take about the fair accommodation of migrants, if you believe in that, if you take the UK's landmass, I can't remember what it is, but I did actually do the math on this, and then you compare our population density to that of France to equal our population density should absorb an additional 180 million people to equal the population density for landmass. Now that is a very stark figure, and you can fact check that any day of the week. If you take, and France actually is a lot bigger than Germany in terms of landmass. So the reality is, you take the population of Russia. The entire population of Russia is 147 million. So France could take the entire population of Russia and still have a lower population density than Britain. Now, that is something that I whenever I'm asked about migration policy, I always bring it up, and that's what people say.
We're called racist and xenophobic for being concerned that they're building on the green belt.
And all this kind of crap. Germany could. Well, I worked out the numbers, but if you just compare France and England, Great Britain, France could absorb 180 million people.
Yeah, no, sure. I mean, Spain and Portugal combined is effectively 5 or maybe even 6 times the size of England. And Spain itself, it's got to be 4 to 5 million. Anyway. Exactly. About 47 million in Spain?
Roughly.
45, 47?
47.
And what is it in the UK? 70. In other words...
we're about 66, but we're unsure because of
So multiply that by 5, that's 660, that's 330 million in Spain to be equivalent to the density in the UK.
Yeah,
and we're called racist for being concerned about migration and the effect on the...
Yeah, and I'll never forget, we had a caller in on one of the shows a couple of months ago, and I made the point that the issue that we've got with our national services is that there's a limit to the infrastructure that can support these people. So when you build a cruise ship...
And the cost on the welfare state and therefrom on the taxpayer.
But if you put the financial side to just park it for the moment, when you build a cruise ship,
people have to park it till the end of the month.
Well, the point is, when you build a cruise ship that's designed for 1,000 passengers, so you've got the sewage systems, you've got the food supply, you've got the water supply, you've got the desalination, etc., etc. As soon as you cram it to 1,500, 1,600, 1,700, the ship becomes unsustainable from a physical perspective. Forget about any moral perspective or financial perspective. You simply
look at what happened with the Princess. I mean, they had an outbreak there, and what is it? 60 people have died from that ship, just from that ship. I'm just saying that maybe we shouldn't have such concentrations. I don't know. Maybe that's one thing that coronavirus will teach us.
Hang on. The point, and you know what? This is going to force us to address investment in the National Health Service. You cannot simply build a hospital overnight to accommodate an additional 250,000 immigrants. You can't do it.
Well, I mean, the Chinese reckon that they built a few hospitals in a couple of weeks or something. But the fact is that every time they build a hospital...
And that was for 1,000 people.
But every time they build something as well, it's more land, more natural earth that is being effectively devastated. A park that's gone, or something pretty that is turned into concrete. And all of these things are important too, because this is common human aesthetics, and aesthetics are important to anybody.
Britain has passed bulging point, and
if not consciously, then subconsciously.
When you work out the mathematics of density for land mass, and to think that France could take 1 1/3, 130% of the entire population of Russia to equal us. First of all, the French wouldn't do it. But the point being is you want a level playing field.
They're protesting about it right now. Be very interesting the next election. But then we were talking about that at the last election in France.
Well, yeah. But we then come back to political correctness. Where does it emanate from, and how has it been allowed to survive? We've brought up a culture post-war where people actually are so deeply socially insecure, that it's become a competition who can be more offended and get better satisfaction from being more virtuous than the person next door. Now, I don't mind if people call me a cunt. I'm not bothered. I live by my standards. which I think are reasonable. You know, you can't say this, you can't say that. Well, sorry, no one's going to curtail my.
Society has lost its moral compass. It doesn't stack up. It doesn't have any logic to it. We have lost our common sense, and that really is the problem now. As a society, many of us, and I hark back to that Daily Mail piece on Tommy Robinson, for example, and the comments. Many people see that we are missing the point, and that the media is corrupt. But how on earth
Ollie,
can we change that?
You're raising a question here. How do we get to this stage? And
no,
you know what?
No, how do we get out of it? How do we get out of it without having a civil war, for example?
That's a separate question. In order to understand or to come up with a solution, you've got to understand how we've got here in the first place. And in the first place,
and also all of these youngsters who have been brought up on common purpose and who are politically corrected, they need to get an education, and they will eventually, but it'll be too late. How do we turn them around? Because if we don't, then we will have a civil war.
Right, Ollie. In the first place, you've got to ask yourself the question: how do we get to the situation in the first place? And you know what? It's a lack of hardship. We have sufficient time to sit around on our arses and think about things which, in actual fact, are irrelevant. If you're living in Democratic Republic of Congo,
do you think that they gave us free porn online for precisely that reason?
Yes.
And torrents as well. So we could basically get all of this content. We could infiltrate our brains with nonsense, be distracted, and just be selfish. That actually is. It sounds jokey, but it's a very.
No, you're absolutely right. The point is, if you're living in Ecuador and you've got to walk 2 miles to go and collect your groceries, and you've got to have an allotment to feed yourself. You have a
value on life, on the material cost of everything.
Do you know?
And
well,
we don't.
And it goes beyond that. What it means is that you have a very material view on the world around you. And when you're now that we've got Western developed industrial economies, in actual fact, we've never had it so good. We've never had it so good, in the words of Harold Macmillan. And therefore, we can sit on our fucking asses and worry about things that actually we should not be worrying about.
Such as?
Political correctness.
Such as transgender, whatever.
I identify
redefining dictionaries.
Yeah, it's just nonsense. Do you know what? If you have to walk 5 miles for your water every day, you're not going to be sitting around defending people's rights to identify as a fucking horse or a goat or whatever you choose to identify as.
That doesn't mean, in fairness, just a little clause here. That doesn't mean that you don't have to have sympathy for people that, you know. But frankly, you know what? If you're born with that or the other, and you can't accept it, that is a mental issue. That is a mental issue, and all the rest is political cynicism.
Well, do you know? Well, it's not. It's social laziness. You know what? You raise a very strong point in respect of our educational establishment,
which is
and in actual fact, when you get professors that preach this stuff, because they've had comfortable lives, they've got cozy jobs, they don't have to fight for their food. You know, if you've got to walk,
which comes back to what you were saying.
If you've got to walk 5 miles every day to get water to wash your clothes and put water in the house, etc., and to cook with, you don't have really enough time to worry about transgender issues. Now, what we've done is we've taken the surplus of our economy. We've made people's lives so comfortable that, in actual fact, they've lost that survival instinct, which in actual fact is more useful to being empathetic to the human condition, is the reality. Any civilized society looks after those people who can't support themselves. That's why I think the NHS is a wonderful thing. Now, what have we done? We're squandering the resource. We've got health again. Tourism. What have we done? There's an echo here.
No, it's all right. It's gone. Carry on.
There we go. We've got health tourism, where people are coming from abroad to take advantage and abuse the surplus that they perceive we have, and we're happy to hand it away because we feel comfortable. People who are hungry, generally, frankly, I think, are socially better off than people whose bellies are full. When someone's belly is full, they get lackadaisical, lazy, and that's what leads to corruption in our parliament, i.e., we take our eye off the ball. If you're hungry, you don't take your eye off the ball because you can't afford to, because you starve. And life becomes the more uncomfortable life is, in actual fact, I think the better the system becomes. And I'm not talking about starvation. I'm talking about just actually, life could be a bit better. How do we make it better?
And also social values, community, things like that. People pulling together because they have
to.
As opposed to at the moment, there is a big breakdown in neighbourhood. One recent report is saying how people just don't trust their neighbours anymore. And
that's a combination of, I think, a number of factors. Migration is definitely one of them, and the other one is physical mobility, where people, in actual fact, in the old days, you had a horse and a cart, and your mobility was kind of limited by how far your horse could move. So actually, you grew up in a community, you were sort of stationed there, and with people commuting and what have you, you lose touch with your neighbours. And the other,
it's a pub.
A pub, absolutely spot on. And the purpose of the public house is that most people lived in small accommodations. You didn't really.
It was
you had
the
a front
community
room.
centre, all different classes, and it was fantastic. For me personally, it was a levelling experience. It was a really, really pertinent part of my life in terms of understanding.
My father made sure I got beaten up.
We don't have that now. We don't have that now, or at least there's far, far less of it, and therefore people of their own type only congregate in gangs, as opposed to mixing with a range of people and getting a range of ideas and thought sets.
But if we come back to the breakdown of pubs, and the public house,
pubs, youth clubs, it's actually the same thing in terms of what we're talking about.
Well, there's a slight difference in that.
You can get a good bit of liquor in a pub.
If you go to a boozer with 4 mates and you buy a round of drinks, it's going to cost you 30 quid. Now, gross of tax, that's 50 quid out of your pay packet.
That's right.
And that's
so people rather drink at home where it's cheap, and they drink on their own, or maybe with one other person, as opposed to with
you've got business rates. You've got ever increasing rents.
Yeah, more tax.
Yeah, and where do they spend our taxes? Well, let's give India a bit more money.
That's a good question. Yeah, not on us.
Pay rises above inflation for the members of the House of Commons. In my father's day,
just chuck 30 billion quid to the EU for nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. and where are we going to get it from? We'll increase beer tax, which in actual fact prices the pubs out of the market,
out of business. Yeah, and then you get chains where they're all the same, like a franchise high street, and the pubs. I'm very fond of Tim Weatherspoon, Tim Martin, whatever his name is.
Tim Martin.
As an entrepreneur, I've got a lot of time for him, but I can't stand his pubs because they're all the same, and none of them have any feel to them, any spirit.
Well, but the point being,
and that's important too, because that is what neighbours are about, is their locality.
Ollie, the point.
Go on.
The writing was on the wall when, in actual fact, the only way to survive as a boozer, particularly in London, where you've got high business rates, where the council's screwing the landlord, etc.,
was to be bought by a conglomerate.
Well,
snap cut,
and then if you
didn't make enough money, close down and bugger the locals.
Yeah, and the point being is you knew the writing was on the wall when, in actual fact, the only pubs that could survive were those that made money out of dry sales, i.e. the sale of food, which is much higher margin.
It's all crap. In those chains, the food is all crap.
Yeah, but the point being is that when you can't make money out of wet sales, there is something wrong in the taxation system, both on business rates on the property itself and the tax on...
The pub needs to stand on the sale of ale alone, sale and a bit of spirit.
And if it can only survive on the sale of a hamburger for 10 quid, because actually it's making
which has
9
been
quid
heated
on
up in a bloody plastic package in a microwave.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, we really need to think again.
Well, if you look at Switzerland, I rather like Switzerland as a model. In most cantons, by the way, and in the towns, in the cantons, if the mayor wants to raise tax, there's a referendum.
Yes.
That's how it works. And if the mayor
direct democracy.
Yeah. And more often than not, the Swiss actually are happy to pay more tax because they know the money's going to be well spent.
They're happy to pay more tax when they know where the tax is going.
And that it's correctly spent. It's not inefficiently spent.
It's accountable because it's local.
Yeah.
Which is the whole problem with the EU, wasn't it? Isn't it? The fact that, and then there's your presidents or whatever on 33 grand a month.
Well, and I think it's laughable.
It's obscene. It's obscene.
Jean-Claude Juncker, who comes from one of the smallest countries, almost next to Vatican City, in actual fact, is the president of the EU, deciding on budgets for the EU. It's like, hang on, mate, how much does Luxembourg contribute?
Juncker, his career was made out of setting up tax havens for
tax avoidance.
Companies like eBay, who pay bugger all tax in the UK, despite the fact that the UK spends a fortune on eBay every day, and they pay bugger all tax because of the tax haven set up by and that is fascism.
No, well, it goes beyond that.
It's corporate political collusion.
Well, the point
not
being
thinking
is that
about the local voter. Not interested. Doesn't give a stuff.
There are no votes in respect to the EU. Who appoints the commissioners? I didn't vote or was given the opportunity to vote for Neil Kinnock.
You didn't? Certainly not. We kicked him out, didn't we? And then he gets a cosy job and becomes a millionaire. And you're even on a more local basis, your MEP can't do a thing for you. I mean, thank God we don't have any more in the UK. But where I am in Spain, they do. And they're all pro EU. Because, of course, the EU's been doing very well. Spain's been doing very well out of the EU off the back of, for example, the Brits and the Northern Europeans subsidising
I'm very familiar
the Southern
with
Europeans.
I'm very familiar with the infrastructure projects.
I'm not just saying this for your benefit, but also the MEPs The MEPs, with an MP in the UK, at least you can plead your case and your MP will there will be a law like Sarah's law or whatever law. There will be a law that's created off the back of an MP standing up one day and saying, my constituent is concerned, and a law is created, and then an act. And it's in the EU, no, an MEP is not allowed to listen to their constituents. They're only allowed to listen to technocrats, people that are not elected, that are, they do a bunch of qualifications that are all common purposed, and those people then decide the policy that the MEPs must vote on. And if they don't like the vote the first time round, the MEPs, they change a bit here and change a bit there, and it goes back until they broker it in exactly the same way they broker their presidents and these corrupt people like that IMF woman, what's her name, who's a crook? Lagarde, Christine Lagarde. And that last round of presidencies, there were, I think I counted 4 crooks. 4 crooks. I'm not joking. I'm not exaggerating here. Between them, there are at least 4 people that were convicted frauds, including Christine Lagarde, who was a convicted fraud who just had her sentence, shooed away. But the fact is that she was nonetheless convicted. And these people tell us how to live. And anyway, that was another rant.
Well,
Rodri,
if you,
should we? We've. I think we've covered. Maybe we should. I don't know. Talk about cats. Talk about pussy.
Well,
maybe we should change the subject. Maybe I don't know. I mean, the thing is, we go around in circles, don't we? But okay, okay, because we know this. I think we all know this. That's watching now, and there's only a few of us that are still awake. I've noticed this from the figures, and God bless you, and well done for hanging in there. But so, do you? I'm an optimist, yeah, but I'm also a pragmatist. I don't entirely know. I don't know. I can't say hand on heart that I trust that draining the swamp is going to fulfill itself. That's not a slight on Trump as such. It's just the system and all the rest of it. But my God, I mean, this planet, it needs it, no? And can it, might, where could we be at this time, this period of the cycle, in a second term of this presidency, where let's setting aside coronavirus and all this horrid stuff going on, where might this planet be in terms of correcting itself or failing?
Okay. Well, first of all, you need a starting point, and I think Trump's starting point has been spectacular. He's been unorthodox. He doesn't have any respect, quite rightly, for the elitist, self-appointed political class, and he's demonstrated that. So you've got to start from somewhere, Ollie. You can't just end up at the finish line with some magical solution. On the basis that Trump steers his course, I think a number of heads will roll in the same way that Priti Patel is weeding out all the arrogant idiots from the civil service at very senior positions. She's not weeding out secretaries, permanent secretaries to the cabinet. I've resigned because I've been bullied. It's like, oh, for God's sakes, that bloke has spent his life bullying other people, ministers in particular, to get their way, which is what civil servants do. Now he's buggered off, asking for a handout, constructive dismissal. It's like, well, you're not fit for bloody purpose. And any man who comes to me saying, oh, I was bullied. Well, to me, there is only one form of bullying, and that's if someone punches you in the face. It's physical assault. It's a word which is not fit for purpose, certainly not here in Britain. You crack on with the job, and if you don't like it, you just move on. But don't say, oh, I was bullied. It's a bit like this red carpet stuff and the hashtag Me Too campaign and Harvey Weinstein. I mean, I don't know what predatory sexual abuse actually means. I understand the meaning of non-consensual sex, which is abhorrent. Rape, I understand the meaning of that. But what is predatory sexual abuse?
I'll tell you what, on all of that stuff, and we've talked about Tommy and all that tonight.
Yeah.
It has to be said that this president, or actually more accurately, Ivanka Trump, his daughter, and him endorsing it, has done so much, so much. I watched a presentation given about stopping human slavery and child exploitation at the White House, at which both of those characters, father and daughter, spoke. Very powerful people. And the stuff that they've been doing, Trump has introduced now, just in the last 30 days, I think, a cabinet minister who is responsible for stopping human slavery and human trafficking. It's all kind of part of you could argue it's all part of the wall agenda and stuff, which makes sense too, in my opinion. Trade agreements are the biggest walls of all, after all.
I think Trump is actually fundamentally moral. But
he's done a lot. They've done a great deal. They've done an enormous amount behind the scenes, while all this, the media concentrates on, oh, he's orange or whatever. They actually, behind the scenes, whilst all of that's going on and all of that stuff that you would think would take the stuffing out of a 70-year-old man. It's incredible what has been achieved in terms of trying to stamp out this curse that is. Yeah.
But coming back to this hashtag Me Too stuff, society is starting to adopt expressions which I think are meaningless. And when presented to a jury, how do you explain to a jury, well, predatory sexual assault? What is it? If you do you know what the definition of assault is, by the way?
Go
on. From a legal perspective, if I raise my hand to you, that is assault. Battery is if I connect with you.
Assault is raising your hand to me.
Yeah. So basically,
so Churchill basically assaulted.
Hang on a sec. If in person I present you with a clenched fist, that is assault. If I hit you,
you don't have to touch.
You don't have to touch. Assault is the threat of violence. Okay, that is the legal definition, and I can tell you.
When a grown man touches I don't know, 6, 7, 8-year-old girl's bottom, and basically clenches his fist over her buttock. How is that not somehow some kind of a threat that should be investigated by the British police?
No, it should be. Of course, it should be. But I'm saying in America,
how do the police
in America, the definition of a sport.
You and I, Rodri, we mentioned this the other day in a chat we had, just you and me on the phone. We were brought up, sticks and stones may break our bones, but words will never hurt us. And that was something that was ingrained into my brain. And these days, it seems that you can just think. Police will call you. There's this chap, I can't remember his name, offhand. It's a well-known case. I'm sure folks listening will know who I'm referring to. It's a famous case. He took it to the Old Bailey ultimately, and it cost him a lot of money. It was a huge threat and he was suicidal over taking this case further. But he's an ex-copper. And an old school copper, not like one of these modern common purpose coppers, a proper copper. And he just put out some posts on Twitter here and there, and they weren't outrageous in any way. There were nothing that I haven't sent particularly, and shared some posts from other people. So words that weren't even his, that he just shared, maybe nonchalantly, what have you. He'd done a lot of twittering or whatever. And he gave the most perverse examples when he finally, through the Freedom of Information Act, managed to get the police to reveal what their evidence was against him. But police came to him and said, your tweets are concerning. And he said, well, what do you mean they're concerning? And he said, well, they said, well, we have to evaluate your thought process. 1984, Brave New World, totally.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, hold on a sec, what have I actually done? And they wouldn't tell him. And they gave him a lecture for about 35 minutes or something on the phone. And I'm not exaggerating. If anything, I'm underestimating. And then he eventually got it to the Old Bailey and all the rest of it, and he won the case. But the fact is that the police were investigating him for thought crime.
Mm-hmm.
And yet this kid who told the police, she might have been wrong. She might have, had some children's fantasy, which is distinctly possible. But the fact is that she told the police that somebody had assaulted her, and the police didn't even question the alleged perpetrator. And guess what? The dad, who happened to be Tommy Robinson, lashed out. Or no, he didn't. He actually just tried to restrain the guy to stop him from escaping what he considered as a citizen to be a crime scene. And a citizen's arrest, which apparently involved a punch to try and restrain this guy. That's the guy who is now in the dock on the 2nd of April. We are just so along the wrong path.
Well, how do you change it? You've got to start somewhere.
Well, we are. Hopefully, we're talking about it. Please share this, people. Please share this. It's a long show, though. I mean, people have got to trawl through to get to some of this stuff. But these are repetitive topics, largely, because they're so important.
They are absolutely critical to the future health of our society.
Yes.
There are no two ways about that. But the key thing is what are the
serve
required elements?
And protect. I think that's the American thing. I probably picked that up from an American cop series. But the fact is, that's what the police are there for, to serve and to protect. If not, what are they there for? Fucking fuck off. They'll all be sacked. If they're not going to do that, what is the point of them? That is the sole purpose of the police. At the moment, what are they doing? What are they doing? They're setting people up who are telling us about, horrendous, an epidemic of crime that involves mass rape and not mass necessarily, but mass rape and a lot of murder and torture and all sorts of horrid stuff in the middle. Yeah. And you've got a Labour government, Gordon Brown's government, which is telling the police to stand down because for those girls, it's a lifestyle choice. Gordon Brown is the one that should be in prison, and Jackie Smith, and they should throw away the key. And I'm having a rant, but that's a very fair rant, no?
Well, the answer, we've been there before. Do you know what? It's very easy to critique, and society is a mess. What is
No, but come on, mate. I mean, it's easy to critique, but they said that they put out a
fine.
It was a diktat to all the police constabularies around the UK to basically ignore what was going on with what turned into murder.
Right.
How does that? This is a question. This is a question for the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse.
Of course it is.
The IICSA. Why is Gordon Brown not being questioned?
Right. Ollie, critiquing is great. Standing on the sidelines and saying how the game should be played better or how badly the game has been played is almost an irrelevance. The key question...
Well, yeah, because they don't listen to us. Because we're just plebs, apparently.
No, Ollie...
But we're the people that pay the tax to employ all these
you
people that seem to think that we're irrelevant. And that the future of the country... If a society doesn't look after its future properly and materially and responsibly, i.e. the children, then that society... is failed. That society is on the way to being gone.
Yeah. Okay. What are your proposals to change it? Because in actual fact,
I just told you, sir. I think that the IICSA. No, I'll answer that. The IICSA needs to stop buggering around with politicians that are dead and start looking at the politicians that are alive and looking at the policy that affects the future of the nation today.
Yes, absolutely. We discussed this last week, and you're absolutely right. And the point is that what executive action can we affect, both individually and as a collective, to execute that change? Because it's one thing having a policy which makes sense, but how do you actually put it into force? That's what I deal with, by the way, with the veterans. You, sir, so far as our little part is concerned, which is hopefully just sharing ideas, I guess. Yeah. That's it. And not suggesting that we're right, by the way, but just that we have an opinion, and I hope that's okay. Nick Clegg. Your suggestion to me has been that we should set up a radio station. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's absolutely critical. The bottom line is that we need a union of balanced people that are prepared to look at both sides of whatever argument, all sides of whatever argument, and to put them all out there in the blind faith, really, that then democracy in inverted commas, i.e. people coming together, will take its course to decide
what is the correct route forward. And that to me is a beautiful little bit of media. That's to me what the news media should be about.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, funny enough, what you've just described is meant to be the function of the House of Commons, where different sides of the House actually discuss.
But party politics gets in the way. So do the whips. So does the whipping system, no? I know, are very well qualified to talk about that.
Well, and further, that's what originally, before Tony Blair screwed it up, is what the House of Lords was there to do.
Yes.
Which in actual fact used to be independent.
And now it's just a crony house.
Oh, of course it is. Now it's just political favour, and do you want to be a peer for?
It's absolute
service?
Bollocks. To hear John Bercow, moaning like a molten snowflake that he hasn't been made a peer makes me want to puke after what he did to desecrate democracy as the so-called speaker.
Well, what value do you think John Prescott adds as Lord Prescott? Bugger all. I mean, he's one of numerous peers.
Lord Prescott is just bored, isn't he? He lost his principles when Clause 4 was signed adrift. What was that? 1984?
What was Clause 4?
Clause 4. That was when basically the Labour Party was truly a socialist party, in as much as it looked after social values and people, as opposed to now it's just become a kind of a pseudo fascist party, frankly.
Well,
and
I tell you what, Lord Mandelson,
who was one of the architects of getting rid of Clause 4, and of that was when Labour lost its moral soul and ceased to be a proper opposition, really. Since then, there's only been centrist politics, give or take. I know it's changed, and with Corbyn, we've had a spell of Marxism, but one of the
people, and I haven't seen him for a while, but I'd like to think we get on very well. In fact, we've never had a bad sort of or strong word between us, which is surprising.
What, you and me?
Is Dennis Skinner,
Dennis
the
Skinner.
beast bolster.
Well, he's principled. He believes in,
Yeah, and I find it to be a man of very straightforward. He doesn't like my political views, and I certainly don't appreciate many of his. But the point being is that what he is about, and where we do get on, is the principles are based on integrity, and he's always been open to be persuaded away from his argument. He'll never move away from his principles, nor should he, and I'd never ask him to.
No, principles are pretty set in stone, hopefully.
And vice versa. But in terms of any particular policy matter or subject matter, I'm just wondering.
That sometimes you have to have some pragmatism, and
you got to keep an open mind and always be open to the prospect that you might be wrong.
But there are some firm values that are very hard to override, and one of them, and I would have thought the most important one of all for any government, is to look after the future of the nation. Well, first of all, to protect the nation as it stands, and secondly, to protect its future, i.e. those growing up. And it seems to me that neither are, but Boris is a distinct improvement, it seems to me, so far, but
he's the best one we've had, frankly, since Margaret Thatcher.
Yes,
in my view.
I agree, and perhaps, I'd go with that.
I mean, John Major was an absolute twat, followed by Tony Blair, who was just
a charlatan. Yeah, and Brown the same. Brown, possibly worse. God knows. Dunblane, the links. I'm not sure.
Well, Don Blaine was under John Major.
Yeah.
That was in 96, 97. 97, I
yeah,
think.
no, Brown, I think, had links to the judge, and the judge had links to Hamilton. There was all sorts of tawdries. I mean, bottom line is that we have been so failed. And the only way, Rod, the only way you and I can do anything remotely to help with this is I don't know. You know what we need? We need a foil to the BBC. We need.
Do you know what?
We need to bring together a lot of people who can, between us, provide a 24/7. Now, this is a big call. This is a big call, but this is what we need. We need a truly balanced people that are willing to listen to the other side, not just to Tommy Robinson, but to the people that criticize Tommy Robinson as well. Yeah. And to try and to bring them together. That is what we need. That's what the BBC should be. I think. No? And
well, the answer is you're absolutely spot on. The BBC is an additional tax which should not be taken from people to support a particular view. You know, it's like being forced to fund the Marxist Party or being forced to fund the Labour Party as a form of taxation. It should be balanced. It should be open and let people form their own views.
Yes. Yes.
And that's why, sir, with the greatest respect, you need to get off your bottom and go and apply for a commercial radio license.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to be so brutal.
You're right. I've had to earn a living.
No, of course. Well, I tell you what. If you get a commercial radio license, actually, there's a lot of commercial value in that. You know, if you think of Bob Geldof, the man who screams at people to put their hands in their pockets to support all sorts of his causes, and yet
you see, he's not balanced. He doesn't look at things from every side.
He then goes on to avoid tax. He created his, I thought you worked for it at one point, didn't you?
I did. I worked at Planet 24, and he
Planet 24. And how much did he sell that for, by the way, which he didn't pay tax on?
I don't know, but I imagine a lot of money because it was a huge company. It produced the Big Breakfast. Chris Evans and all that, which I worked on for a while. It was a huge company, but the likes of Bob Geldof are anathema to balance. They don't care about. They don't want to hear. I personally, when I did Daily Brexit, I didn't just want to. This was one of the ironies of the show. One of the things that really ground me down personally, because I didn't just want to hear from Brexiteers. I wanted to hear equally from Remainers, and to have a chance, actually, also to give them an inkling of the other side of the argument, and to try and bring people together. But that was impossible. The Remainers, they didn't want to know, and even the Brexiteers, were so factious. All these different groups with fiefdoms, like these groups on Facebook that didn't want to, team up with other groups on Facebook because they, who was going to be the top dog and all that bollocks. It was very, very hard. But in terms of a media outfit, I come back to what I said, really, just that we do desperately need a balanced look on all of these things that is interested in the whole range, that is not going to exclude that because it might be politically insensitive or whatever, and that side over there because that might be equally politically insensitive, but actually to listen to the whole lot. And I know from my experience with Daily Breaks that people do respect when you do that. If it was done on a bigger scale, it could be extremely powerful. But there are so many vested interests on either one side or the other, and that really comes down to peer pressure. And
Ollie, look, that's always a fact of life. You know, unless you find a magical way of changing humanity, you'll always find vested interests. You'll always find people who are unreasonable, who can't stand debate, because they're not open to have their views changed because of human insecurity, where if you have a particular view and you're forced to change it in the light of logic, you feel like a failure. And in actual fact, if someone can change my opinion on something, in actual fact, I feel like a success, for the simple reason that keeping an open mind to new facts, new information, or a different point of view. And if I think, actually, Rodri, I could have thought my original opinion through better, and actually I've changed my opinion, I feel a lot better about myself, because otherwise I'm just setting myself up to be a breeze block, which is useless, no good to man or horse or hound.
Yeah, but quite good for the internal spirit.
Well, yeah, but the point is, when you get people who trap themselves, they paint themselves into a corner. You know, it's like the Irish builder who paints starting at the door, and he sort of puts his back in the corner and thinks, "Oh God, where's there to go from here?" Well, in actual fact, I think
you love a challenge, though, Rodri, don't you? You love a challenge.
Sorry?
You love a challenge. That's why you represented yourself at court. So, mate, okay, bottom line. I need to, at the moment, I'm doing a project with this really dull thing. Okay, this is where Daily Chaos is going, people. It's going to become a radio station. Rodder's here. God bless him. He has got people that are going to help with that. And we're going to put together a radio station. Now, I don't really, to be honest with you, understand why that is more powerful than going out on YouTube or Facebook or what have you. But you reckon it will help. And in my opinion, anything that gets people of influence into the idea of creating a useful talk radio station that is genuinely interested and that hopefully can bring on talent to try and do the same with balance, can't be a bad thing. And so I buy that.
And you know, Ollie, your passion.
That's kind of where we are. I mean, I love this bloke anyway. I mean, he's just a mate. He's become a mate. But he reckons that he wants to set this thing up. I don't know.
The answer is yeah. Your passion is creating content.
It's more than that. It's more than that, actually. I
understand that.
I actually want to change the world, but that might be a bit ambitious. But you know what?
If you don't try,
start high. Look at the EU, the way they're doing the trade negotiation. Yes.
Well, do you know what? Funny enough, when you say that, if you look at the number of years Nigel Farage has spent trying to get us out of the EU, and people originally laughed at him.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And in actual fact, you've got one man who's stuck at it, despite being humiliated, being called a lunatic. And guess what's happened?
He was younger than me when he started doing that.
Doesn't do you know what? Well, don't forget, how old was Churchill when he was parachuted in to take over from that idiot? What was he called? Chamberlain, who said, "I bring peace in my town."
That's right. And then fighting off Halifax and all the rest of it.
Churchill changed the world. So, you know.
Yeah, well, that's a high bar. But yes, Yes, we have to have ambition, sir. So do you think, Rodders, that you, Piers and me,
As long as he doesn't.
and Piers is poltergeist.
Oh God! And the bloody ectoplasm and the fucking cat climbing up the wall that was being chased by a.
Don't mock it, man. I lived through that with old Piers. Not literally with him, but I did live with him years and years ago as flatmates. I know that what he says, he's not lying. He's not lying.
Do you know what?
I was worried about him for a good while, by the way.
Well,
and a lot of people were, including his parents. Everybody was worried about him. The fact is that
he went through a very difficult time, as a lot of us do. You know, I mean, I've been to 3 different prisons. That wasn't easy.
No,
and
sure
people behave very differently. And of course, he's written about his experience. I went through his writings. And I think he sent them to you as well.
Sorry, this is your godson you're talking about, yeah?
No, I'm talking about Piers.
No, he didn't send me any writings, no.
Didn't he?
No, probably because he knows that I'm a writing snob. And so if the grammar's wrong or something...
Well, no, Piers wrote a very useful script. And,
he didn't send me that. No, go on.
Oh, okay. Well, he sent it to me just because he knows that I've produced some television in the past. He just wanted an opinion, and in actual fact, everything he repeated today is in the he's written
Chronicled.
up.
He's put it down.
Yeah, I think that's possibly a conversation over a beer or. When he pops over, we'll get you on the blower. And when he sparked up about it this evening, I thought, hang on a sec, I know what's coming next because I've read it.
Well, yeah, I told him you should turn this into a book. This is fascinating stuff. Poltergeist was a very scary movie. He might make a fortune.
Yeah. He wants a bit of critique, and I hope my critique was vaguely useful. But I've got chats
from tonight's conversation. It doesn't sound as though it was.
Sorry?
You're a skeptic. You're
Look,
a conditioned Roman Catholic.
Well, I'd like to say a free spirit and the independent mind, but we're all conditioned.
Yes, I know you are that too.
We're all conditioned, and I think we are. We react to things in different ways, and when there's a degree of trauma in one's life, and again, I've seen quite a lot of this, particularly amongst the veterans, who take a different sort of view on life depending on some of the things they've seen.
Yeah.
And with some of our soldiers, if you've seen, I'm going to say something slightly brutal. It's not rude, but if you're a soldier and you've seen a young child who's been hacked to death for no good reason, and you've got to pick up the pieces and put them in a body bag, that has a lasting effect on you.
Yeah.
And you cope with that in each man is different, and the coping mechanisms are different. And I cannot imagine having to do that. I mean, there was one. I'm being very specific. A chap who phoned me sort of in the early hours, and he re-described exactly that circumstance. The brutality of war, where the enemy decide to hack a child, and we're talking about a 5-6-year-old, into pieces, and he's told, all right, clear up the mess. I mean, that scorches you for life.
Yes.
It's not great, and I can't imagine the nightmares that this chap has, and again the coping mechanism to get over an experience like that. I mean, it's as a father of an 8-year-old, it's beyond me. Absolutely appalling. But again, the horrors of war, and it comes back to the earlier conversation we were having about political correctness. We've got too much time on our hands to come up with stupidity and stupid arguments and conversations about things which are completely irrelevant, when in actual fact we should be contributing more to fundamental issues that occur around the globe on a daily basis that don't make the front page. You know, Caroline Flack topping herself, you know, poor girl, I feel very sorry for her. But, you know, it takes up most of the...
Really?
Yeah. And in actual fact, when you see what's happening in Libya...
Not entirely, but just... I mean, it sounds cruel to say it, but bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
Right
Well,
now,
you've got
to... I wish that Caroline Flack was the least of our problems.
Yeah, and in actual fact, the world has much greater problems, which are not reported and need to be resolved. And unfortunately, you know, it's most of our politicians don't have the experience to execute the solutions, and that's kind of the question I put to you earlier. Okay, you know, what are the solutions, and how should we execute them? Because it's all about execution and delivery, not just coming up with, you know, a chat about, well, we could do this and this is what they should be doing. And I've got to say, one thing that I do find slightly irritating is the use of the word they. I like to be rather more specific, because they sounds like, you know, it's a brick wall that can't be overcome. The reality is any organisation...
Yeah, but no, that does kind of make sense, though, because this is an invisible... Well, it's not entirely. In fact, mostly it's visible. I mean, mostly we know who these people are. They are
you
all of these prime ministers, for example, that have failed us during our... You and I are the same age, near as damn it, during our lifetimes. And all of their cabinets and most of those parliaments that has led us into the situation that we're in. You know, but they are the mere jobs worths. The people, they are the puppets. It's the puppeteers that are the bigger concern. And yes, they are, as Piers said, they are, for example, the Bilderberg Group or the Council of Foreign Relations. Not so much directly, but more directly than that, rather. The steering committees that the control these people, and that therefrom set policy with political constructs such as the European Union or the Democrat Party or the GOP, and so on and so forth, and the Conservative Party and the Labour Party with their divide and rule. You know, this whole Marxism agenda is just a lot of divide and rule. It basically leads to the same thing. And so they're actually there, hidden in plain sight. But the people, I'll tell you, the biggest name on the global stage that is manipulating things right today, to answer the question that you asked Piers earlier, is George Soros.
There you go. But the point being is that when we talk about
but he's one of many. But these people, there's not that many of them at the very top.
Ollie, I've got that. The point is that people talk too loosely about committees and groups and they and the invisibles. Because
hang
on, Ollie, let me finish. That is absolute bollocks, because groups and committees are made up of individuals, and if you know who they are, you can get at them.
I'll give you a classic example in the UK. Ken Clarke, who was a member of the Bilderberg Steering Committee for decades.
Well, he was also the chairman of British American Tobacco, which it was no surprise, that is by the by, really, that particular role,
But it's no surprise that he was David Cameron's Justice Secretary. He was basically there as the Bilderberg spy in that government. He was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, and we saw it in that last Parliament. His role, him going on Sky News and telling us all how, these referendums aren't healthy because the people don't really know. And this is the problem with democracy. We have to have Parliament decide. I'm basically making it up as he goes along, they go along to try to enact their goals, which in his case, for example, was to be a part of this new world order. This thing that was discussed very openly at the Council of Foreign Relations by George Herbert Walker Bush and by Bill Clinton, for example, and by Gordon Brown. He had practically Tourette's over the New World Order when he was Prime Minister. These people, these are the people. They are the people. Tony Blair, who's made tens of millions of pounds off the back of killing 2 million people in Iraq. It really is not. It's not that difficult to decipher who these people are.
No, it's not. Ollie, I am going to have to go to bed at some point.
Yeah, no, I think we should. But before we do, I'm going to give you a choice. I'm going to run down, and you tell me what you would like to hear. And so, for example, we have Rule Britannia.
Yeah.
But I think that's a little bit cliched. We have I Vow to Thee, My Country.
Do you know what? That's okay. You got that. And what else? What else is on there?
No, hold on a sec. Hold on. That's a bit mushy. No, hold on. Let's go back. Oh no, I've lost it now. Oh no, not that. Okay, right. So, hold on. Right, okay. So we've got... Oh, fuck off. Sorry. We've got the Land of Hope and Glory. Well, we've done that. We've got Abide With Me, King's College Choir. Yeah. We've got some Purcell, Britain's Strike Home. Yeah. So we're about to end. Yeah, we're going to end it because we should all be going to bed now. And we've got Eternal Father, Strong to Save. Oh, that's rather nice. And we've got Ivor Novello's Keep the Home Fires Burning from the BBC Proms 2012, before the days when it was invaded by EU flags. We've got Pomp and Circumstance.
Pomp and Circumstance. Absolutely. Let's go for that one.
Quite right. Okay. Yes. Good. I want some good conducting, sir. Through the next 5 minutes without peeing my pants. Sorry. Here we go.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Hey, that was not pomp and circumstance.
What? Was it not?
No.
Oh no, hold on. Well, that's a good excuse to play another piece of music as well. But let's hear this through. Is this not pomp and circumstance? You know your classical music far better than do I. Is this Britain? Is this Britain? The chap?
Benjamin Britten.
Yeah. Is this Benjamin Britten?
I'm just trying to remember what this piece is called. But it's certainly not Pomp and Circumstance, which is Elgar.
Ah, okay. Right.
Mate, I do have to go to bed.
Right. Good. Quite right. I totally agree. And therefore, is that going to work? Is it? Oh no, we haven't got any music. Oh, for crying out! Oh dear.
What have you got now?
Oh, I don't know. Not the right piece. Oh dear. Hold on. Oh, it's nice though. Oh, that's quite nice. Oh, maybe we'll go out on that. Oh, it's very Lynn. Oh, man, I sound like a right old bastard. Right, okay, you know what? Here we go. Let's do this. Right, okay, good. That's it. I want to say, I don't know really. We've said everything in triplicate.
It's been a corker of an evening, Ollie. A lot of fun.
You know, we've been broadcasting for nearly 7 hours.
Bloody hell.
It was only supposed to be a short show. It was actually supposed to be an hour and 15 minutes, but the wife's away. God bless her.
I'm very considerate.
We have a fantastic marriage. She goes away, and you and I, Rod, and old Piers, and all of you lot, God bless you. I wonder, who of you have been here for the entire 7 hours? If you've just been here for 2 or 3, you're brave. Rodri?
Ollie.
You're not on the screen anymore, but I you know what?
I can see myself.
Yeah, no, I know you can, but no, you're not on the screen anymore. It's just me now, because I've done the out screen thing. But look, the thing I wanted to say was that I really am enjoying the way that this format for this show has matured with you and Piers as my chums.
Oh, do you know what the key thing, Ollie, is to enjoy it.
Yeah.
And if you're enjoying it, we can go anywhere in conversation.
Yes. I'll tell you what, though, but you know, I like the fact that I don't agree with Rodders on quite a bit of stuff. I mean,
yeah.
you're a neolith, some kind of an ith when it comes to this, you know, poltergeist stuff, for example, and the conspiracy stuff. You're like a Neanderthal, you are. But that's important. That's important to have that balance, because I'm not, right? I don't know. What do I know? Nobody does. Yeah, hold on. Rodders, God bless you, mate. God bless all of you. Thank you so much for commenting and taking part. The guy that tried calling in and I don't know what happened. One person. All the rest of you were useless. You know what? So there you go. Please do us a favour. Share the show if you haven't already. And I'll see you next Wednesday with old Rodders and Piers. Daily Chaos. Auto ab KO. Because it's that kind of a world.
Ollie, you take care. Have a good evening.
99, mate. God bless you,
Take
sir.
care, mate.
Cheerio.
Okay, bye.